Hey, thank you for coming out here all bright and early at the arena here at the Alliant Energy Center, Madison, Wisconsin for Udder Chaos 2025. I am Rich Mahogany, and I am joined by
Savage Siren.
Thank you all so much for joining us. We've got 6 games of roller derby action coming at you today. First and foremost is going to be Northstar Roller Derby's Northern Lights taking on Madison Roller Derby's The Herd. Telling you a bit about the rosters for this team. Siren, why don't you tell us about Northern Lights skating in the green today?
Skating in green, starting with numbers 1066 Snack Bite, 120 Face Smelter, 16 Blue Barracuda, 17 Red Hot Toddy, 23 Snarly Parker, 27 Panic Attack, 277 Electro Cutie, 29 Zabumafu, 300 Aerial Assault, number 4 Shankarella, 510 Patty Gnar, 58 Saltine, 8 Batty Long Legs, 833 Buzzkill, 842 Riff Track, and rounding that roster out is 906 Sasberry.
And skating out in the blue today will be MRD's The Herd. Today we have number 101 Quilla DeVille, number 1105 Barrel Roller, number 1111 Cat Scratch Fever, number 141 Hammer Abbey, number 150 Amper Slam, number 17 Dilemma, number 18 Just the Hip, number 1941 Get Bucky, number 238 Radio Smacktive, number 262 Nat Splat, number 270 Slyanide, number 29 Damn It Janet, number 314 Smack and Cheese, number 40 Banana Ramya, number 427 Shelby Cobra, number 43 Seam Ripper, number 777 Black Magic, number 800 Bada Boombox, number 81 Gouda Riddance, and number 888 Bubba Lushish.
Official milestones for today's game include Exposure Scarapy for their first tournament. Illinois and her first ever tournament as an official was Udder Chaos. She had gamed 200 at a previous Udder Chaos and now returning this year as a crew head ref for the first time. And Sadie, their first time as a tournament head NSO.
Whoop, whoop. Big shout out to all of our officials. Thank you all so much for everything you do, all of our volunteers. We are just wrapping up a few short bits of logistics, making sure we've got all our official paperwork in order. Teams are warmed up. We are just about ready to get into the action. In venue today, I want to direct you to our merchandise table. We've got a lot of really great Madison Roller Derby and other team swag. Northstar has their merchandise table set up back there as well. That's going to be behind turn 4. Go check out the patches bundle. You can get for $10 you can get all 3 of the last year's Udder Chaos patches. Old Udder Chaos shirts for $10. You can also pay $1 for a shout out. That's right, go and pay $1 for a shout out and we will read it on the microphone. This is being live streamed on YouTube, so not only will you have your words heard here in venue, but it will go out to the internet as well.
Thank you for your patience while we will sort out a few more things, and we're ready to get rolling here shortly.
Yes, just a few minor changes happening to the rosters here. No, everybody very, very excited to get things underway. Again, thank you all so much for being up bright and early, 9 in the morning Central Time. Appreciate everybody who's made the journey here to the arena, as well as those who have made the journey to the YouTube channel. So Udder Chaos Half Pint Edition 2025 here. Illowa is just a one-day event. Normally Udder Chaos in years past has been a 3-day event spanning Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. But we're just taking a little micro bit of derby here. So we've got 6 games happening today. Every game happening about every 2 hours. First game here at 9 a.m., second one at 11, following at 1, 3, 5, and 7 will bring us to the end of the day. A lot of great roller derby action on the docket for you today, so make sure you are hydrating, making sure you're well fed. Keep your energy up because we're going to be cheering all day long.
And if that's not enough for you and you want to catch more of Madison Roller Derby in action, their 21st home season kicks off on October 18th, 2025 with 5 home bouts featuring games between their 4 home teams, as well as interleague games where the Dairland Dolls, the Herd, and Team Unicorn will take on teams from around the country. Find their bout dates and more information at madisonrollerderby.org. And if you already have your calendar out and ready, that would be October 18th, November 15th, December 13th, 2025, and then January 24th and February 21st, 26th. Looks like we're getting the thumbs up all around and ready to roll.
Oh boy, Siren, that is my second favorite whistle in roller derby. The one saying the next whistle starts the action. And we are underway. This first jam with the Herd versus Northern Lights. We've got Seam Ripper, number 43, jamming for the Herd in blue. Taking lead in this first jam is number 8 for Batty Longlegs.
With a heavy lead as she approaches the pack as well. Tiptoes to the outside line, just picks up a couple points, but manages to stave off any points from the Herd.
Going to confirm 3 points up for Northern Lights that jam. 0 picked up for the Herd. Penalty box remains empty as we line up for jam number 2. We're going to see number 29, Dammit Janet, jamming for the Herd, up against number 27, Panic Attack for Northern Lights.
Ooh, Janet on the inside with a quick lead jammer status. Panic Attack with a struggle to get through the pack. And finally comes out ahead. Janet has already made a complete pass.
Oh, Panic Attack through on the inside, is
Both
through
skaters
cleanly.
taking the inside.
Picks up all 4 points.
Janet also with a quick tiptoe along the inside, another 4 there. Oh, traffic jam. Janet's got to recycle back. And another successful pass through that pack for Dammit Janet.
Bananarama taken down on the outside and in the turn 1-2 apex. Panic Attack does break through, picks up another 4 points. Dammit Janet, though, going to keep this jam rolling. 16 points up for the Herd so far.
Panic Attack with a nice jump around those blockers to pick up her next 4 as well. The points just keep on rolling up here. Northstar gives some good defense for their jammer.
Yeah, some great offense there on the outside by FaZe Smelter for the Northern Lights, keeping that line open for Panic Attack.
Absolutely.
Dammit Janet through for 4 more points. That's 24 points on the jam thus far, and she is happy to keep it rolling.
Looks like Panic Attack's getting some slack from the Shelby Cobra, and we pull a full 2 minutes there.
Wow, Siren. What a second jam. 17 points picked up for the Northern Lights, 24 for the Herd. Brings our score to Herd 27, Northern Lights 17 as we line up for jam number 3 of the first half.
Looks like 510 in green, Patty Nar. For the Northstar. And 1105 Barrel Roller with the lead jammer status for Madison Roller Derby.
First penalty of the game has been assessed. That's going to be a track cut penalty on number 27 for Northstar, Panic Attack.
Barrel is just barreling through the pack, though, picking up the first 4. And on the approach for some more. Looks like we have a successful star pass for Northstar. Oh no, we just took the helmet off, or the cover off.
Yeah, a little star stash action. Patty Nar now able to score points for Northern Lights in this jam. Barrel Roller still in control here. As I say that, Barrel picks up a track cut penalty. This will send Barrel to the box. Lead is now lost. This is going to be a full 2-minute jam.
And let's see if we can get Nar through this pack. It looks like she's having a hard time. The Herd is really putting up some strong blocking here. Patty finally gets a little help from the pivot. And is coming around for another approach. Once again, that Herd block pack is really strong. Every lateral move, they seem to have another one for her.
Barrel Roller now returning to the track. Again, the Herd defense here has been doing a really good job of denying Patty Nar too many points during that power jam. Only 4 up so far as the jam is called on time. 4 points additional to the Northern Lights total brings them up to 29 points. Herd picks up 10 on the jam, bring them up to 40.
Batty Longlegs and get Bucky back to the line. Ooh, quick inside lead for Batty Longlegs. Seemed like Get Bucky was going to get that inside line, but was held up. Finally has break through the pack as well for that initial pass.
Quick call off there by Batty Longlegs to deny the Herd any points. Will get 2 of her own. So score getting closer here, 31-37. Herd leading by 6 points. Penalty box does stand empty as we line up for jam number 5. Number 43, Seam Ripper on the line for the Herd in the blue, up against Electrocute, number 277, or Electrocutie, excuse me, number 277 for Northern Lights. Seam Ripper up at the front, through on the inside to take lead. Oh, little bit of a tumble ski in turn 1 and 2.
Might be a small equipment malfunction. Has to call that one off.
Oh no, a skate malfunction here for Seam Ripper will force the call off.
No points, no points.
I'm curious when that the wheel damage happened there, because if the wheel was already messed up when she got lead, that's impressive that she got lead with a busted wheel.
Absolutely. Might have been all toe stop work.
So quick lineup here to get back into things for jam number 6. Damn it, Janet, jammer of record for the Herd up against Zaboomafoo for the Northern Lights.
Little 2-9 on 2-9 jammer action.
That won't be confusing at all.
A blue 2-9 grabs that lead jammer status and is making quick work of this track. Looks like our green 2-9 is still struggling to get through that pack.
Yeah, Zabumafu with the star in hand. Pivot for Northern Lights is in position to be able to receive that star.
Damn it, Janet, with some strong pushing up against those Northern Lights blockers to make that next pass and pick up 4 more points. That's easy breezy for 4 more. Looks like we've got a herd blocker in the box as well.
Zabumafu now through the pack, eligible to score points. Damn it, Janet, with 12 so far. Herd content to keep this one running long.
Bada Boombox with some strong hitting knocks Zabumafu out of bounds and has to recycle at the back of the pack. Just as that jam expires, Madison's blockers get to clear the penalty box, so they'll get to start with a full line of blockers. The herd really racked up some points during that one. We got 51 to 35 as we start jam 6.
Going to have Barrel Roller returning to the track up against Batty Longlegs. Batty up the inside. Going to take lead for Northern Lights.
Barrel still tiptoeing in and out. Close to some out of. Oh. We've got
track cut penalty assessed to Barrel Roller. Going to make this a power jam for Northern Lights. Fantastic opportunity for them here to close up that score gap that Madison opened up in the last jam.
Yeah, absolutely, and Batty Longlegs is not wasting any time. Getting a lot of help from her blocker friends to come on the inside for the first 4. And now tiptoe in and out along the inside line. Doesn't prove fruitful. Yeah, there we are. And the inside through for 4 more. Looks like that power jam is expiring as Barrel Roller returns to the track. And giving some hard push for Northern Lights blockers to try to get through. And she'll have to push up to try to pick up some points from this.
Batty coming in hot.
If Batty's strategy works, and Barrel is not able to pick up any points, with Batty picking up 2 more at the end of that jam.
Oh, and Siren with that 18-point jam for Northern Lights going unanswered by the herd. We have our first lead change of the day. Northern Lights taking lead over the herd, 53 to 51.
We'll see if Electro Cutie can hold this lead. Lining up with Get Bucky. Bucky with a tiptoe out of bounds. Has to recycle. And Electro Cutie is struggling to get through the pack as well. The herd does pick up lead jammer. And Northern Lights loses a blocker to the penalty box. A quick 4 for Get Bucky. No match. Looks like we have a successful star pass as well for Northern Lights.
Yeah, Face Melter now with the star for the Northern Lights. Going to be recycled into the first straightaway behind Bada Boombox.
These herd blockers are no match for these Northern Lights jammers for this jam. They are really struggling to get through here.
It looks like it was a back block penalty that sent Get Bucky to the box for the herd. Bucky now returning to the track as Face Smelter.
Yeah.
is going to take her turn in the box. Looks like that is a track cut penalty.
Now coming out of that penalty to pick up her first 4 for Get Bucky.
Bada Boombox with a big hit on Red Hot Toddy, opening up the line for Get Bucky. Jam will end on time.
And Bucky threw with 4 more.
Another big jam here for the Herd. 16 points total, bringing them up to 67 points. Northern Lights with 53. Seeing some very interesting back and forth these last few jams. Each team picking up some really big scores while managing to deny the opposing team any points. See what Seam Ripper will do here, returning to the track for the Herd up against Patty Nar for the Northern Lights in green.
Seam Ripper getting a little help, but now is left to the front of the pack to really lean on her footwork. Patty Nar is also still being held up by the trio from Madison.
Seam Ripper up at the front, just 2 Northern Light blockers to beat, does get through. 40 seconds into the jam, taking lead jam for the Herd. Northern Lights will lose their pivot to the box.
Patty Nar is still trying to get past Radio Smacktive and Bubba Luscious. Seam Ripper with a quick hit out of bounds, recycles. Looking to pick up 4 more, and she does.
Patty Nar still just grinding away at that wall. The Herd doing a great job, though, of breaking apart, reforming, just a very fluid, firm wall.
Radio Smacktive, Slyanide, and Bubba Licious really causing some trouble for her. Seam Ripper tries a little quick turnaround move. Is rejected, but then finally reapproaches and comes back through with 4 more.
Ooh.
Looks like we might get a back block.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a hot end to that jam. Seam Ripper, as you said, picking up that back block right at the end of the jam, so a full 30-second power start for Northern Lights.
Patty Longlegs is going to take this one, who has been successful, has been able to pick up lead. Off to those long legs, and toe stops are what has helped her make quick work of the pack. And she is through in green on her initial pass.
Northern Lights opting for some passive offense on this pass. Batty up at the front. 2 to beat.
Makes it through.
Seam Ripper now returning to the track for the Herd, so a full scoring pass, 2 scoring passes for Northern Lights.
Seam Ripper's hot on the heels, making that initial pass already. Seam Ripper with some tight strategy, tiptoeing to the outside, picking up 4 points, and calls off that jam.
Another big jam here, 12 points for Northern Lights, unanswered by the Herd. 20 points separate these teams as we line up for jam number 10 of the first half. Penalty box is empty.
And then Dammit Janet and Electro Cutie. Dammit Janet in blue, Electro Cutie in green. Damn it, Janet takes a few steps back just before that first whistle to eye the strategy to get through this pack. Relies heavy on toe stop pushes and lateral movement to try to find an inside, outside, any pathway through this strong wall of blockers.
Cyanide with a run back on Electrocutie. Cutie, though, firing back, flies into the pack. Hammer Abby taken down on the inside.
Hammer taking just a few breaths before they reapproach. Looks like Bubba Luscious headed to the penalty box with an illegal contact penalty.
Damn it, Janet finally breaks through the pack, is now eligible to score points for the herd.
As we start Jam 11, we are at the herd with 89, Northern Lights 67. With Black Magic facing up against Zabumafu. Black Magic is very quick. Lots of high footwork. Taking a strategic approach. Zabumafu does make it through the pack. Is a bit behind Black Magic, trying to grab more points. Bubba Lishosh has returned, hopefully to stop Zabumafu from picking up any points, while Black Magic is able to roll right through and pick up 4 more. Gouda Riddance with a nice attempt to block Zabumafu. And Black Magic has to head to the penalty box for that back block.
This will then be a power jam for Zabumafu. Zoo still working. Oh, knocked to the outside. Forced to recycle back into turn 2.
Shelby Cobra and Bubba Lishish not having any scoring for Zabumafu.
Very coordinated blocking on display from both of these teams. Black Magic back on the track. Oh! Taking a shoulder to the outside. They are through with some very fancy footwork.
Those high steps are really paying off for them. Very quick feet to the outside, and a nice smooth pass with some attempted jammer on jammer contact. Close? No, that was panic attack. The herd has broken 100 at this time. We're now sitting at the herd with 105. Northern Lights 75.
And the herd's going to call for a team timeout. This is going to be the first clock stoppage they've used this game.
Gives us an opportunity to shout out for Ian's Pizza, a proud sponsor of Madison Roller Derby. Ian's has 2 downtown locations at 100 State Street next to the Capitol and 319 North Francis near the Kohl Center. Both locations are open late, and Ian's Pizza has a 3rd Madison location at the historic Garver Feed Mill on Madison's east side. For more information, visit ianspizza.com. 8 minutes and 14 seconds in this half remain as Get Bucky and Batty Longlegs step to this jammer line, and we start jam 13. Bucky with a quick lead jammer. Batty for the first time having some hard times getting through the pack, but does break through. Bucky makes easy work of this pack, picking up 4. Batty Longlegs is bumped out of bounds and recycles behind the herd's blockers. And another time as well. We'll get Bucky putting some pressure on this duo from Northstar. They do successfully push her out of bounds, and she calls that jam off. But not without picking up 4, as well as Northstar picking up 4 more.
A hard-fought jam to bring it a 4-7 in favor of the herd. Score stands the herd 112, Northern Lights 79. Just shy of 7 minutes remain to play in the first half.
Looks like Seam Ripper and Electrocutie facing off this jam. Electrocutie's made a little progress here, and Seam Ripper was being held back, but takes a quick toe stop tiptoe along the inside line and picks up lead jammer. Looks like we are going to pull up a jammer penalty.
Ooh, and the herd's going to also lose a blocker, Quill, to the box.
We've got a Northstar star pass picking up his face melter to try to get through this pack on this power jam and pick up some points.
Face melter does get through. That's 4 points up for Northern Lights.
Gouda does approach to the edge of the blocking zone to try to stop that, but was unsuccessful. Face hit briefly out of bounds. Gets a little help from Electrocutie. But we'll tussle up within the pack, and Seam Ripper is back through. Electrocutie trying to make contact with Seam Ripper at the edge of the pack.
Electrocutie really trying to stop that jammer, wanting it so bad, but wisely stopping before leaving the zone of engagement.
Face Melter's really struggling to get through this pack as the blocker set is full back up for Madison. Seam Ripper picking up 4 more while Face still struggles and tries to make an approach with that jammer on jammer attempt.
Double checking on our score here. Looks like it is going to be 12 points for the herd, 2 points for Northern Lights. Penalty box is almost empty. A single skater standing in the box for the herd. Northern Lights at full strength as Batty Longlegs returns to the jammer line up against Dammit Janet for the herd. DJ taking a quick lead jam here, but then getting reabsorbed by the pack, allowing Batty Longlegs the opportunity to get out in front.
These 2 very skilled jammers approach the pack together. Longlegs is hit out of bounds and has to recycle, allowing Janet to pick up 4. And we have a blocker penalty for Northstar.
That was an out-of-play block that was going to send Zabumafu to the penalty box.
Nat Splat also hits the penalty box
Nice line work there by Dammit Janet, getting through on the inside for 4 points.
Batty following right behind that same pathway is able to get through and pick up 4 as well. We're back to 3, now 4 blockers for the herd. With Batty getting bumped briefly out and has to recycle behind the herd blockers. Nats flat with the strong line.
Nats flat being very effective at controlling Batty Longlegs at the back here.
And 270 is going to take a direction of play penalty on that.
Wow, Siren, what a jam. Looks like that's going to be 12-12. So a score wash here. Differential does not change. But the herd in blue now with 137 points. Northern Lights in green with 93. We are lining up for jam number 16 of the first half. Just under 2 minutes remain to play, so this may be the final jam of the half.
With Black Magic and Patty Nar. Black Magic was very instrumental in picking up quite a few points in their last jam.
Oh, forearm penalty on Black Magic.
Does pick up the penalty, putting Patty on a power jam. And with the lead jam status, as there were no lead called yet. Sly Knight's going to be able to return to the blocker pack so that the herd can do some blocking here against Patty.
Herd seemed to really enjoy this blocker strategy of leaving just a strong blocker to kind of be the central float at the back of the pack to try to control the opposing jammer's position, knocking them out to the in or the out.
Bada Boombox definitely has the strong hips and is able to whip around and create those blocking opportunities. Black Magic hit once more with a low block penalty. Strong initial jam. This jam's not getting them so far. And it looks like Northern Lights will be requesting an official review.
Gotta say, I love the clock management here from Northern Lights. Calling off the jam. There were just shy of, or just above 30 seconds remaining on the period clock when that was called. No, I'm sorry, a little less than it. So the clock is actually frozen at 15 seconds. So Northern Lights ensuring we get one more jam here in the first half. Looks like they are pleading a case to the officials, so not just using this as a timeout.
As a reminder for our spectators joining us here in person, the trackside seating is restricted for 18 and up and at your own risk. Please stay behind the officials' blue line here, and no chairs are permitted.
Like to shout out to Wisconsin United Roller Derby, or WORD, an all-gender league here in Madison who are actively recruiting. Visit the booth at the tournament here or check them out on Facebook to connect and attend a future practice. Keep an eye out for them at Roller Derby Tournament this July in Cleveland. So it looks like at the end of that jam, Northern Lights was looking for an illegal procedure penalty on Black Magic. On review, the officials concur. So Northern Lights win their review. They get it back. So maybe they'll use another one after this jam. Who knows? But Black Magic will be starting in the box for the herd. So power start Electrocutie.
Electrocutie is taking a nice long look at this pack to determine what strategy they're going to use to approach this power start. Getting some strong pushing support from their friends, but hit out of bounds. We have a forearm penalty here for Northstar on Buzzkill. Rift track. Tough to see. Electrocutie is still working through this pack and does finally break through and grabs a lead jammer status as two Madison blockers have to head to the penalty box.
Yeah, Black Magic had picked up the forearm penalty at the end of that jam, so it was a full minute that they had to sit to start this jam. Only now are they returning to the track.
Looks like Electrocutie has picked up 4 more for a total of 8 so far this jam.
And with that, we come to the halftime, friends. See 4 more points put up for the Northern Lights right at the end of that jam. The herd with 0 brings our score to Northern Lights 109, the herd 137 as we get into half. So we are going to take a quick 15-minute intermission here. Great opportunity to go up, get yourself some beverages, hydrate. Check out the merchandise table. But whatever you do, get back to this game in 10 minutes. We will be back with the second half of Northern Lights taking on the herd. right, friends, we are just about to get back underway here with the second half of Northern Lights taking on the Herd. When we last left our skaters, Northern Lights was trailing 109 to the Herd's 137. 28 points separating these teams. Taking a look at some of the penalty situations, Northern Lights skating pretty clean. We've only got a few skaters with penalties and no one with more than 3. Anybody else only has 1 or none. The Herd sharing their penalties a little bit more. Just about everybody on the Herd has picked up a penalty, but most of it is only 1 or 2. Do have a single skater sitting on 4. That is Black Magic. So we'll have to potentially look out for some penalty trouble there. But
yeah, that unfortunate jam number 16 really took a toll on those penalties. Bada Boom Box 8-0-0 with some strong blocking and still no penalties. That's something that definitely keep an eye on.
So to start this jam off, it is going to be a bit of a micro pack here for the Herd. Only 2 blockers on the track.
Seam Ripper is not going to be able to rely on those blockers to provide much offense. They're going to be focused on Batty Longlegs and trying to prevent any lead jammer status.
I like to think of packs like this as a minivan pack. We got the 2 parents at the front of the pack, but they are just trying to keep the kids behind in line.
Unsuccessful on this one as Batty Longlegs does pick up the lead jammer. With a quick pass, 4 and 4 actually picked up on both sides.
Lining up for jam number 2, we will see Electrocutie returning to the line for the Northern Lights in green. She'll be jamming against Dammit Janet for the Herd in blue. That last jam went real quick, so looks like only a single blocker now on the track. That is Cyanide for the Herd.
Which means Electrocutie is able to make a successful pass for lead jammer. However, Cyanide is going to be rejoined by 2 more blockers to try to hold Electrocutie back from scoring any points. Bubba Luscious with those strong hips really holding the line on that blocker.
Penalty box does empty out. Both teams are back up to full strength. Electrocutie going to call the jam. Herd is held scoreless and a single point put up by Northern Lights. A lot of 1s and 4s on that scoreboard. Northern Lights at 1-1-4. The Herd 1-4-1. $1-1-0-5 Barrel Roller jamming for the Herd. Up against number 5-10, Patty Nyar for Northern Lights.
The pack is really tight here as Barrel Roller's trying to find a lane. Almost escapes through that outside line. Does actually break the front of that pack because it does appear that she has been called lead jammer.
No pack is called, and we see Barrel heading to the penalty box on a forearm penalty. So I believe that Barrel had been assessed lead.
Yes, so we will lose that lead status, and Patty Nyar is going to keep trying to get through here to make that initial pass. Gouda and Boombox are really strong at holding Patty Nyar. They take a little quick breather for Banana Rama and Cyanide to pick up some of this action.
And they're just doing such good work on those lines. As soon as they get the jammer there, someone comes crashing out.
Barrel roller is able to rejoin now. The penalty is up. Having a little trouble on their feet. Some strong pushing, and Patty Narv will go to the penalty box for a track cut penalty. So let's see if Madison Hurd can pick up some extra points here. Looks like Snarly Parker causing some trouble there for Barrel Roller, but she does finally break through and picks up 4.
All right, so a 4-point jam for the Herd brings their score up to 145. 25 minutes, 35 seconds remain to play in this game.
And it looks like Get Bucky will start with a brief power start here. A quick 1-2 step at the jammer line. Weaves to the outside to pick up the lead jam status. And Patty Narr is eligible to re-enter. Get Bucky starts a little low, stands up tall. Inside and outside lines both being worked for any space to break through from Red Hot Toddy and Panic Attack. And they are successful.
Oh, Get Bucky taken down on the inside. Northern Lights defense trying to get up ahead. Will not be able to. That's 4 points for Bucky.
Patty Narr was hit out of bounds once more and had to recycle. Really struggling to get through an initial pass here. Close to another track cut. But we did have a blocker penalty here for a direction of gameplay. My mistake. We had direction on Panic Attack now in the box for Northern Lights.
Apparently they missed it too. All right, jam is called. 8 points total. I'm sorry, 12 points total for the Horde. The Herd. It's early. Hi, everybody. I'm Rich Mahogany. Thanks for joining us. The Herd now at 157 points. Northern Lights 114. We'll have a single blocker in the box for both of these teams to start Jam 5 of the second half. Seam Ripper, jammer of record for the Herd in blue, up against Batty Longlegs for Northern Lights in green.
Inside jam, lead jam status for Seam Ripper. But Batty is hot on her wheels. We've got a barrage of whistles here going on.
I believe right at the end of that jam, there was a second track cut penalty assessed to the Herd skater in the box. So that's going to be Gouda Riddance in the box, taking a full minute sit. Damn it, Janet jamming for the Herd up against Electrocutie for Northern Lights.
Electrocutie 277 in green. David Janet 29 in blue, trying to get through a tight pack.
Oh, and it's Electrocutie on the outside. Takes lead for Northern Lights.
Hammer Abbey tries to go for a last-minute block there, but Electrocutie was able to still stay on their feet.
Damn it, Janet completes the initial pass for the Herd and now eligible to score points. Radio Smacktive trying to take Electrocutie out on the outside. Electric Cutie will call the jam after picking up 4 points, holding the herd scoreless.
Lining up now where Northern Lights sit at 122. The herd sits at 159, where Barrel Roller will face off with Zabumafu. Barrel's trying to get low and really push from those hips to break through these Northern Lights blockers. Zabumafu getting no room from Bada Boombox. Barrel Roller with that lead jam status. And Zabumafu finally making her way through as well. A quick 4 for Barrel Roller.
Northern Lights will lose their blocker panic attack to the box on a direction of play penalty. Zabumafu through now, eligible 4 points for Northern Lights.
The herd already grabbing about 8. I think we're going to come around for one more. Zabumafu not getting much room still. Gouda making some space for Barrel Roller, who is bumped out of bounds and calls that jam off. Still picking up 3 more.
Northern Lights able to secure 1 point at the end of that pass for a total of 5 on the jam. 11 for the herd brings the score to the herd 170, Northern Lights 127. I'd like to remind folks that we do have shout-outs for sale over at the merchandise table, along with all of our amazing merch. Buy a shout-out, have us say something on the mic. Back to the action. We've got Batty Longlegs jamming for Northern Lights up against Get Bucky for the herd.
Hammer Abbey with a hard hit, but Batty is able to stay upright and in bounds and grab the lead jammer status.
Bucky at the front. Oh, taken down on the second straightaway. Will be a low block penalty on the Northern Lights skater.
We've got 2 jammers neck and neck approaching the pack, each taking a different approach. Bucky with the weaving in and out, and Longlegs with a hard, fast approach at the pack.
Oh!
Wow, what an amazing attempt to stay upright and in bounds by Batty, but it does have to recycle back behind Slyanide.
Very close there for Batty. Just only at the last moment falling down and getting one knee out of bounds, so did have to recycle back. Star pass for the herd will we'll see a call-off happening from Northern Lights. He got 8 points total. Star was passed over to Nat Splat for the herd.
Electro Cutie back to the line, facing off with Seam Ripper. Seam Ripper does gain that lead status by taking a nice shoulder-to-shoulder contact with Snarly Parker. And we have a jammer penalty and a power jam for the herd. Seam Ripper's been very successful during these times to pick up quite a few points. We do have a herd blocker also headed to the penalty box.
Bada Boombox with her first penalty of the game, a multiplayer block penalty.
The herd already picking up 8 so far in this power jam. Seam Ripper takes a quick turnaround when she approaches. Seems to be really successful to throw off the group of blockers. Which direction she's going to go in?
Oh, Electric Cutie coming in hot on the inside is taken down. Forced to recycle back into turn 1. Jam will be called. 0 points for Northern Lights.
Looks like 12 picked up during that power session for the herd. Looks like Damn It Janet and coming back up today. One more 29 on 29. Blue 29 finding some success with a lot of lateral footwork. Meanwhile, Zabumafu is not getting anywhere with Bubblicious.
Damn It Janet will break through first, takes lead for the herd about 20 seconds into this jam. Star is removed for Zabumafu. Whoa!
Whoa, amazing apex jump. Damn It Janet picking up 4 more.
Gonna see if DJ can do it again. Oh, is stopped this time.
Very close call, and getting some strong blocking from Panic Attack. Meanwhile, Zabumafu is finally through there and looking to come up for a few scoring. Janet with a fast approach through the pack. Excellent footwork and endurance. And Panic Attack back to the box once more.
Oh, lots of pack destruction calls happening here, both on Northern Lights blockers. Damn It Janet now, though, getting locked up. Solid
Hard
defense here from Buzzkill.
Yeah, hard hit from Buzzkill there, but she's able to stay upright and take the outside line. Northstar blockers very thin. Once again, Buzzkill with a good attempt, but Damn It Janet was able to avoid the hit, pick up another 4, and prevent Zabumafu from scoring too many. It looks like we had a 4 picked up for Northern Lights, but 20 for the herd on that last jam.
If I'm not mistaken, that is the biggest jam in the game we've seen yet at 20 points for the herd. Brings their score up over 200 at 206.
With Northern Lights at 139 and Batty Longlegs stepping up to this jammer line. Facing off with Barrel Roller. Hit quickly out of bounds at the head of the pack and does have to recycle behind Shelby Cobra.
Barrel Roller through up at the front of the pack. Northern Lights at full strength here as Batty Longlegs fighting away at the back of the pack. Does get through on the outside.
Looks like we've got some Batty fans in the house. Barrel has picked up 4. Batty's trying to get around Boombox and Gouda to pick up some points. Barrel with a good recovery there to pick up 4 more.
One blocker to beat at the front of the pack for Batty Longlegs. She does get through. It sounds like a forearm penalty assessed in the pack. Yeah, Gouda riddance for the herd.
Does look like Shelby Cobra is able to rejoin just in time. And both jammers have to recycle.
Jam is called. We'll see 4 points for the Northern Lights, 12 points for the herd. Brings the score to Northern Lights 143, herd 218. Just about 12 minutes remain to play in this game. Herd with a solid lead here, but certainly not insurmountable by Northern Lights. Electrocutie taking to the line for the Northern Lights in green, up against Black Magic for the herd in blue.
And Gouda Ridden starting this in the penalty box, but Black Magic able to break that streak of some bad luck Oh, I spoke too soon. And they are back to the box for a forearm penalty, leaving Electrocutie to attempt a power jam here. There will be no lead as Black Magic had grabbed the lead status initially, I believe.
Yeah, great opportunity here for Northern Lights.
It's going to depend on Guda's ability to really get past.
Black Magic back on the track. Electrocutie down on the inside, in control of the jam, so will call it off. 5 points total for Northern Lights. That jam managing to hold the herd scoreless. Solid jam for them as we line up for jam number 13 of the second half.
Seam Ripper and Zabumafu. Both jammers with a quick takeoff. Seam Ripper insistent on keeping those skates moving. Zabumafu tries to do that tiptoe move, but is hit out of bounds and does have to recycle. And Seam Ripper with a quick jump. It is called for a track cut, however. The herd blockers will do their best to keep Zabumafu from making that initial pass. Banana, Ramya, and Boombox holding a strong spot. Does look like Zabumafu does get a little assistance and is able to take an inside line. Picks up a lead status. Seam Ripper coming in fast and hard to try to make another initial pass after that penalty.
Seam Ripper with one to beat up at the front of the pack. That is Aerial Assault. Aerial holding on as long as she can, but Seam Ripper will get through. That completes the initial pass for the herd. Zabumafu says, no thank you. I will keep all of these points for myself. Thank you very much. Can be 0 for the herd, 4 points for Northern Lights. Just shy of 8 minutes remain to play in this game.
It looks like number 5'8", Saltine, is going to step up to this jammer line against Dammit Janet.
Ooh, forearm penalty assist to Saltine. Jammer for the Northern Lights. Going to give a power jam to Dammit Janet.
Dammit Janet's just got to get past Snackbite there. And Red Hot Toddy now. It's the last barrier and is able to break through.
In comes the offense for the herd. Well resisted, though, by the Northern Lights. They're able to reform back up at the front of the pack.
Good eye for Janet, knowing she steps out of bounds and recycles properly.
Well, Sarah, we are seeing a lot of forearm penalties being assessed in this game so far. Watch your penalty sticks, friends.
Tuck those elbows in. Dammit Janet on the approach. Banana Raymond trying to help her get past Saltine. Saltine does try to go for that jammer on jammer contact, but Janet is just a little too fast for her. Dammit Janet with a quick spin and 4 more.
Penalty box is empty. Both teams at full strength as Dammit Janet comes around for another scoring pass. Oh, taken down on the outside. Oh, a jammer run back. Or not. Looks like Saltine did not have position on Dammit Janet to draw that penalty. Two points picked up by Northern Lights at the end of that jam. The Herd picks up a total of 12. And I believe Northern Lights have called for a team timeout. Gives us an opportunity to tell you all a little bit about the upcoming Roller Derby World Cup. Several of MRD's skaters will be traveling to Innsbruck, Austria for the 2025 Roller Derby World Cup, July 3rd through the 6th. Amperslam, Karma Suture, Hello Sailor, and Hawaii KO are looking for your support as they prepare to compete with their nations and borderless teams against others from around the world. Visit their booth in venue by the merchandise table for more information on how you can support them. So while the period clock is starting to wane here in this first game of Udder Chaos, we do have another game coming right after this, slated to start at 11 a.m. Central with MRD's Team Unicorn taking on Minnesota's Windchill. But first, we've got more action here at the end of this game. Jam 15 of the second half. We'll see Electric Cutie jamming for Northern Lights in green up against Dammit Janet for the Herd in blue.
Dammit Janet unfortunately starting in the penalty box. So let's see if Electric Cutie can capitalize on this time. Does sneak past Boombox on the inside and picks that lead jam up. Does look like that penalty box has been cleared.
Oh, Dammit Janet looking to get some room on the inside. Gouda Riddens tries to open up the door.
Does look like Snackbite does pick up another out of play block. Trying to stop Janet from that pack approach, but is called and has to go back to the box. Janet really close to the line there for that first pass, but has made it through. And Electric Cutie calls it off. No points for the Herd, and looks like a 3 for Northern Lights on that pass.
Let's see, Northern Lights will start this next jam with a single blocker in the box, so it will be a 4-3 pack advantage for the Herd. As we line up for jam number 16, Barrel Roller, jammer of record for the Herd, up against Partinar for Northern Lights.
Again, the Herd blockers doing a phenomenal job using their tripods to push blockers around and stop Patty Gnarl from getting through.
Barrel Roller just barreling through the pack, will not be stopped, gets through for 4 points.
Does look like we have a successful star pass for Northstar. And Snackbite will pick that up and become the jammer there. Barrel Roller hot on the heels. Zooms over from the inside to the outside, calls that off, and does pick up 1 each for a total of 9 from the Herd. Coming into Jam 16, Northern Lights will be at 158. The Herd at 242, and Get Bucky and Batty Longlegs facing off. The pack starts a little high.
Oh, looks like
Bucky
Batty
and Batty are
Longlegs.
close, but yep, Batty does pick it up.
Beautiful job finding the way through the pack there by Batty. Get Bucky also fighting her way through the pack, eligible to score points for the herd.
Batty's height gives her a little advantage to be able to see some of those holes. Oh, nice attempt from Banana Ramia to stop Batty.
Banana Ramia trying valiantly to push Batty Longlegs out, but will not get that that recycle.
Aerial assault again with some strong blocking there on Get Bucky as well. And Batty Longlegs does call that one off.
1 point picked up in that last pass for Northern Lights. Brings their score up to 163. The herd at 246. 2 minutes remain on the period clock to play. This could well be our final jam, friends. If I had to guess, I would call it the penultimate jam, though.
It could be cool if it would be penalty-free, though. I mean, I know there's only 2 minutes left, but it could be devastating.
Electrocutie, jammer of record for Northern Lights, fighting her way through at the back of the pack. Seam Ripper
with those toe stops. The best tiptoer out there, all day. Electrocutie, unfortunately, hit out of bounds and has to recycle pretty far back to the back of the pack here. The herd doing everything they can to let Seam Ripper runs up a few more points here. Seam Ripper's turnarounds and transitions really serve her well. Picks up 4 more here.
Seam Ripper coming in hot. Oh, tries to go through that same inside lane, but runs into a wall of green.
That was Face Melter with a strong hold on the inside line. Seam Ripper does finally get through past Panic Attack. And we have a successful Star Pass once more. And with Face Melter picking that up just as we call that jam off. And it does appear that Green is going to ask for their official review, which they retained at the last.
So Northern Lights was able to win their official review that they used in the first half. So I am extra interested to see what they are going to bring in this time. Clock is stopped at 36 seconds remaining to play. For those unfamiliar with the rules of roller derby, we will be respecting the jam clock rather than the period clock. Once the period clock expires, we're going to keep it going until either the jam clock ends or the jam is called. Another shout out to our officials here today. We've got several folks celebrating some big milestones. First, I want to celebrate Exposure Scarapy. First tournament ever. Thank you for joining us here, making Udder Chaos your first.
Does look like the officials are now reviewing together after they've heard from Northern Lights.
Special shout out to Holiday Inn Express and Suites. Enjoy award-winning hospitality at Holiday Inn Express and Suites Madison Central, just steps away from the Alliant Energy Center. Guests love the complimentary 3-mile shuttle, indoor saltwater pool, 24-hour fitness center, free parking, and breakfast. Thank you to Holiday Inn and Express Suites Madison Central for your outstanding partnership.
Wish I had known about that saltwater pool. I would have booked a room for last night, and then I wouldn't have drove so far this morning.
intense discussion happening on the inside here. Officials still working out the ins and outs of what was seen and versus what is being claimed by Northern Lights. Nothing else indicative that they've asked for something good, something juicy. We will bring you all the hot goss once the deets have been spilled. But until then, we can only sit and speculate wildly and encourage you to go and check out the merchandise table just behind Turn 3. Not only do the Madison Roller Derby organization have a whole bunch of fun T-shirts, you can have the 2024 Udder Chaos shirt for $10, 2023 shirt for $5, retro shirts here for $25, other shirts for $25. So many shirts, so much apparel.
Does look like they've got a nice selection of tie-dye if that's your thing. I think that's coming back around and around and around.
All right, our officials have reached a decision. All right. All right, so there's definitely something happening here for Northern Lights. We're seeing Seam Ripper being sent to the penalty box. Looks like a low block penalty was assessed. But we will wait for all of the official details from Fury.
So that is confirmed that Seam Ripper is being assessed a low block penalty for that second to last pass, last jam. And with that, Batty Longlegs will start this jam with the power jam. Really fighting through. Makes it past Gouda.
Zabumafu in control of what will likely be the final jam of this game.
A quick slip on the inside to pick up 4, but Seam Ripper is now in and on the hunt. Gouda gives her a little assistance. Shelby Cobra and Boombox not making any space for Batty to get through.
Batty now up at the front.
Seam Ripper through that initial pass. Once again, using those strong toe stops. Meanwhile, Batty is still struggling.
Whoa. Jammers coming in hot as the jam is called. With that, the game is at its conclusion. The unofficial final score, Northern Lights 167, the Herd 261. We will wait for final confirmation of our officials. All right, 3 extra points added to the total of the Northern Lights.
That's going to bring them up to 170.
A hard-fought game for both of these teams, and there we have it, friends. The final score, Northern Lights 170, your victors of the first game of Udder Chaos 2025 with 261 points. The Herd!
Fans and friends to the line, if you'd like to give some high fives for our opponents today. We will have a short break before our next set of opponents at 11. That is the Madison Roller Derby Team Unicorn versus the Minnesota Roller Derby Windchill, coming up next at 11 a.m.
104, the Derber Baby. Number 1313, Zuma Thurman. Number 16, Lana Del Rage. Number 2, By Chemical Romance. Number 215, Booty Collins. Number 24, Ditch Witch. Number 3113, Smackery Binks. Number 404, Fury. Number 427, Shelby Cobra. Number 56, Scary Fisher. Number 561, Dex. Number 73, Ash Kicker. Number 74, Killdozer. And number 89, Skulls Be Crackin'.
And it looks like we have Whiplash and Valkyrie lining up. The unicorns in purple and the Windchill in white.
And Jam 1 has started.
Quick lead, but a track cut actually. This puts Whiplash on the lead with a power jam. So the unicorn starting off strong with their first power jam in Jam 1.
Power Jam.
And she's now headed to the box for a track cut, which means now Valkyrie will have a chance to take the track and make her initial pass. Valkyrie has made that initial pass with ease and approaches once more. Tries to go for a quick transition on the inside, steps outside and has to recycle.
Whiplash back on the track with no lead jammer. This will go the full 2 minutes.
Valkyrie secures 4 points. And both jammers approach the pack, coming from different sides. Whiplash with a good toe stop work through there. Both kind of neck and neck. Got some strong whistles this bout.
Big 8-8 jam leading up, starting this bout on this lovely Saturday in Madison. Our officials for this bout are Cleus Macchia Jones, Mimi First, No Ship Sherlock, What You Talking About Willis, Dungeon Smasher, Agru, Shonic the Hedgehog, Valkyrie, Oxford Coma, Two for Flinchin, Exposure Scarapy, Illinois, David Feckham, Eddie Lizard, Lou Bird, Havoc, Mechanics, Mistress of Evil, and Panic at the Lolo.
Lana Del Rage and Slamburger Patty here jamming. Lana comes out with the lead. The Slamburger takes a gentle approach. Lana steps to the side to call that off and grab 3.
Quick hit it and quit it for Jam 2. 3 points for Team Unicorn.
Stepping up Zuma Thurman and Shark as attack. Zuma uses Shark as attack. Shark as attack uses Zuma's stopped energy to sneak around the outside and grab lead. Zuma's finally through that pack. Shark as attack picks up a quick 4 and calls that off.
And Windchill picking up 4 points. That's a lead change. Here's the official lead change horn.
Captain Cordelia for Windchill. We flash back to the jammer line for the Unicorns. Cordelia again with a quick lead for the Whiplash.
Looks like Captain Cordelia and the Windchill pick up 3 points, solidifying their lead.
Back with Lana Del Rey and Valkyrie. Valkyrie taking a distanced approach to the pack. Lana coming in tight on the jammer line and has to recycle. Oh, the outside lane opens right up for Lana. Meanwhile, Valkyrie is still trying to make that initial pass through. Valkyrie threw the pack on that initial pass. Lana is working on recycling back in and called that off before Valkyrie can grab any points.
All right, looks like that is Zuma Thurman out there jamming for Team Unicorn, picking up lead jammer status. Jamming for the Windchill is Slamburger Patty.
Looks like we've got a 1 minute jammer penalty here on Slamburger Patty. Let's see how Zuma Thurman does here on a 1 minute power jam. Team Unicorns managed to pick up 8 so far. She attempts to go for a jump there on the inside line around the line of Windchill blockers and does fall out of bounds, has to recycle back. She's going to come for the quick running start again. After a little tumble from Captain Painway, another 4 for Zuma.
Big jam so far for Team Unicorn.
Zuma realizes she has stepped out of bounds, has to go and recycle once more. A little bit of strong blocking goes a long way. Sneaks right past on the outside to pick up that 4 that she was looking for. Jam Sandwich is trying to get some room here for her jammer.
And Team Unicorn more than doubling their score. This is another lead change.
Shark as attack for Windchill in white and We Flash in purple for the Unicorn. And Shark has attack once more, quick through and up for lead, this time without penalty. Weeplash is through on the initial pass, taking a little breezy stroll back toward the pack.
Shark has attack, calling off the jam. Picking up 4 roller derby points.
Captain Cordelia and Lana Del Rage back once more. On their last trip, Captain Cordelia picked up lead, and same for this trip. They're hoping to pick up more than 3 points this time. We do have a successful Unicorn Star Pass.
That's a star pass to Booty Collins.
Captain Cordelia with the strategy, calling that off before Booty Collins can get any points.
First star pass of the bout. So far, Team Unicorn fielding a 3 jammer rotation. Minnesota Windchill fielding a 4 jammer rotation so far.
Valkyrie and Zuma Thurman facing off. Zuma with another lead. Valkyrie gets through the inside and then the outside. Go ahead and pick up those points. Zuma gets frustrated and unable to make it through and calls that one off. It is Weeplash once more. Lined up just behind Slamburger Patty this time. Both taking a more distanced approach to the jammer line.
And it is Weeplash taking lead jammer status.
A small stumble step there helps Weeplash get a little lower as she approaches the pack. She uses that height and those leaps to her advantage. And Minnesota with picking up 4 points there for Slamburger Patty.
Flash calling off the jam.
A beautiful little tiptoe twirl there to pick up those last 4 points. Lana Del Rage and Shark as attack. Lana's glittery skirt looking for an opening. Meanwhile, Shark as attack takes those quick attacks right up to the pack. Looks like we're about to get a destruction. Oh. Got it clean. And Shark as attack is the lead jammer. Shark as attack, taking some hits from the pack. Lana Del Rage is now through as well. And Shark calls that one off. Windchill picks up 4, Unicorn picks up none on that one, and somebody picked up a toe stop. Hope we find who that belongs to. The Unicorns quick to check their lineup, so they are eligible to skate. Captain Cordelia with the lead jammer status. And the Windchill pivot headed to the penalty box. Looks like Zuma Thurman's with a slow approach here.
Captain Cordelia heading to the penalty box.
Zuma picking up 4 so far. See if she can get through some of these blockers. She's bumped slightly out of bounds, bounced back in by her teammates, and grabs 4 more. It does look like more of these Windchill blockers are going to be joining the pack, though, making it a little more challenging for Zuma. Zuma with a little quick jump and step. Captain Cordelia on the approach as well. Getting a little help to hold off Zuma Thurman first. Unicorn blocker while he's strong, and Zuma makes a pass around. Captain Cordelia finally able to get through, picking up their 4 points. Zuma Thurman's really trucking through with 16 points accumulated thus far, and calls that jam off.
Another huge jam for Team Unicorn.
16 on that last one, but 19 is still Zuma's high thus far. So you make that 18. We flash back at it again with Valkyrie. This time Valkyrie with the lead. But Weep is not waiting. She's coming up hot and heavy behind her. Does look like Valkyrie's able to pick up 3. So Minnesota Roller Derby Windchill in white here is at 46. Team Unicorn in purple here is at 60.
That's right, there's a 14-point deficit, which could easily be made up in one jam, so it's still a very close game.
Slamburger Patty grabbing their first lead. Quick hit it and quit it to grab 4. Shark as attack and Weeplash. Weeplash once again using her height to see over the pack and see where those openings are to be able to tiptoe through. Shark as attack working hard on those Unicorn blockers, still being held up. Looks like they are going to benefit from a multiplayer block penalty assessed to the Unicorns. On skater 7-4 Killdozer. Captain Cordelia and Lana Del Rage back at the jam line once more. Captain Cordelia with another lead. Lana sparkles through the pack. Cordelia through with 4 and blocking Lana from picking up any points on that gym.
Jam 17 underway. We have Valkyrie and Zuma Thurman facing off.
It does look like Zuma Thurman is headed to the box for a track cut penalty. That means we will see Valkyrie on a power jam. In order to get through these unicorn blockers, it gets a little boost of offense from her teammates. Seven Gently Sins making some contact to hold off unicorn blockers from stopping Valkyrie, picking up 4 more. And the Windchill will get another blocker back in from the penalty box. Valkyrie once more, picking up 12 so far on this jam. And Zuma through the initial, coming out of the penalty box, looking to hunt for some points here. And Valkyrie picked 16 there.
And that's a lead change.
We are now at Minnesota Roller Derby Windchill 74, Team Unicorn 68, thanks to that 16-point power jam.
That Windchill.
Unicorns have magic powers, though, right? They can breeze past that. Let's see if Whiplash can do it. Oh, that was close competition, but Slamburger Patty does grab it. Jammer, contact. My favorite. Does look like Whiplash is going to go to the box for that and put Minnesota on another power jam. Does look like a forearm penalty that was assessed there. Unicorn blocker 404 Fury trying to stop that Slamburger Patty from proceeding. Slamburger Patty also takes the charge at the Derby. They are pushing hard. She's got to find another way through here.
Fancy footwork on the inside. Whiplash picking up 4 roller derby points.
Looks like Binks with some strong defense there. However, we do have a shout out to Binks. Skulls would like Binks to know you suck. Just kidding, you're hot. Backlash Shark as attack. And Lana Del Rage. Shark leaving Ditch Witch in the ditch there as she made her way through the pack. Great big call off, picking up 1 point for Shark as attack, but holding the Unicorns. Captain Cordelia, Zuma Thurman, both hungry for lead status. They both enjoyed lead multiple times so far. Cordelia taking advantage of those down skaters. Does look like Zuma Thurman does make their way through. Cordelia through the pack, grabs a quick 4 and is done. Looks like we have a timeout from the Team Unicorn.
If you're here in venue, you can get last year's patches for $2 for, is that right? $2 for 5 of them?
$2 for 5.
Wow. Let's just say that is a good value. If you want to get a 2024 Udder Chaos shirt, that's $10, just $10. If you want to get a 2023 Udder Chaos shirt, it's $5. What a value. Head on over to the merch table.
While you're there, you can pick up one of those shout-outs that was just announced. Shout-outs start at a $1 donation. However, Madison Roller Derby will always take more dollars for your donation.
Ian's Pizza is a proud sponsor of Madison Roller Derby. Ian's Pizza has 2 downtown locations, 100 State Street next to the Capitol and 319 North Francis near the Kohl Center. Both locations are open late. Ian's Pizza has a 3rd Madison location at the historic Garver Feed Mill on Madison's east side. For more information, visit ianspizza.com.
As we come back from this timeout, we are at Minnesota Windchill with 91, Team Unicorn with 72, and Whiplash with a quick pull for lead jammer. Valkyrie is hot on the heels. It looks like we should have some skaters to the box for a multiplayer block. And we will call that off with 4 and 4 scored. Slamberger and Lana Del Rage back at it again. This time with Lana Del Rage on the lead. Her sparkly skirt bringing her around. Lana comes to a hard stop there from the Windchill blocker.
All right, lining up for Jam 23 has just begun. Shark has attack from Minnesota. Zuma Thurman from Madison.
Shark has attack with the lead there as Zuma has a couple tumbles. Xbox Bree 60. Shark has attack, makes it through. Zuma Thurman is coming in tight on her heels. Shelby Cobra with some strong defense on the Unicorns. An Ash kicker. And a nice push out of bounds to Shark as attack. Shark is looking to try to nudge her way through. We've got a forearm penalty once more for a Windchill blocker there. Zuma through and picks up 4. It's a very strongly tight pack there.
That's right. Shark has attack, encounters that wall of purple, says no thanks, calls off jam.
That jam does bring Minnesota over 100s. We are now at 107. Team Unicorn at 84. Flash has to navigate through some down skaters, but does come out with the lead there. Xbox 360 is going to come back in, try to help Minnesota hold off Flash. They are no match. Picks up a quick 4 points with those tippy toes. Captain Cordelia with the helmet cover strategy. Does not make a pass, but does try to give the impression that they will. Cordelia stands up hard to Scary Fisher. Flash through the pack. Cordelia through the pack. These jammers are slowing down. Got failure to reform penalties. Loading up the penalty box here. Got to get a little bit cleaner on all these jams.
Flash calling off the jam, the final jam of first half. Minnesota Roller Derby Windchill at 111. Team Unicorn at 98. We will see you in just under 10 minutes for the second half of this bout.
Intermission. Allowing some time for our skaters and officials to get ready and into place. Taking a look at the penalties here. Does look like we have a couple skaters with 3, but nobody exceeding 3 just yet. Quite a few forearm penalties. Everybody better keep their elbows tucked in tight. As we kick off, we will see Minnesota Roller Derby Windchill with 111 and Team Unicorn with 98. Keep a close ear out for the change in lead horn as this game is getting close.
And they're off, and that's Valkyrie. Some confusion.
Confusion from the officials. Valkyrie appeared to be headed to the penalty. Flash is on their heels. Flash is able to tiptoe through the pack. Come on out. And it does look like now Valkyrie is headed to the penalty box. Appears to be on a forearm penalty, as we were just saying.
Through the inside, Flash picks up 4 more roller derby points.
Blockers for Minnesota looking real thin. They do gain Grand Mar back from the penalty box. So hopefully help them hold off Flash. Valkyrie is back out of the penalty box though.
Flash cycled way back by Grand Mar.
Valkyrie makes it past Scary Fisher and picks up 4. We do have a direction of play penalty.
And with that, the jam comes to its natural conclusion. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh, that's okay. It will be assessed on the Windchill jammer, so it does look like the Unicorns will get to start on a power jam. Lana Del Rey is going to try to pick up quite a few points here. Lana Del Rey does tiptoe out of bounds and heads to the box for a track cut.
Valkyrie, having started the jam in the penalty box, is now released into the wild. Valkyrie takes lead jammer status. Valkyrie takes, I don't know how to pronounce that.
Valkyrie makes easy work of that pack on the inside line. Smackery Binks just let them go right through. Looks like a little one-leg twirl pass through there to pick up 4. And Lana Del Rey just back through on that initial pass after the penalty. Windchill picking up 12 there. Unicorns picking up 0. But don't worry, the Unicorns are just one strong power jam away from a lead change.
That's right. It looks like in the second half, at least so far, both teams are sticking with their original jammer rotations. Zuma Thurman skating for Team Unicorn in this jam. Slamburger Patty skating for Minnesota.
Ash Kicker is giving Slamburger Patty a hard push and shove time through this pack. Slamburger tries to get past Booty Collins as well and is hit out of bounds. Slamburger does have to head to the penalty box for a track cut. So here comes this power jam opportunity. See if Zuma can capitalize on it.
Zuma Thurman having picked up 18 and 19-point jams in the first half. See what she does with this opportunity.
Justin Sider and Grand Mar are tough to get past. Slamburger Patty back in play and through the pack. And Minnesota is down to 2 blockers on some penalties here. So Slamburger's not going to get a lot of help. Phoenix and 7 Gently Sins are going to do their best to provide some offense. But with Zuma Thurman coming up hot, pulling some points and calling that off, they close the gap. Picking up 12 there for the Unicorns and only 3 for Windchill. Puts us at 136 for Windchill and 125 for Team Unicorn. Weeplash showing us why her height is such an advantage, as she can see all those sticky little holes through the pack. Shark, as attacked, is now made their initial pass. Getting some help from Grand Mar to approach, but a hit it and quit it approach gives Team Unicorn 4 more. With the lead there. Lana's still trying to get those sparkles through the pack and does. Cordelia approaches with a quick hip check and they try to get around this corn blockers. They do try to call that off. They pick up 4, but they do not stop Lana from picking up 2 as well. Excellent offense provided for Zuma Thurman to charge through the inside line of the pack. Valkyrie is through their initial pass as well and on the hunt. Zuma is hit out of bounds and has to recycle toward the back. Each jammer does pick up 4. And Zuma calls that off as it's a wash before anybody can pull ahead.
Slamburger Patty and White for Minnesota. And the jammer of record for Team Unicorn is Whiplash, who has just picked up lead jammer status.
And another forearm penalty assessed here for Grand Mar and Windchill. Wee picks up 4. Windchill picks up none. Now only 6 points between that little horn. And Shark as attack. That was such a close jammer race through that pack. Shark as attack does pull a lead. And is going to get Jam Sandwich back in to assist with some blocking. Lana does pick up 4 points on him, though. So a 4-4 wash on that one.
All right, that is Zuma Thurman and Captain Cordelia.
Grand Mar returning back to the pack. And Zuma going to the penalty box for a track cut. That does mean that Cordelia will pick up a lead and power jam here. Gary Fisher and Ditch Witch are going to have to work hard. But Cordelia does make quick work of it, picking up 4. The Unicorns getting Ash Kicker back here to build a stronger blocker wall that Cordelia promptly breaks for another 4.
Captain Cordelia calling off the jam after picking up 8 unanswered roller derby points. 11 roller derby points, I mean.
Fan favorite Wee Flash at the jammer line. Valkyrie being recycled there by Shelby Cobra. Loud cheers for Wee as she grabs that lead status.
Whiplash calling off the jam. Whiplash, originally from Switzerland, is decidedly not neutral in this case.
Lots of cheers there for Slamburger Patty making their way through as a lead. Coming in low on the approach. Lana Del Rage glittering behind her. Slamburger keeps those hands low to avoid a forearm penalty and calls off the jam, picking up 4. Unicorns pick up 0. 4-3. 3. Little show of respect among the jammers there at the jammer line as they start out. And then Shark as attack takes a quick movement to get themselves in position. Proves to be ineffective as Zuma Thurman springs out for lead jammer. Shark it recycled back further as Zuma approaches for a pass. It does look like we have a forearm penalty assessed here again.
We have a star pass to Booty Collins. This is Booty Collins' second star pass in this contest.
Captain Painway with a nice hit out of bounds to recycle the Unicorn Jammer. Shark as attack decides to retain their star as their pivot is in the box. Booty Collins breaking through shenanigans there to pick up 4 more. Shark as attack with 4 behind them. Little jammer on jammer blocking there. Shark gets pinballed through that pack. Booty Collins using as much energy as they can to wiggle through the inside and outside areas of this tripod.
Shark as attack picking up 4 more points just as the jam comes to its natural conclusion.
Official timeout while we configure the scores. Looks like our scores are confirmed and our officials are ready to resume.
All right, Whiplash taking lead jammer status for Team Unicorn. Jamming for Minnesota is Captain Cordelia.
Captain Cordelia tried to go in with a hard approach and then a quick approach. Did eventually make it through, but now without a stumble-tumble. And Wee calls that one off. Lana Del Rage and Valkyrie with only a 10-point difference here at the line. Lana in purple, Valkyrie in white. Both looking for a lane, and Valkyrie comes out with the lead jammer. Lana is giving no quit to this and does emerge on the initial pass, coming with some speed. Windchill calls that one off, picking up 4 and blocking Corns from picking up any. Looks like we're going to have a timeout for Team Unicorn in purple. Madison Roller Derby is partnering with G-Safe, an organization that supports LGBTQ+ youth throughout Wisconsin as they grow into thriving, healthy adults. G-Safe creates just schools for LGBTQ+ youth in Wisconsin by developing the leadership of LGBTQ+ youth, supporting gender and sexuality alliances, training educators, advancing educational justice, and deepening racial, gender, trans, and social justice. If you would like to support G-Safe in their mission to create safer schools for youth in Wisconsin, you can donate and speak to G-Safe volunteers about their work here at the tournament. You can also find them on social media at G-Safe on Instagram and at G-Safe Wisconsin on Facebook, or at their website, gsafewi.org.
And we have a new face gracing the jammer line. That is Fury. Skating for Team Unicorn. Skating against Slamburger Patty. It is Slamburger Patty taking lead jam.
Fury 404 is coming in hot and ready, though. Hit the pack with speed and did pick up 2 points. Perhaps that's what the Unicorns needed to close that lead, is to get some fresh jammer legs out there.
Jam 16, we have Shark as attack for Minnesota, skating against Whiplash. It is Whiplash. Actually, Whiplash, forearm penalty, heading to the penalty box. This is a power jam in favor of Minnesota. Power jam.
Power jam for Shark as attack with a nice slick slide through the outside. Both sets of blockers are bracing for the next pass. With Shenanigans taking a penalty for forearm on that last block. Forearms all over the place here. Does look like Windchill picked up 10 there. Unicorns picking up none. Lana Del Rage and Captain Corday with some friendly fire as they approach the jammer line at first. Corday takes advantage of that pack being tied up and grabs a lead jammer. a 0-0 strategy on that jam. Oh, wait, I'm seeing a 1. Windchill did pick up, Cordelia did pick up 1 there. And Windchill will request an official review. We will gather our captains to discuss this with the officials.
While we are having this official review, this is a note for all skaters. All skaters in the building, please, if you are going to clean your gear, do it outside. And please avoid using sprays inside due to prevent allergic reactions. Thank you. Please clean your gear outside. Thank you.
It looks like that official review was a scoring review, and White will be awarded 2 points. So the Windchill will be at 190, Team Unicorn at 163, just under 8 minutes remaining.
All right, play resumes, and we have Zuma Thurman taking lead jammer status for Team Unicorn.
Valkyrie was close neck and neck, hip to hip, but Zuma did pull out ahead. Valkyrie is asking for some support from the teammates to try to pull ahead here and score some points. Jammer close. Zuma does get to take advantage of some tumbles there on the inside line and picks up 4 points. Valkyrie does have to recycle back into play and try to broach this Unicorn blocker line once more. We do have a Unicorn penalty. And Zuma calling off that jam.
I guess if Minnesota wins this one, we have to call it Duck, Duck, Gray Duck.
We makes that clean lead with Slamburger Patty right behind her. Slamburger tries to take the fast approach. Does not appear to have been able to pick up any points on that one, though. Unicorns jump ahead by 1 more. Or jump up by 1 more. Lana Del Rage, Shark as attack. Both in close proximity. But the Sparkles do pull ahead. And Shark as attack is left chasing those sequins. Shark as attack almost with a really cool twirl through there. Picks up 3.
with just over 4 minutes, Jam 21 commences. Captain Cordelia skating for Minnesota. Fury skating for Team Unicorn.
And Fury definitely looks furious through that pack, pulling out lead jam status.
Whoa.
Fury with a huge apex jump. And calls that off. That is a successful apex jump and is not a cut. Oh, Flash trying to make a run for that lead, but Valkyrie does take that this time. Looks like both skiers are going to approach this pack in close proximity. The pack is moving and grooving. Outside pack refs really are struggling to keep up with the entire pack. It was wild.
Stick around after this. We have a whole day of roller derby for you. Next, we have Chicago Style A versus the Northstar Northern Lights.
Lana Del Rage does have to recycle pretty far back after a short tumble out of bounds. Does seem like both jammers are still caught in that pack. I hear a forearm call. Does look like perhaps Unicorn will be on a power jib. Let's see if Lana Del Rage can make some points off this power jib. Xbox 360 with a nice hit out of bounds. Forces her pretty far back. We do have a successful star pass.
That is Booty Collins' third star pass reception of this bout.
Slamburger Patty is back in action. Booty Collins does pick up 4. Oh, Lana with some heavy defense there, trying to stop Slamburger from proceeding all the way through this pack. Joined by Killdozer. Slamburger is frustrated. By Chemical Romance as well joins that mix. Booty Collins does get through for 4 more. They are trying to close this gap. A nice 8 points there for Team Unicorn.
Team Unicorn calls for a timeout. That will give us one more jam in this contest.
as the team timeout comes to an end, we will have an official timeout just to clarify some scorekeeping. Also with a short dance break. Fury giving us the business over there. Let's hear it for Derby. And as our period clock winds down very closely, we will go with the jam clock now. Shark as attack with the lead jammer status. Fury's still trying to make some headway through this pack. Shark as attack will call that up, and that will end us with an unofficial score of 197. Windchill 185. Team Unicorn. Once again, fans and friends, if you would like to high five or shake your hands of your favorite skater, please line up on the track.
And that is the official score. Give it up for both teams. Stick around. We have more roller derby coming up at 1 o'clock. So stick around. Hello. We are fast approaching our bout 3 of the day. We have Chicago Style versus the Northstar Northern Lights. Chicago Style is Squid Pro Quo, Chi-Town Choker, Foxanne, Speedskate, Beat'em, Tender Hooligan, Tokyo Drift, Asymptote, Mood Swings, Crash Nova, Stoner, Doom Honey, Kitty Magic, Penergy, Peggy Kill, Rebel Fury, Susie Sharknado, Justice Dispenser, Cruisin' for a Bruisin', Chrissy Crossbones, and Alita.
And I am Mr. Ragers, and we've got Northstar Roller Derby, the white team. And skating for Northstar, we have Baller, Sankbite, El Dente, Face Melter, Daryl B. Blood, that's great, Blue Barracuda, Slim Sadie, Snarly Parker, Panic Attack, Electro Cutie, Zaboomafu, Aerial Assault, Rude Barb, Shakerella, Patty Nar, Sailor Doom, Batty Longlegs, Bzzkill, and Rift Track.
And
give it up for Northstar.
And our officials for this bout are Eggs Benedict, Mortricia, Aaron Burr, Aces, Loki, Meet You in the Middle, Semantics, Red, Scary Fisher, Stompador, Cleo Smacka Jones, Class Warfarin, the Goram Reaver, Autocorrect, Panic at the Lolo, Bronzy Locks, Dr. Brew, Slay Station 2, and Dark Matter.
All right, and we are at Derby. We've got number 00 jamming for Chicago Style. That's Squid Pro Quo. And we've got number 011 Baller for Northern Lights.
Squid Pro Quo, Clarice.
Boo. All right, this is a... There we go. Cool. Squid Pro Quo out of the pack. Picking up lead jammer for Chicago. Oh, and looks like we have a... Is that a Star Pass? That is not a Star Pass. That was a Star Stash for Northern Lights. And looks like Squid Pro Quo calls off the jam, picking up 3 points for Chicago. And I don't think any... Is that correct? Is it 3-0? Lining up right now, we've got Number 277, Electro Cutie for Northern Lights. And number 1, Chi-Town Terror for Chicago Style. And looks like Chi-Town picks up lead jammer status. And we got 4 points for Chicago. We got another 4 points for Chicago.
Chicago Style picking up fast points.
Oh, and we have a star pass to the pivot for Northern Lights. Chicago's defense very clearly too strong. Number 1066, William the Conqueror type bit, snack bite. It's a good number. Sank bite, excuse me. We got number 510. Who's 510? 510, Patty Narr for Northern Lights. And number 425, Doom Honey for Chicago. Currently Chicago at 12, Northern Lights at 0. Oh, very good inside footwork from Chicago.
Yep, it is Doom Honey taking lead jammer status.
Chicago's pack parts to let Doom Honey through and then immediately closes ranks. Northstar's jammer getting cycled back repeatedly. Chicago, very good defense, very good offense right now. And Chicago's jammer gets through again, picking up another 4 points. They are sweeping right now. And it's another 4 for Chicago.
Doom Honey meeting some resistance. Around the
Yep.
outside, picking up 4 more roller derby points.
And they have been doing very well this jam. And Northstar's defense forming a wall, but Doom Honey breaks through. They have picked up another 4 points. It's a very strong jam for Chicago.
We've got a star pass for Northern Lights. That is a star pass to number 20, Slim Sadie.
And that was a 20-point jam for Chicago Style.
Big, huge Jardinera-covered jam.
Surprised I haven't seen anyone named Lower Whacker Drive. All right, we've got number 19 for Chicago. That's Tokyo Drift. And we've got number 011, Baller for Northern Lights. And Tokyo Drift squeaks through the pack, picking up lead for Chicago. Northern Lights is hot on her heels.
And we have the Northern Lights calling in for a timeout. We have a shout out. Go officials. Love Gix. If you have a shout out you want, go to the merch table. I believe it's $1, but we'll take any amount of money that's over $1.
Yeah. Shout out your friends, shout out your enemies, Shout out your friends' enemies and your enemies' friends.
And your frenemies.
Yeah.
Do you prefer ketchup on your hot dog? Shout that out.
Yeah. To your frenemies specifically. While we are in timeout, big shout out to testing. Okay, good. Big shout out to our mutual aid fund. Madison Roller Derby's interleague travel teams, the Herd and the Dairland Dolls, consist of 35 to 40 skaters and 2 to 5 coaches who travel nationally to compete for rankings representing Wisconsin. The mutual aid fund provides financial assistance to skaters and coaches facing financial barriers. Visit the booth in the venue or madisonrollerderby.org/mutual aid for more info to donate.
And lining up on the Jammer line, we have Electro Cutie lining up in white for the Northstar Northern Lights. But it is Squid Pro Quo and your Chicago-style roller derby A team taking lead jammer status.
And we've got, was that a star pass or a star stash? That was
That is
1066.
another star pass. That is to 1066. This is Sankbite's second star pass reception this bout so far. Of the first 5 jams, it has been a shutout in terms of lead jammers.
46-0. It's kind of ridiculous. And it looks like what Chicago's doing is they have a very, very strong, solid defense, and a lot of their jammers are like very fancy footwork jammers who are very good at squeaking through on the inside. See, we see it right now. Number 1, Chi-Town Terror picking up lead.
And that is Zabumafu, I believe, jammer of record for Northstar Roller Derby.
When you're in a situation like this, star passing is often, I think, a pretty good strategy because the defense has to keep an eye on 2 potential jammers at once.
I believe the theme song to that show was Me and You and Zabumafu, something like that.
Correct. It's a classic. We got another 4 for Chicago. And we've got a star number 29. Oh, okay. So not a star pass, star stash. It's good. Nice healthy mix of fake outs and actual passes. We've got number 0-1.
That is Baller.
Baller. It is, but who's jamming?
That is Baller skating against Doom Honey.
Doom Honey had a blowout jam a while ago. Let's see if Northstar is able to hold them back this time. And Doom Honey's through, picking up lead. And they are booking it. Northstar hot on their heels. And Doom Honey calls it. A little more conservative this round.
And Northern Lights is on the board, picking up 1 roller derby point. First blood.
Good point. We got number 19 for Chicago. That is Tokyo Drift. Fast and furious. And we've got number 277, Electro Cutie for Northern Lights. Oh, and Electro Cutie almost through, gets recycled. That would have been the first lead in Northern Lights, but Chicago is not having it. Strong defense right now from Chicago. Strong defense right now from Northern Lights. Very tight pack. And Chicago's jammer is through. Tokyo Drift picking up a point. Electro Cutie through the pack.
2 points for Chicago Style. That is Patty Nahr skating for Northstar Roller Derby, and that is Squid Pro Quo skating for Chicago Style. Squid Pro Quo takes lead jammer status.
We got a star pass from Northern Lights.
That is a star pass to Slim Sadie. That is Slim Sadie's second star pass reception in this bout.
Slim Sadie sent all the way back. The skater that knocked them, Slim Sadie, out doing laps as the pack's moving around. All right, and Chicago calls off the jam. Very good footwork from Chicago. Very strong awareness of who is where. It's one of the hardest parts of Derby is knowing where all of your fellow skaters are, how to keep the pack moving. How to optimize recycling a player.
So far, it looks like both teams here running a 4-jammer rotation. So far, that is Chi-Town Choker, Chi-Town Terror. I have both names here in front of me, taking lead jammer status.
And Chicago's jammer is through, picking up lead. And Chicago's jammer in the box, meaning we got a power jam right now for Northstar.
Power jam!
4 points. This is going to be a chance for them to make up some of the deficit they're running right now. And Northstar gets through again, picking up 4 points. Northstar running into some strong Chicago defense. One of Northstar's blockers in the box. Chicago's jammer out of the box. Does a big hit to Northstar's tripod, makes it through. Gets sent right back to the box. Guessing that was not a legal hit. And we got another 4 points for Northstar. Northstar running into Chicago's wall. Strong defense from Northstar. Chicago's jammer very aggressive right now, trying to hit as hard as possible. Northstar takes the hit, hits right back. Good. Very good derby from that involved. Good sportsmanship show from Chicago, too.
That's right. Big jam for Northern Lights there.
We got an official review called on Chicago. Let's see what happens.
What are you doing this Thursday, July 17th? Going to the Dane County Fair, right? MRD will be hosting its annual Fun Times Expo bout at the fair. This year, it's the 608 Showdown when East meets West. Beast side versus best side. The action gets underway at 6 p.m. Thursday, July 17th, here at the Alliant Energy Center Expo Hall. Be there or be elsewhere.
You can be square while you're there. We don't mind. Word on the street is one of our officials, the Gorham Reaver. This is going to be, they are a week away from their 20th anniversary of doing roller derby.
That's right, 20 years of doing roller derby. They are focusing right now, but make sure to give them the business.
Yes, do a big cheer once they're done reviewing.
Madison Roller Derby is partnering with G-Safe, an organization that supports LGBTQ plus youth throughout Wisconsin as they grow into thriving, healthy adults. G-Safe creates just schools for LGBTQ plus youth in Wisconsin by developing the leadership of LGBTQ plus youth, supporting gender and sexuality alliances, training educators, advancing educational justice, and deepening racial, gender, trans, and social justice. If you would like to support G-Safe in their mission to create safer schools for youth in Wisconsin, you can donate and speak to G-Safe volunteers about their work here at the tournament. You can find them on social media at G-Safe on Instagram, G-SafeWI on Facebook, or their website, gsafewi.org, or you can just go over there and talk to them. I'm pointing, by the way.
That is the official review is over. Black called an official review on White for their jammer hitting a down blocker. However, the officials determined that the jammer was forced into that position, did not have time to recover. The hit was not intentional, so no call will be made, and Chicago loses that official review. Every team has one official review that I believe it's per half. So that was the call for the first half. We have 1.5 minutes left in this half. And looks like Doom Honey picking up another handful of points for Chicago. That's 4 points. White still has yet to be lead jammer, but they do have 17 points from 2 jams ago. And Chicago picking up lead again. Chicago's jammer's very good at finding the opening in the pack and just squeaking right on through. That's another 4 for Chicago. I love Tokyo Drift has this like Judge Dredd style helmet. Very intimidating. Very cool.
We
And
have
Tokyo
Star
Drift
Pass
calls
to
off the jam.
Star Pass to Slim Sadie.
Looks like that's another 4 for Chicago. I'm quite impressed. Normally, it's very rare that I see a team that has like very strong jammers and a very strong defense. They're very good at both shutting out White's jammer and also pushing their own jammers. Very, very good team cohesion.
I believe this is a revisit of Jam 1 where Squid Pro Quo faced off against Baller.
And Doom Honey picking up lead. No, not Doom Honey. Who is Squid Pro Quo, excuse me, picking up lead.
Nice little hype pex hop there by Squid Pro Quo. Four more points for Chicago Style. Looks like we had a star pass to number 833. I believe that is Bzz Kill.
I don't think 833 has had a chance to have the star so far. And looks like they immediately have to take it off because Chicago calls the jam. Or did that jam run out naturally? I couldn't tell. Not.
Lining up on the jammer line, we have Chi-Town Terror
Number 1,
against Electric Cutie.
277. It's a large pack right now. Chi-Town Terror breaks through. Picks up lead. Pack consolidates. Another 4 for Chicago.
Got a star pass.
To 1066.
Yep, that's Sankbite. That's Sankbite's third star pass reception.
One 112 to 17. This is quite a blowout. But we're only about halfway through. This is anyone's derby.
All right, that is Doom Honey and Patty Nar both lining up on the jammer line for their teams. Doom Honey cycled back by number 20, Slim Sadie.
And Doom Honey makes it through.
That was a hard fought initial pass. This took over a minute to get through that first pass.
Northstar's defense is picking up.
4 roller derby points for Chicago.
And Northstar's jammers through star pass.
Star pass to Slim Sadie. Yes, that's the real Sadie.
And Chicago's jammer calling off lead. Chicago's jammer is the lead and calls off the jam.
All right, and they're off. That is Electric Cutie jamming for the Northern Lights, and that is Tokyo Drift jamming for Chicago Style.
And Chicago's through, got lead again.
Oh, that's right.
Tokyo Drift, very, very good at toe stop work right now. Tokyo Drift through, picking up lead. No, sorry, already lead, picking up 4 points for Chicago. And Chicago's through, picking up 4 points. We got a star pass to Northstar.
It's a star pass to Buzzkill. Buzzkill's second star pass reception this bout.
Chicago calls off the jam as she is careening off the track, picking up 4 points. That's 12 points that jam for Chicago. And we got about 7 minutes left in this half.
Lining up on the jammer line, we have Squid Pro Quo, number 00 in black for Chicago Style. We have number 011 Baller in white for Northstar, Northern Roller Derby, Northern Lights.
And Chicago's jammers through, picking up lead. Squid Pro Quo calls it.
Chi-Town Terror, Electro Cutie.
Chi-Town Terror through, picking up lead.
We've got a shout out here. Kyle High Club wishing Chicago Style cheesiest of vibes from back home. Who brings the sauce? CSRD. Pizza emojis.
That is 4 points for Chicago, none for Northstar this jam. It's 137 to 117. Or sorry, 217. A singular number 17. Got number 425, Doom Honey, for Chicago style. We got number 29, Zaboomafoo, for Northstar.
Lead jammer status taken by Zaboomafoo.
There it is.
That is the Northern Lights' first lead of this bout.
Zaboomafoo picking up 4 points, leaping through the pack. Leap, leap, leap. And Sharknado.
That's right, Susie Sharknado taking a star pass. This is Chicago Style's first star pass of this bout.
And looks like Northstar calls off that jam. And looks like somebody's using a timeout. Someone's using an official review. Northstar is using an official review.
Here's a fun fact. From the first bout today, the Northern Lights used an official review both halves and won them both. So
Wow.
they've got a 100% success rate with these.
Let's see how this one goes.
We've got sales at the merch table. Udder Chaos last year's patches, 2023, 2024 patches, 2 for $5. If you want to get an Udder Chaos 2024 shirt, $10. What a value. Udder Chaos 2023 shirt, $5. What? Sales galore.
Udder Chaos 2025 merch.
We do have Udder Chaos 2025 merch. 2025, I don't know what the pricing is on that, but we do have it.
What about Udder Chaos 2026?
We also have Udder Chaos 2026. It's right next to the DeLorean outside.
In the future, we'll get there. And Chicago picking up 4 points. Chicago picking up another 4 points.
Big 12-point jam for Chicago Style. Lining up on the jammer line, we have Squid Pro Quo skating for Chicago. We have Electric Cutie skating for Northern Lights.
Squid Pro Quo through the pack, picking up lead. It's another 4 for Chicago. We got a star pass to Northern Lights.
Yet another star pass to the real Slim Sadie.
We got another 4 points from Chicago. And that's the end of the jam.
Could squeak in one more. Could could squeak in one more. How about it?
Yeah, we could do it. Got about 50 seconds. That's 10 years in Derby time.
That's 10 years.
Got number 1, Chi-Town Terror, skating against...
Skating against Patty Nar, I believe.
I think
Yes.
you are correct. Pack getting kind of spread out right now. And looks like Chi-Town Terror is lead, I believe.
That's correct. Terror being cycled back. Now tries the inside line. The inside line was a success. 4 points. We have a star pass for Northern Lights. This time it is a star pass to Buzzkill.
Oh, and one of Chicago's blockers goes down, gets right back up. Ain't never gonna keep them down. It's another 4 for Chicago. That's another 4 for Chicago.
Four
That's
more.
another 4. Yep. Oh, ow.
And that is the time. This concludes the first half.
And your stat for the first half, Chicago had lead 21 times. Northern Lights had 11 star passes. And they are both starting at the top of the jammer rotations. We've got 0-0, Squid Pro Quo, jamming for Chicago. Oh, strong defense. Oh, Squid Pro Crow gets out. Was close there. Lead for Chicago once again. Wondering if we'll see a repeat of the first half. Squid Pro Quo through, calls it. 4 points. Next batch of skaters goes out. We got, who do we got? We got 29 for Northern Lights, Northstar. That is Zaboomafoo. We got number 1 for Chicago. Excuse me. And number 1 gets through, picking up lead. Number 1 got 55 points in the first half, top scorer of the first half. Number 1 is Chi-Town Terror. And that's 4 points. And that's another 4 for Chicago. And looks like we have we may have had something. Not totally clear. A strong pack right now. Strong defense from Chicago.
We've got a star. Is that a star pass?
That is. Northstar's jammer is through. They have acquired the star. They are putting the star on. They were holding that star for a while.
Sank Bites.
That's 4 for Chicago. Northstar's jammer trying to get through that tripod. Goes down. And that's the jam.
All right, jam number 3 for the second half. We have Do Money taking lead jammer status for Chicago. We have Electro Cutie wearing the star for Northern Lights.
277. Oh, we got to start drop. What does that mean if the helmet cover gets dropped? What's the, does that mean you still have a lead, or does that mean there's no lead?
That's a Rich Mahogany question.
If the helmet cover gets dropped.
All right, we've got Tokyo Drift out there taking lead jammer status for Chicago Style. We have Patty Nahr wearing the star for Northern Lights. If you have shout-outs, send them to the merch table. Go to the merch table. It costs $1, or you can pay more. Well, here's one from Kyle High Club. Shout out to the awesome announcing of you astronomically amazing announcers. Thank you, Kyle High Club.
You're the best, Kyle High Club. Shout out right back to you.
Yeah, shout out to you, Kyle High Club.
And we got another 4 points for Chicago. We got another 4 for Chicago.
Oh, some
big pinwheelie arms there. That's another 4 for Chicago. Tokyo Drift, very good at recovering balance.
Star pass to Buzz Kill. Who do we have lining up on that jammer line? We have Squid Pro Quo. We have Baller. Tale as old as time. Song as old as rhyme. This is the first lead jam for Northern Lights of the half. As
There
Squid
we
Pro
go.
Quo goes to the penalty box. This is a
Baller's picking up
power
4.
jam.
My guess is Baller's going to run this for as long as possible. We got about a minute and a half left in this jam. That's a lot of points potentially. And Baller picking up another 4. Baller picking up another 4. Good. This is the highest scoring jam for Northern Lights so far. Baller picking up another. Oh, no. That is a Star Stash, I believe. Squid Pro Quo takes the helmet cover off, puts it back on. Baller calls it. The moment that Squid Pro Quo makes contact with the pack, shutting Chicago out of that jam. 12 points for Northern Lights. Biggest jam so far. They keep doing that. They can chip away at this lead. And we'll get to honk the horn. We love honking
We've
the
got
horn.
a shout out from Spaceballs. May the Schwartz be with you.
I heard they're making another one.
I also heard that.
They just announced it like last week.
I believe the teaser trailer is out.
And Chicago's through. Picking up lead. Chi-Town Terror. And just squeaks on through the pack. That's 4 points.
Zaboomafoo heading to the penalty box for a high block. 4 roller derby points.
It's another 4. That's another 4 for Chicago. Star Stash from Northstar. It's like a white blocker to the box for a, think a back block. That's 4 points for Northstar. Pack's kind of spread out right now. White serving as a bridge. It's another 4 for Chicago. We've got 277 jamming for Northern Lights. Electro Cutie. Electro Cutie doing a little wiggle. Approaching the jammer line.
We got another shout out here. This is from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Shout out to CSRD. It's pizza time. Cowabunga.
That's all 4 Ninja Turtles. Wow.
Yeah.
And Chicago's got a lead.
Even Raphael, who's crude but rude.
Yeah. Which one's the shy and sensitive one? That's Michelangelo, I think.
I think Michelangelo's the party dude.
That's right.
Yeah. Yeah, because Leonardo leads and Donatello does machines.
That's
yes,
right.
That is that's the lyric. Donatello does machines. Phoning it in, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle lyric writers.
Got 277 jamming for Northern Lights, and looks like number 425 Doom Honey does a little stomp. 4 points. Only 4 that jam for Chicago? I guess so.
But then in the Ninja Turtles live action movie, they're all like Michelangelo. They're all like talking like dude and stuff. Sorry, I'm perseverating on Ninja Turtles now. All right, let's back to the action.
And who do we got jamming? We got 510.
That is Patty Nar.
Oh, I don't know if we've seen. Have we seen Patty Nar jam so far?
Patty Nar's been part of the rotation, part of the jammer rotation for Northstar.
Okay. Maybe not so much this half, but I don't. Maybe I'm. And we got another 4 for Chicago. Tokyo Drift. Tokyo drifting. Fast and furiously. Tokyo Drift picking up 4. Tokyo Drift picking up 4 more. Tokyo Drift picking up 4 more. And good hit from Northstar. And we have a star pass from Northstar as well. One of the disadvantages of doing so many star passes is you're down a blocker. Because the pivot can be both blocker and jammer, but you give them the star, now you're down to 3 instead of 4, meaning it is a lot harder to hold that other jammer back. I think that's some of what we're seeing. But there's always a trade-off. That's the thing.
All right, we've got Squid Pro Quo down there taking lead jammer status for Chicago Style.
Just blasting through. And we got a star pass.
Star pass to Slim Sadie. Yes, that's the real Sadie.
Real Slim Sadie standing up. Her name is what? Her name is who? And we've got number 29, Zabumafu for Northern Lights. We've got number 1, numero uno, Chi-Town Terror for Chicago. Four points for Terror. Star off and on for Zabumafu.
Chi-Town Terror calling it up. It's Do Money. It's Electro Cutie.
Electro Cutie tries to squeak through the inside, gets bounced out. Doom Honey grooving around the apex. Doom
Little bit
Honey
of
squeaks on through. Doom Honey squeaks on through again. No resistance. Doom Honey squeaks through again.
such good footwork on Doom Honey.
Northstar building the blocker line. There we go. Doom Honey gets through. Being a blocker is hard work. You've got to keep track of a lot of different things at once.
Sankbite receiving a star pass. Sankbite having received several star passes in the first half. This is their third star pass reception in the second half.
Someone's calling a timeout.
Another shout out from God Jam It. Pelty is so proud of you. Once again, if you want to do a shout out, go to the merch table and we will say anything. within reason.
All right, we are back on the track. We got 19 for Chicago. Tokyo Drift picking up lead. We got
Patty Nar back there, skating for Northern Lights. Patty Nar cycled back by number 100, Foxanne. Don't need to put on the red light.
I was just thinking. Good defense from both teams, with the packs getting awful spread out. And somebody's going to the box. Looks like a blocker from Chicago.
That's right. That is number 13, Speeds Kate.
Tokyo Drift breaking through.
Yeah, I believe that was a multiplayer. Star pass to Slim Sadie. 20. All right, down on the action, down on the track, we have Squid Pro Quo, we have Baller. Both of them have faced off several times this contest. It is Squid Pro Quo taking lead jammer status.
And looks like we have a jammer to the box on Northstar's jammer goes to the box, meaning we are on a power jam.
That's right, it's a power jam. That is a track cut for Baller.
That's 4 for Chicago.
Four more points for Squid Pro Quo. Oh, excellent toe stop work there. Around the outside, Baller.
$316 to 50. Got about 8 minutes left in the game.
That is Chi-Town Terror taking lead jammer status for Chicago.
It's breaking right on through. And that's 4 points for Chicago.
And Chi-Town Terror calls it off after scoring 4 more points.
Chicago's jammer is through, picking up lead once more.
We're seeing incredible skating by both teams.
Truly. Doom Honey calls it.
I gotta say this. I like Tokyo Drift's visor. Looks pretty badass, I think.
And looks like that's a point, or sorry, lead jammer for Chicago. Number 19, Tokyo Drift. That's 4 for Chicago. And that is a star pass for Northstar. Doing a very good job at concealing that star until the last minute.
That was the star pass to Daryl B. Blood, I believe. Daryl B. Blood's first star pass reception this game.
And we've got a team timeout called. This is Northern Lights.
Do you want to learn how to skate with us? Sign up early to reserve your spot. Skates and safety gear are available to borrow while supplies last. Stop by the recruitment table to learn more and to find out how to get started as a skater, official, or off-skates volunteer, or announcer. It's really easy. It's like the easiest job. You just talk. And you don't have to be accurate even.
This is also Aces game 100. Aces is, I'm not sure, I think, is Aces one of the coaches? Yes. No, Aces is one of the, who is Aces? This is Aces, game 100 for Aces, and it says to say, and they earn not a damn thing. This is also Aaron Burr's first time in Madison.
Hey, Reaver, raise your hand. Reaver, raise your hand. Reaver, raise your hand. Reaver, raise your hand. Reaver, raise your hand.
I don't think Reaver hears us.
Raise your hand.
Reaver.
Raise your hand. Reaver, raise your hand. Reaver. Next week it'll be Reaver's 20th year with Madison Roller Derby.
It's good. Yes, this is a big milestone. Yeah, so it's game 100 for Aces, 20 years for Reaver, first time in Madison for Aaron Burr. We got number 011, Baller for Northstar. Number 00 for Chicago.
Squid Pro Crow, Clarice.
And Squid Pro Quo calls it off.
All right, back to the action. We have Chi-Town Terror jamming and taking lead jammer status for Chicago. I believe that's Zaboomafoo. Chi-Town Terror heading to the penalty box for illegal contact. This will be a power jam for Zaboomafoo and the Northern Lights.
Got about 2 minutes left in this game.
Some long jams in this half. Many jams going the distance, the full 2 minutes.
That's 4 points for Chicago. That's another 4 for Chicago. 4 for Northern Lights. And that's the jam. That is 2 and 3 and 1 from that last lap. Bringing us to 8 and 7, I think. That might need to be updated.
We have maybe one jam left. We'll see. But that is, I see lining up there. I see Electric Cutie. I see Do Money. I see a lot of fine athletes out there today. Stick around after this bout. After this bout, we have Team Wisconsin versus Team Iowa.
Oh, we got a jammer down, jammer back up. Resilient. And that is the jam. That was 4 and 3, I believe. And we're currently unofficial score. Let's wait for it to resolve.
And our unofficial score, we're waiting just here to get the final score, but regardless, it is a Chicago style victory over the Northern Lights.
Yep, 353 to 60.
That's right. Thank you. Let's hear it for both of these teams.
Very good skating on everyone's part.
Stick around. In just over 25 minutes, we have another bout, and then after that, we have another bout, and then after that, we have another bout.
But after that, you got to go home.
Yep. So stick around. We'll be back in 25 minutes.
into the roller derby action. Rich,
Woo!
who you
That's
got?
right. So first off, we have Team Wisconsin skating out in the black with yellow accents. We've got 101, Hella DeVille, 16, Lana Del Rage, 18, The Euthanizer, number 22, Latina Heat, 241, Dizzy Dame, number 26, Germs, number 300, V, number 3213, Tijuana Slammer, number 352, Thunderstrike, number 414, Blue Phoenix, number 44, Tiantina, number 48, Phenomenal, number 56, Frau Kapow, number 975, Hexproof, and number 99, Lollipopia.
All right, we like the enthusiasm. The visiting team today in white is our team Illowa. Number 11 is Thunder Buns. 138, Darth Baber. 202, Bratty Cake. 21, Tricky Pixie. 28 is Roxy Balboa. 29 is Crystallica. 3 is Dauntless. 314, Valraven. 34 is Rink Rat Ryan. 385, Rainbow Blight. 54 is Penny Payne. 563, Lady Gotcha. 69, nice, is Eek the Freak. 777 is Rabbit. And 970 is Jamis Joplin.
And of course, no game of roller derby would be complete without our skating and non-skating officials. For this game, we've got Eggs Benedict, Mortricia, Aces, Stompador, Low-Key Loki, Mishu in the middle, Sam Antics, Red, Aaron Burr, Stalker, Cleo Smackya Jones, Class Warfarin, the Goram Reaver, Autocorrect, Panic at the Lolo, Bronzy Locks, Dr. Brew, Eddie Lizard, and Fury.
Whew.
Those are a bunch of names, Ham.
So many names. We did it.
That deserves a sip of water.
It does. I'm just getting mine out of the way so I can see the screen.
So this our third game. No.
Fourth
game. What is math?
What is
fourth-
math?
Yeah, fourth game of the event. Udder Chaos 2025.
Half pint.
Yep, half pint edition. Get just enough to wet the old whistle, because what is better than on a nice, warm, early summer day than a half pint of milk?
I would have agreed with you before my lactose intolerance kicked in.
All right, friends, we are lined up, just about ready to go here. Oh, that is Nacho Whistle. Next one, though, starts the jam.
Be a good derby name. Nacho Whistle.
I like it.
All right, that looks like we got number 44, Tina lining up with the star for Team Wisconsin against Dauntless, number 3 in the white for Team Illowa. And it's going to be Dauntless with lead up the inside line.
Tina quickly removing the helmet cover here for Team Wisconsin, looking for daylight.
And Dauntless through for the first 4 points of the game and the jam.
So we do have a star pass completed here for Team Wisconsin. Lollipopia will now, with the star in hand. Yep, going to force the call off here from Team Illowa. 2 points picked up on that pass for them, so a grand total of 6 on the board for Illowa in Jam 1. Team Wisconsin held to 0.
Some nice quick points to start the game. These state-based teams are part of a larger system of state-based teams that have formed over, I don't know, however many recent years to compete and occasionally play in big state-specific tournaments to represent.
A lot of fun. Often get to see fun little mix-up of your favorite local teams.
It's very cool. It's a nice way to play with your friends from across your similar region. Kind of an all-star team. But we've got phenomenal jamming for Team Wisconsin, but it's going to be Tricky Pixie for Illowa in the lead.
Phenomenal out of the pack, looking to catch up here to Tricky Pixie. We're going to see the points and call strategy on full display here. 4 points picked up by Illowa. Wisconsin once again held down to 0. Illowa brings their score up to 10.
That's what we call the hit it and quit it strategy in
It's
roller
true.
derby. You get through, you get some points, and you call it.
Yep. Idea being deny any points for that pesky opposing jammer. As lining up here for jam number 3 in the first half. Tijuana Slammer, jammer of record for Team Wisconsin in the black, up against Kristallika for Team Illowa in the white. Kristallika going to be recycled back by the jammer line, but wastes no time getting back up to the front of the pack. That is 3 leads in a row for Team Illowa.
That inside line looking like their friend. Tijuana Slammer through the pack just as Kristallika is going to get through for another 4 points.
Wise call, waiting to the last moment to call off that jam. They do have a single blocker in the box, so as much time as you can buy off of that penalty is to the good.
Try to get your friends out of the penalty box. Always a nice thing to do. Very considerate, if you can.
Yeah, it's more fun to play with your friends.
It is. We'll vouch for that.
Down on the jammer line for jam number 4, Roxy Balboa dancing around on the line, getting ready to jump into things here against Lana Del Rage.
Floating like a butterfly. And stinging like a bee with the lead call for Roxy Balboa. Does extend this lead trend. I just can't help myself but rhyme for Team Illowa.
It's one of the things I appreciate about you, Han.
I just let it happen.
Just
let
it's
it happen.
natural. Another quick call off here. 2 points on that pass for Team Illowa. Will be a total of 2 on the jam. Illowa brings their score up to 16. Wisconsin at 0.
So Blue Phoenix with the star for Team Wisconsin, facing off against Dauntless again for Illowa. Both jammers getting stopped up behind some solid defense here just off the jammer line.
Oh, Dauntless trying a little pirouette in the sky outside on the outside line. Will get through, takes lead for Illowa.
And we have a track cutting call, unfortunately being for Blue Phoenix for Team Wisconsin. 30 seconds in the box for a power jam opportunity for Team Illowa.
Dauntless through for 4 points already. We do see Team Illowa losing one of their blockers to the box, so a bit of a diminished pack strength here. All of those blockers going in for the offense. Nice crush from the inside out. 4 more points up for Illowa.
Some nice offense here from Penny Payne on Team Illowa. Opening things up for Dauntless. Coming around for another scoring pass. Got
Blue Phoenix back on the track for Team Wisconsin. Hot up the outside line, is now ready to score points for Team Wisconsin.
Illowa back at full strength. The box clear for both teams. Looks like 2 additional points at the end there for Illowa before the whistles rolled. 14-0 on the jam, bringing them to 30-0 overall.
Tina on the jammer line, looking for the first points of the game for Wisconsin. Going up against Bratty Cake. Yep. And it's going to be Illowa taking that lead again. Is indeed Bratty Cake.
Tina taking off the helmet cover to get through. Does do so without having to pass it. Gonna get into the pack. Just misses a point, but just a single point for Team Illowa on that jam.
Strong hustle there, getting the 1 point, but that good hustle for making it so they only got the 1. Another Another quick lineup here as we get into jam number 7. Only 7 minutes having passed in this game so far.
Fast moving, though.
Very.
That's going to be Phenomenal with the star for Wisconsin, Crystallica for Illowa.
Phenomenal up at the front. Gets slightly overtaken by V, but then V has to let him go.
And through. But Phenomenal putting on the jets, putting on the afterburners. Just about a quarter track behind. Crystallica going to pick up some quick points and call it off. Seeing the writing on the wall there. So a quick 4-0 for Illowa, which continues to be a good strategy for them as they open up this lead early in the game, 35-0.
Shout out to Ian's Pizza. Ian's Pizza is a proud sponsor of Madison Roller Derby. Ian's Pizza has 2 downtown locations at 100 State Street next to the Capitol and 319 North Francis near the Kohl's Center. Both locations are open late. Ian's Pizza also has a 3rd Madison location at the historic Garver Feed Mill on Madison's east side. For more information, visit ianspizza.com.
Tijuana Slammer jamming for Wisconsin. Tricky Pixie for Illowa and does have the lead shortly off the line here. Some nice 2-player blocking in the front here will result in 1 penalty, unfortunately, for Illowa, as Tijuana Slammer does make it through the pack for Wisconsin.
We'll see Team Illowa losing one of their blockers to the box on an out-of-play block. And again, Ham, one of those we see a single point being put up here before the jam call is forced. So Illowa's still doing well, 36-point lead here, but Wisconsin really making them work for every single one of those points, and as the game goes on, they're pushing the lead out less and less, jam by jam.
I was nipping at their heels for sure, but Illowa really relying on the denial technique right now, and it's we'll see what Wisconsin can do with that. TNT now for Wisconsin, jamming, gets lead and breaks the streak. Team Wisconsin with lead. Dauntless wearing the hat for Illowa, getting recycled back. We'll have to try again to make it through the pack. Ow! And Tiantina on a scoring pass. Knocked to the floor, but back up real quickly here. Try to get Wisconsin's first points of the game, and is going to do it. 4 points for Team Wisconsin. And a power jam for Team Wisconsin at the same time. A track cut call on Dauntless. Head to the box for 30 seconds, and a nice evasive maneuver from Tiantina, followed by a spin just for fun. Another 4 points for Wisconsin.
In comes the offense as Tiantina rounds turn 2. Really on a tear now, 12 points so far. I believe that's going to be our biggest jam of the game so far. No, but we've had a 14-point jam, so very close.
This pass might make it the biggest. But this is what Tiantina does. If you've seen her skate before, though, she gets an opening. Skate circles around you all day.
Yeah, the fuse has clearly lit. We are blowing up those walls.
Dauntless back on the track for Illowa, getting stuck behind the Euthanizer. And V at the end there. Some quick final points. Final 3 points for Wisconsin and 1 for Illowa. Really snuck in there to grab one at the end. We got a timeout being called by Team Illowa. They didn't like that. Take a minute to reassess, but huge jam for Team Wisconsin, putting them on the board and definitely back in contention. 23 points, which is the total, to Illowa's 37.
Amazing jam. Exactly what Wisconsin needed to have this momentum shift. And I love the taking of the team timeout after a jam like that from Team Illowa.
Absolutely. No shade. Definitely, that's what you got to do. But I love roller derby and how it can things can change momentum, direction in one jam.
Yeah. Saw so many jams where the Team Wisconsin jammer was just not being able to make many rounds, and then all it took was the one. The opposing jammer is going to take a seat. All right, it's my turn.
Take as much advantage as you can. That's every little bit counts. All right, so that timeout has come to an end with this rolling whistle. That's what we call a rolling whistle.
Are you psychic? How did you know, Ham?
I was watching the body language of the official. You get used to it. That's the game starting whistle. Lana Del Rage jamming for Wisconsin up against Tricky Pixie for Illowa. Tricky Pixie with a quick lead call.
Lana Del Rey's going to be forced to recycle back to the jammer line. Still at the back of the pack. A jammer by themselves against a tripod of Illowa. Nice run back here for Team Wisconsin on Tricky Pixie. Positions now swapped as a star pass for Team Wisconsin over to Dizzy Dame. Gets the star free, forces the call off.
So limiting the damage a little bit on that one with the star pass, keeping Illowa just a 4. Still in the lead, 41 to Wisconsin's 23. It's what we call strategy, the star pass. Sometimes you can't get through, so you just throw that helmet cover over some heads and pass it off to your pivot.
Just
tell them you go do it.
Get it over that wall. Blue Phoenix, jammer of record for Team Wisconsin, up against Roxy Balboa for Illowa.
Starting to be able to tell it's Roxy Balboa with all the dancing off the line.
Oh, absolutely. That's the dancing like the butterfly, sing like a bee. That was an apt commentary.
Thank you so much. My cultural references. Blue Phoenix getting knocked to the outside just as Roxy Balboa going to get through and pick up lead for Illowa. So 4-point pass for Roxy Balboa and Illowa. Back around again, dealing with a tripod of Wisconsin skaters. Getting the direction from the bench to call it off, though, with just 2 points. Oh, and sneaking in 1 point there for Team Wisconsin after a star pass to Lollipopia.
It's like the penalty box is empty as we line up for jam number 12 of the first half.
You said it now, though.
I know. I'm sorry.
Announcer curse.
The next skater to get a penalty is my fault. You're welcome.
Come yell at Rich later. Phenomenal jamming for Wisconsin. Kristalica for Illowa, and a phenomenal through with lead for Team Wisconsin right off the line.
Kristalica still working on that initial pass. Does get through. Nice move on the outside line. Phenomenal, getting nice and low in that inside line. Flying around the track is going to get the signal to keep this jam running.
These packs are fighting each other for every inch. And that is going to be a track cut call, unfortunately, on Kristalica for Team Illowa. Power jam opportunity for Wisconsin. Phenomenal with a little rotation around the outside line. Through for another 4 points.
Last time Team Wisconsin got a power jam, they put up 20 points.
Nope, no pressure.
Yeah,
24.
None whatsoever. 24. That's a lot of
lot
roller
of
derby
points.
points.
Were they big roller derby points?
Yeah,
No.
the biggest.
Woo! All right. Nice work there from Phenomenal with 4 more points at the end. It's a 12-point jam for Wisconsin, putting them at 36 to Illowa's 50, having picked up 3 additional points.
Right, 14 points separating these teams with just about 15 minutes remaining to play in the first half. We'll have a power start for Team Wisconsin. However, they are also starting with a blocker standing in the box.
And Team Wisconsin sending, unsurprisingly, I think, T and Tina to take this power start. Got V, Latina Heat blocking for Wisconsin. And, the inside line, though. Sneaking through for a lead out of the box. Kristalica for Team Illowa.
Tina pushing away up at the front of the pack. Does have the Team Wisconsin pivot up helping, which
Quick 4 points, and we're going to call it again. I want to give a quick shout out. Several of Madison Roller Derby skaters will be traveling to Innsbruck, Austria for the 2025 Roller Derby World Cup, July 3rd through the 6th. That's Amperslam, Karma Suture, Hello Sailor, and Hawaii KO are looking for your support as they prepare to compete with their nations and borderless teams against others from literally around the world. Visit their booth in venue for more information and how you can support. We are very proud of them.
Jam 14 is underway. Dauntless, jammer of record for Illowa in the white, up against Blue Phoenix for Team Wisconsin in the black. Pack really just pretty cozy up on the jammer line.
Cozy.
Blue Phoenix fighting their way up to the front of the pack. Team Illowa frantically trying to keep the wall together. One by one they break off. Oh, a forearm penalty assessed to Blue Phoenix. So lead is still open for Illowa, and a power jam for Dauntless.
Dauntless is going to get through without the helmet cover on, which means we have no lead jammer for this jam.
Yay, 2-minute jam.
Four-point pass for Dauntless on this power jam opportunity for Illowa. Oh, and a nice hop over the apex to get around the final blocker for another 4 points.
Really nice move there by Dauntless, juking to the outside, taking a moment to let the blockers reset in front of her there, and then cutting to the inside open lane.
Jamming is a lot of explosive strength, but it's also it's more patience than you expect, just to see things play out. Take advantage of what you can. Blue Phoenix back on the track, brushes off a final hit to pick up 4 points for Wisconsin. Dauntless also threw for 4 points. It's now 12-4 on the jam in the favor of Illowa.
Jam clock tipping away. Oh, Dauntless does not manage to stay up on the first turn.
Nice knock to the inside by Lana Del Rey and Frau Kapow to stop that pass. Final 2 and 2 points for each team before the whistles went.
Bratty Cake, jammer of record for Illowa. Tijuana Slammer, Team Wisconsin jammer. And it's going to be Tijuana Slammer taking lead for Team Wisconsin. Oh, a track cut penalty on Bratty Cake.
That's going to be an additional penalty, so that'll be a minute in the box for Bratty Cake and Team Illowa, just due to not leaving the track quickly enough after the first penalty was assessed for the track cut.
And with that jam being called before the Illowa jammer could take a seat, that is going to be a full 1-minute power jam to start things off for Team Wisconsin.
That is quite the opportunity for Team Wisconsin, and they are sending TNT Net to the line to take advantage of it. 48 for Team Wisconsin and 69 for Team Illowa. Nice.
Whistles are in the pack. I see a forearm. Who's the lucky winner?
That's going to be Germs from Team Wisconsin, but TNT Net through with lead, facing off against Val Raven, Rainbow Blight, Penny Pain, and Rabbit on the track for Illowa, taking this power jam defense. TNT to finding the inside line relatively open. Some nice offense from Team Wisconsin. Dizzy Dame.
Great drive to the outside there by Dizzy Dame, helping open that wall up.
Not so dizzy after all.
It's a trap. You expect them to be dizzy, but then, wait, you're not dizzy at all.
Fully upright, capable, competent. Another 4 points for Team Wisconsin and TNTina. They're back at full strength. The box clear for Wisconsin. And Bratty Cake back on the track for Illowa. Multiplayer penalty being assessed to Rabbit, Team Illowa. It's because I said the box was clear. It's my fault. It's my fault.
TNT coming around the outside. Nigh untouched. Great defense there by Team Wisconsin, forming up a very mobile wall.
TNT already having a heck of a game. Another big scoring jam here. Hit to the outside. Calling it off. They're always glad to see skaters able to leave the track on their own. Sometimes you take those hits that don't sit so right. Got to take a minute.
Yeah. Want to make sure that we're all being safe and healthy here while we are beating the, beating each other. We still care.
Yep, we do. Roxy Balboa jamming for Illowa, but Phenomenal sneaking through for lead and for Team Wisconsin. Gets Phenomenal dodging and weaving through for 4 points, but also 4 points for Roxy Balboa through the pack as the pack lines up in turn 4. And getting hit to the outside. Lollipopia recycling back Roxy Balboa before the whistles blow here, preventing a score. So it looks like it's going to be an even 4-4.
Yeah, it looks that.
Oh,
no, we're
nope.
going to add 1 to the coffers of Team
Two
Illowa.
to the coffers of Team Illowa. Once you get the bones, the devil horns.
So a sneaky pinky that Otto is hiding from us.
Sneaky pinky. No comment. All right, so back with Tijuana Slammer for Wisconsin, sitting at 71 points for the team. Kristalica for Illowa, they are sitting at 75. Kristalica almost around, no pass, no penalty, but it is going to be Tijuana Slammer sneaking through with lead, but it is a tight chase around the track as the packs fight with each other to figure out what they want to do. Oh, and a little jammer fight there. And a penalty being assessed at the end to a blocker for Illowa.
Yeah, so no points put up by either team, but a bit of a win for Team Wisconsin, getting one of those Illowa blockers into the box.
And it is a close game as we head into the last 6.5 minutes of the first half. Wow. The tables, they haven't turned, but they are, I don't know, of even height.
They're going right round, baby, like a record. Right round. Quick lead taken by Tricky Pixie for Illowa.
Dizzy Dame jamming for Wisconsin, still stuck behind the pack. 1 to beat, coming into turn 1 and does so. And Tricky Pixie going to pick up a quick 4 and call it off. Valiant effort to pick up additional points by Wisconsin. Didn't quite make it before the whistles went. Got a shout out here just that says, congratulations, Team Illowa, on your first ever bout. Is that true? First ever?
Say what?
That's what the note says.
And if you
New
pay
team.
a dollar donation goes to getting you a shout out down at the merchandise table, and we will say anything factually correct or otherwise. Back down to the action on Jam 20 of the first half. Dauntless, our jammer of record for Team Illowa in the white, up against Phenomenal for Team Wisconsin in the black. And it's Phenomenal taking lead for Wisconsin.
Phenomenal. I was thinking of a Janelle Monáe song, but I'm all for the Muppets as well. Both are good. The Muppets version is definitely going to be in my head now, though.
You're welcome. Pack deciding to just, this is where we would like to end the jam here in turn 1. See 2 points picked up by Team Wisconsin, brings their score up to 73. Illowa at 79. We've got another shout out here, Ham. That's for later. That's for later. All right. Well, we're banking up some shout-outs. Appreciate everybody who's contributing.
I think they'll be for the next game. We'll have some good shout-outs for the next game. Tiantina jamming 4, Team Wisconsin. Roxy Balboa back out there for Illowa. Both jammers making this packed move, but it is going to be Tiantina with lead. Roxy Balboa not to be outdone. Not even a quarter track behind. It's going to be a race into the pack. And a quick call-off. It's like 1 point for Wisconsin and 3. Oh, sorry, I got it backwards. 3 points for Wisconsin, 1 for Illowa. I suppose that makes more sense given what I actually saw with my eyes. But
You know.
the brain is braining as best as it can.
Brain make people dumb, Ham.
Again, I got hit a bunch at like 9 o'clock in the morning, so I can't be held entirely responsible for how coherent I am today.
It shakes loose all of your best thoughts.
That's it. Tijuana Slammer with the helmet cover for Wisconsin. Crystallica for Illowa.
Tight pack as we inch towards turn 2. And out from the pack pops Crystallica.
Nice little apex hop to get through. Tries another one. Doesn't quite land it this time. Gets hit to the inside. Going to get drawn back by Hexproof. Tijuana Slammer through. Awarded lead? And a penalty on Crystallica now in the box for Illowa. So this is another power jam opportunity for Wisconsin. I wasn't paying enough attention to understand what just happened. I just know where we are right now.
Same. Big same.
So Team Wisconsin with another power jam opportunity. It is tied 80-80 for a minute. We'll see what happens. There's a big comeback for Wisconsin as we head into the end of this first half. All right, Crystallica back into the fray here out of the box, dealing with Germs, Thunderstrike, Frau Kapow, and Hexproof. Does get through for 4 points as Tijuana Slammer now getting knocked to the outside, dragged back a little ways here by Rabbit.
Thunder blowing up that wall for Slammer. Allowing 4 more roller derby points to go up on the board for Team Wisconsin. And the jam ends on time.
So 12 points for Team Wisconsin. Looks like 6 picks up by Illowa. And we have a lead change. Team Wisconsin at 88, Illowa at 86. It is tight, tight, tight as we head into what will possibly be the last jam of the first half.
Dizzy Dame jamming for Team Wisconsin up against Tricky Pixie. And it's the pink shorts and boots that gets through first. I personally very much appreciate it whenever a skater has something identifying about their uniform. And it'd be like, oh, it's Tricky Pixie.
Yeah.
I know that one.
Yeah. Ooh, and a nice attempt there by Dizzy Dame for some jammer offense, but ably avoided by Tricky Pixie, jumping out of the way, and jam called off. Waiting for the points. Timeout. Being called.
Yeah, so definitely some level of discussion happening here with our officials. So it looks like we are going to call this one an official timeout.
I will take a moment to shout out. So Madison Roller Derby is partnering with G-Safe, an organization that supports LGBTQ plus youth throughout Wisconsin as they grow into thriving, healthy adults. G-Safe creates just schools for LGBTQ plus youth in Wisconsin by developing leadership of those youth, supporting gender and sexuality alliances, training educators, advancing educational justice, and deepening racial, gender, trans, and social justice. If you would like to support GSAFE in their mission to create safer schools for youth in Wisconsin, you can donate and speak to GSAFE volunteers about their work here at the tournament. You can also find them on social media at GSAFE, that's GSAFE on Instagram, and GSAFE Wisconsin on Facebook, or their website, gsafewi.org.
Want to remind everybody that's here in the venue, if you go over to the merchandise table, you can pay a $1 minimum donation to get yourself a shout-out, which will then be delivered from that table up to this dais, where we will read it on the microphone.
On the dais, on the dais.
On the dais, on the dais, on the dais. I love it. That's why it is incorrect to call it a dais, not just because that's not how it's pronounced, but
then you
because
can't sing the song.
Yeah, exactly, and
Oh.
you have to sing the song.
That's no good.
If you are joining us on the live stream and would like to get in on some
What's
of
up?
that shout-out action, there should be a link posted in the chat. If it's not been posted, it will be posted momentarily. Thank you very much to the amazing John Lane. You can click on that link and throw your money at us. We love it when people do that.
And we'll
we
give
love
you
it so much we'll say things about
we,
you.
we will. Mostly whatever you tell us to say,
Yeah.
within
This-
reason.
Yeah, this is a family show. Keep it PG, PG-13.
Yeah, which is why I will just say, someone asked on the live stream what hat I'm wearing today, and it's a turquoise trucker cap.
Yeah.
It's not a cowboy hat. That's all I'll
No.
say.
Okay.
That's all I'll say. We're getting some information from the referees about what just happened. We'll let you know as soon as we know.
My favorite part of a roller derby game, getting all the tea.
All the tea, the hot goss, and an official review in the meantime also going to get called. Looks like Illowa is exercising their right. All right, so the previous conversation before this official review got called, the referees opted to issue a back block to, who was that? For the Wisconsin Jammer at the end of that last jam. I believe that was Dizzy Dame? Yes. But we don't yet know what this official review is about. We'll let you know in a moment. Oh, it was just an official review as a timeout? Is that what I heard? I don't know. You went away.
Quite possibly. Yeah, there we go.
Okay,
it
so
helps if I unmute the mic.
Unmute the mic so we can talk. Illowa with a power start here. Dauntless taking the star as Dizzy Dame hangs out in the box for a few seconds.
Two to beat up at the front, and Dauntless will end up claiming lead. Team Wisconsin losing a block into the box on an out-of-play block. Dauntless coming in low and fast. Multiplayer block, penalty assessed to a Wisconsin skater, opens up the wall.
Another 4 points, so the lead has switched back in the favorite of Team Illowa. Another lead change.
Hydrate.
And Dauntless through again for another 4 points for Illowa. This is Dizzy Dame back on the track for Wisconsin. Getting the business here at turn 3 from Valraven, Penny Payne, Lady Gotcha, Rabbit.
Dizzy Dame popping out of the pack is now eligible to score points.
Ooh. Valiant effort of a hit there from Team Wisconsin, but Dauntless just spinning around the hit before the jam ends, and we have hit halftime with the final 16 points for Illowa, now sitting at 103, topping the century mark. Team Wisconsin at 88. Tacos available in the house.
Yeah, stashed ever so sneakily away behind the scoreboard.
Next to the bar, so just a important taco alert
Yep.
to the room.
Conveniently located next to the announcers, so if you want to buy us tacos or beverages.
I do accept tacos
Yeah.
as payment. That's true.
And our if you've been enjoying the sounds coming from our DJ Slaughterhouse Thighs, they accept Spotted Cow as payment and appreciation.
Yep.
So if you would like to appreciate your DJ,
Always appreciate the DJ.
come back in from the halftime. We see Illowa in the lead with 103. Team Wisconsin close behind with 88. Been a real back and forth game here, Ham. We've seen, I think, 2, 3 lead changes.
Couple of lead changes, yeah, 2 or 3, and that was mostly in the second half of that first half of the game. As Illowa came out of the gate pretty hot and kept Wisconsin scoreless for a number of jams, but Wisconsin has come roaring back, and it feels like a very back and forth game at this point. Neither team in too much penalty trouble. They're pretty distributed. One player with 3 on Wisconsin, but nothing more than that as we head into the second half. Looks like we're about to get going.
Oh, and look at that timing. Well done, Ham.
Thank you so much.
Have you ever thought about doing this professionally?
It's what's the line from Titanic? It's been 65 years. I don't know. Been around.
Dauntless jammer of record for Team Illowa in the white, up against T and Tina for Team Wisconsin in the black. Big ol' runbacks happen on both of these jammers. Dauntless, though, aptly named, wastes no time getting back up to the front of the path, but no lead for you, Dauntless. Points, however, very much so, yes. Oh, and we have a star pass here on Team Wisconsin. Latina Heat donning the star, so we will not have a lead jammer this jam.
Nope. Dauntless trying to call it off, realizing, nope, no lead.
Net
A for effort, though. So looking like we're going to have that full 2-minute jam. And a forearm being assessed to an Illowa blocker. But in the meantime, Dauntless through for 4 points. Latina Heat still stuck behind the pack between turns 2 and 3. And a final hop around a blocker does get through for 4 points for Wisconsin.
Still about a quarter of this jam remains to be played through. Single blocker in the box for Illowa.
Latina Heat finding just a little bit of daylight on the inside line, picking up 4 points. Dauntless still stuck in the pack as it pulls into turn 4. Couple final hits here to see if they can hold Dauntless back, but is through for another 4 points.
A bit of a blocker swap for Team Illowa in the penalty box here, as Rabbit picks up a forearm penalty.
So 2 points at the end for Wisconsin, 1 for Illowa, brings it to 17 for Illowa, 10 for Wisconsin on the jam. 120 for Illowa, 98 for Wisconsin overall. Hi, Rat.
Bye, Rat.
Bye, Rat.
We are lined up and ready to go here for jam number 2. How is it only jam number 2?
What is time? Phenomenal jamming for Wisconsin. Tricky Pixie for Illowa, and it is going to be Tricky Pixie with lead, but just barely. Phenomenal bearing down. They're going to be a fast hit into the packs here, but Tricky Pixie's going to call it off before anything can happen. Sometimes it's just a little too close for comfort.
Yep. So we are going to see goose eggs across the board. Honk, honk.
Oh, now I smell the tacos.
I was going to say the same thing.
Dang.
Nothing better to start off jam 3 than the smell of tacos.
I can focus. All right, Tijuana Slammer jamming for Wisconsin. Kristalica out there for Illowa. A reminder, if you're joining us online, Illowa is in white, Wisconsin is in black.
Oh, it's going to be Kristallika taking lead for Illowa.
Maybe half track behind. Tijuana Slammer is also out. Oh, and a lot of action at the end, a lot of whistles. We'll see what it all pairs out to be. It looks like there will be a penalty assessed at the last moment there on Illowa's jammer. So now Wisconsin will start this next jam with a power jam.
Power jam.
And they will send T and Tina to the line. Something of a specialist for power starts.
Yeah. T and Tina in this power start, 2 to beat at the front of the pack.
It's going to be Thunder Buns, Bratty Cake, Penny Pain, and Eek the Freak for Illowa as the blockers, but T and Tina is through for lead.
T and Tina with a nice maneuver to the outside, quickly back up to the front of the pack, weathers the hit from 202 Bratty Cake. And quickly around for another 4 points as Kristallika returns to the track.
Now the box is clear.
Quickly completing the initial pass.
Final 4 points before T and Tina calls it off. Sounded like there was a whistle at the end there. Looks like a Team Illowa blocker will be headed to the box. Blue Phoenix with the hat for Team Wisconsin. Dauntless for Illowa.
Jammers pushing hard on this pack, driving the pack speed up as we enter the turn 1-2 apex. We are in the second straightaway. Lead is declared to Dauntless.
And Blue Phoenix out just a little less than a half track behind as Dauntless comes around to score some points and is going to call it off. Continuing the strategy trend of this game, the hit it and quit it.
And
Points denial.
Great track awareness here by not only from the bench staffs here being communicating to the skaters on track, but the skaters keeping an eye on not only the track situation, but those bench coaches.
Yeah, it's a lot of things to pay attention to when you are playing this game, particularly for jammers. Got a lot of people hollering at you to do things.
Yeah.
And it's kind of sometimes hard to know when you're it's like, I'm just trying to get out of here alive.
Speak the passphrase.
Roxy Balboa jamming for Illowa, Tijuana Slammer for Wisconsin. Forearm penalty call going to someone.
It looks like Roxy does have lead, but Tijuana Slammers popped out of the pack.
That'll happen sometimes. You pass everybody in the pack, you get lead, but then you get reabsorbed into the pack by good blocking, so it can set you back a little bit. Tijuana Slammer is through for 4 points, just as Roxy Balboa comes around and picks up 4 as well. Illowa losing a couple of blockers to the box now.
So that is a track cut on Tijuana Slammer. Actually, a track cut that had happened here in turn 3 about a lap ago. And then there was just a little bit of back and forth confirmation on whether or not that was actually a cut. So assessed late. It's not a late report or anything.
Got it. And there's going to be an official review being called by Wisconsin. Not entirely surprised. As Illowa finished that jam with 8 points to Wisconsin's 4. So now 130 to 114 in Illowa's favor. I'm enjoying their Illowa logo of a UFO abducting a roller skate out of a farm field.
Just that's where
excellent.
all of the best skates are grown.
Yeah, we grow the Midwestern skates from farm fields.
Yeah. Locally sourced, homegrown skates.
Haven't done this one. We'll do a little shout out to one of our sponsors. Enjoy award-winning hospitality at Holiday Inn and Express and Suites, Madison Central, just steps from the Alliant Energy Center. I know we've got people staying there. Guests love the complimentary 3-mile shuttle indoor saltwater pool. Ooh. 24-hour fitness center, free parking, and breakfast. Thank you to Holiday Inn Express and Suites Madison Central for your outstanding partnership and for supporting Roller Derby.
Yay, Roby-Doby.
Roby-Doby.
That lives rent-free in my head, Ham. I need you to know that.
I'm so pleased that that is still exists out in the world at all, because it
Yeah.
was my niece when she was maybe 3.
Yeah.
That's how she pronounced roller derby, is Roby-Doby. And back when Twitter was Twitter and not a hellscape, there was a really great community of derby people on there, and we spread that far and wide. Made her famous. I'm very proud of her. It's a long time ago, because she's like a whole teenager now.
Yeah, oh, wow. So joining a youth league under the name Roby-Doby, perhaps?
Maybe. We'll see what we can do. So we are still in that official review. We'll let you know what we learn when we learn it.
Do want to let folks know, while we do have 22 minutes remaining in this game, coming up next at 5 o'clock, Madison Roller Derby's very own Dairland Dolls will be taking on the Northstar Supernovas in our, what's the word, title card match? Is that?
Yeah, it's a title card.
I'll just like use words that I feel like they might vaguely be the right ones.
Sure.
And if it works, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a good game, is the point.
Yeah, that's right.
And that'll be followed by one final game after that at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
That'll be Madison Roller Derby's The Herd. Have you heard of them?
Oh, I have heard. In fact, I heard that I don't have a good rhyme coming up after that, but I heard that they were here earlier in the day, taking a pretty solid win over the Northstar Northern Lights.
Yep.
Even though the Northern Lights kept beating up one of my favorite announcers during the game, which is like
It's okay.
Very rude.
It was consensual, so
All right,
that's the important thing. So the Herd, Madison Roller Derby's The Herd will be playing Chicago Style's A-Team at 7 o'clock. So you got 2 more games after this one at 5, one at 7. And then we do have an after party this evening. If you feel like you still got some energy, you want to come hang out with the skaters and the crew, we will be at Delta Beer Lab once all the action is over to celebrate. Delta Beer Lab over on, I believe, Badger Road, not too far from here. You basically hop over the belt line to the other side. They're back there. Look them up online. Lovely tap room. They have they make their own beer. They make their own soda. It is a queer-owned business. I was just there last night for a Pride Festival thing, so they're great. Come to the after party, hang out.
Yeah. Sounds delicious. I'm thirsty already.
Delicious and thirsty.
Yeah.
This is what you call vamping, Rich. It's a long. We're vamping.
Oh, we're
So
vamping?
it's a long official review, so we got to fill it. Or we just let the music play. That's also good.
I was bracing myself for some information from Eggs, but they're still figuring things out in there.
Well,
I look at it like, Wisconsin's still waiting. So I had a few weeks ago, I was in Boston to attend Lobster Roll 2025. It was a great time.
Okay.
One of the announcers out there, Ruth Banster-Ginsburg, as an announcer does, like you work with them on the mic, you listen to them, and they've got a very solid non-regional dialect, right? But then also one of those human beings that when you get them off the mic, like all of a sudden the Massachusetts accent just comes right. I'm going to stop it there because that was bad. But we had a wonderful discussion that I would love to see manifest one of these days, where we have these region-based teams.
Yeah.
I would love to have an announcer pairing where not only are the region is represented, but the dialects from those regions.
The full dialect, yeah.
So, so then we could just, talking about Wisconsin's roller derby.
Yeah, there we go.
Getting all the points, getting they're reviewing the officialness.
This is real Manitowoc Minute vibes right now.
I would love to
it.
listen to games like that because, for one, I love dialects.
Absolutely.
That's great. But then that just adds a little more hometown flavor.
You get a little bit of that at the Roller Derby World Cup, and that's extra fun because that's dialects, different countries, different parts of the world, different languages. Good time.
Well, hello, like a little shout out in the chat here to Spin Diesel from the Root River Rollers and also of Team Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah.
Saying hello. She's cheering us on, all of her Team Wisconsin teammates as well as us because Spin is a marvelous human being.
That's so nice. All right, well, it looks like we might be coming to the end of this official review. The captains and the A's have come off the track anyway.
Seems to be some excitement on the Team Wisconsin bench.
Yes, please. I thought Team Wisconsin looked happy. All right, so the track cut that had been assessed to the Team Wisconsin jammer a little bit after where it had allegedly happened, that was what Wisconsin was challenging. They did win.
Yeah.
So there is no penalty against the jammer. They determined that the jammer was out of bounds.
It was the blocker.
Blocker was out of bounds.
That would have been drawing the cut penalty.
Yeah.
Was outside of the zone of engagement
Got
when
it.
the penalty was called.
Thank you for saving me for myself. So
Oh, my pleasure.
that's a win for Team Wisconsin. That means they will retain their official review for the half as well.
That is the third official review that we've seen today that teams have won.
Which is kind of rare. It is very difficult to win official
Yeah.
reviews. Our referees and crews are like really, really good, and they discuss it in detail. And you got multiple eyes on a thing, and often when you're on the sideline, you don't have the same angle on everything as the referees do with their large crews. So it is a victory to win an official review, and we do appreciate that referees are like, you know what, you're right. When you're right, you're right.
It's like, and that feels good. That feels so good.
We're all here to keep things fair and square and safe.
Yeah.
That's the point.
And as a gift, they get to keep their official review.
Yes.
Get
Quite
a
the
nice
gift.
little plus on the scoreboard, a badge of honor.
Oh, it is I hadn't noticed that it was a plus. That's very cute. All right, so we're back at the action now. Phenomenal jamming for Wisconsin. Kristalica for Illowa.
Whew, body's hitting the floor in the first straightaway. And we've got lead.
That's going to be phenomenal for Wisconsin with lead. And Illowa lose their pivot to the box. Kristalica now through as well. I'm seeing a lot of jazz hands on the run back here, so phenomenal going ahead and calling it off before Illowa can score any points. So it's just a single, don't two, a duo of points.
Well, and that makes the, it would have made the score if it was the single point, nice and easy to math. But now the math don't math, Ham.
It's just 1 point off, and you're just thrown.
Like half of 15, 30, and that's 15 points. I can do that math. Now it's gone. I don't what 14.
Norb, where are you when we need you? That's Tiantina with the helmet cover star for Wisconsin, and Tricky Pixie for Illowa, and getting lead pretty quick off the line there.
God, that was like 4 seconds into the jam before lead was assessed. Very nice work there by Team Illowa and Tricky Pixie.
This is going to be a quick one, I bet. Yep, Tiantina putting on the heat there, so Tricky Pixie having to call it off. We'll pick up 2 points for Illowa, keeping Wisconsin scoreless on the jam. So Illowa now sitting at 132 to Wisconsin's 116.
We are lining up for jam number 9 here in the second half. Penalty box has a single blocker standing in it. That's going to be the pivot for Team Illowa. Of course, as Jamis Joplin immediately returning to the track. Blue Phoenix jammer of record for Team Wisconsin. Dauntless jamming for Illowa.
Dauntless getting pulled to the outside, recycled back, having to start again. So that's giving a little bit of time for Blue Phoenix to grab lead for Team Wisconsin.
low block penalty going to be assessed to a Team Wisconsin skater as Latina Heat. So jam is called. I always love to see that sort of like inter-team camaraderie, like when there's just like a big pile-up and like you're just like, oh God, my body is on yours, your skate is in my leg.
Yep.
Are we all okay?
Yeah.
Good. Oh, okay. All right.
Sportspersonship.
Yeah. All right. The jam's been whistled. Done. We will hit each other in another 30 seconds. But for now, friendship.
Friendship. Tijuana Slammer with the star for Wisconsin. Roxy Balboa out there for Illowa. And Tijuana Slammer picking up lead for Wisconsin. Illowa in a little bit of penalty trouble here. Couple of blockers in the box, rotating in and out. Tijuana Slammer through for 4. It's Roxy Balboa now around on a scoring pass.
This is the second. So backing that sentence up, Team Wisconsin on a 2-lead jam streak, and so far in this half, there has not been a longer lead streak than 2 jams.
Very back and forth game so far in the second half.
And very much a different scenario than we saw in the first, where we saw a lot of runs of big leads, first from Illowa, then from Wisconsin. So yeah, now like, these teams kind of having settled into figuring each other out. We've got a very close back and forth game here. You love to see it.
You do love to see it. And it makes sense. So Illowa being a new team and Team Wisconsin, these are people who don't normally get to play or practice together super often. All the more impressive, but you definitely see that coming together over the course of a game as we're figuring out each team's style and adjusting accordingly. That's going to be phenomenal jamming for Wisconsin. Roxy Balboa for Illowa.
Pack holding firm on the pivot line. Seeing a lot of churning in the turn 1-2 apex, and it's going to be phenomenal popping out to take lead.
Oh, and we totally missed the fact that there was a power jam. Wow, sorry, falling down on the job as announcers on you here. But that power jam's now over. Roxy Balboa back on the track for Illowa.
It looks like the penalty that had been on Roxy was an illegal contact penalty. I would suspect running into somebody out of bounds, probably the cause.
Does happen from time to time. You get up a lot of speed and energy. Sometimes it's unavoidable. So quick, looks like 2 points for Wisconsin as they chip away at Illowa's lead, 127 to their 136. Plenty of time left in the second half for anything to happen, including a timeout.
Not just any timeout, but an official
timeout.
The most official of any kind of timeout
So
that
official.
one will see in roller derby.
I'll take this opportunity to just let you know, if you want to catch more of Madison Roller Derby in action, our 21st home season will kick off on October 18th right here at the arena. We play 5 home games featuring games between the 4 home teams, and we also invite some interleague teams to play against the Dairland Dolls, the Herd, and Team Unicorn from all across the country even. So you can find bout dates and more information at madisonrollerderby.org, including all of the dates for next season's games. We hope we see you there.
So there have been a lot of exciting things about this game already, Ham. But there's one exciting thing that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet.
Let's do it.
One of our esteemed non-skating officials out here today, by the name of Stalker. This is their 50th game officiated.
Woo!
They've been working really hard to achieve it.
50 whole games.
So, great job, Stalker. Thank you. Here's to 50 more. And then 50 more. And then 50 more.
Don't freak her out.
And
I don't
then
know.
50 more.
It might be a cliche to say, but it is so true that we cannot play this game without a massive amount of volunteer effort. So we get to cheer on all these awesome skaters on the track and all of these people who help officiate both on skates and off, who keep an eye on the penalty box, they track the scores, they run all the gear, they keep the rink clean. They tell us when we're naughty on the track and we got to go to the box. There's so many things, so many volunteer efforts that make roller derby possible and make it happen and make it a really amazing, diverse community.
Absolutely.
And I'll just shout out that if you ever want to get involved, we encourage you to come and learn to skate with us. We do have a program for that here in Madison. Or if you're like, you know what, I don't want to skate or I don't want to get hit, that's fair. You just come join the volunteer crew.
Yeah.
They are awesome people. It's a great crew to be a part of. It's a good time. They have some of the best parties, some of the best food.
Oh, without a doubt. And you don't even you don't even have to be on the math crew as a volunteer. You know, you don't have to math crew being non-skating official.
Yeah, you could be math crew if that's your thing.
Yeah, you can definitely be math crew.
It's not mine. My brain doesn't work like that.
You can do score taking. You can manage penalty boxes, or you can pick up a microphone and tell people about the things that you see happening in front of you and have them be delighted.
Speaking of our referee volunteers, one's going to tell us what's going on right now. Hold on 1 second. All right, we are back in the action now. That whistle means go. TNT jamming for Wisconsin. Tricky Pixie for Illowa. Tricky Pixie almost through, but gets hit to the outside and recycled back by Dizzy Dame. So TNT did get through, and it looks like Tricky Pixie did get lead, but since got reabsorbed into the pack, decided to call that off. Rich, what happened with that last official review?
Well, with that last official review, Illowa was looking for an illegal call-off or an improper call-off because the jammer called off the jam, and it was their assertion that they were not actually lead. However, on review, they were actually found to be lead. So the legal call-off remains legal, and Team Illowa loses their official review for the second half.
And it sounds like all the points were correct, and everything else is fine, so... And we do have a timeout, looks like called by Illowa. Some time to chill, why not?
Gives us an opportunity to shout out some of the other amazing people hanging out here around the Turn 3 area. Not only do we have the Madison Roller Derby merchandise tables and the merchandise tables of our participating teams hanging out behind that bleacher, but we've also got a lot of really awesome skate gear from Mouse at 608 Skate.
608 Skate! Madison's premier roller derby skate shop.
Yeah. You wanna talk about homegrown roller skates? Mouse picks them straight from the field.
Fresh, straight from the field.
We are underway here in Jam 13 of the second half. Tricky Pixie starting from the box. Team Tina with a power jam. Does get out, takes lead for Team Wisconsin. Team Wisconsin, if you are just joining us, skating in the black with yellow accents. Team Illowa in the in the white with orange accents. Tina trying to fight through. Oh, taken down out. Looks like it will be just outside the zone of engagement. An out-of-play block going to be assessed to a Team Illowa skater.
Danger zone.
Danger zone. Oh, man. Team Wisconsin picking up 4 points on that jam. Illowa 0. 5 points now separate these teams.
Woo.
Team Wisconsin 131, Illowa 136, 15 minutes, or 13. Neither of those. The one in the middle, 14 minutes and 20 seconds remain to play in this game.
You got it. We got there. Blue Phoenix jamming for Wisconsin. Kristalica out there for Illowa. It's going to be Kristalica with lead for Illowa.
Big run back into turn 4 on Kristalica. Will allow Blue Phoenix the opportunity to break through at the front of the pack. They are now eligible to score points for Team Wisconsin.
But is not able to. Sorry,
No,
I thought I was just trying to like.
I sorry. I thought you were just like doing a see and say sort of thing.
No.
But yeah, but the jam was called before any points could be picked up.
I was just trying to tag team with you, but I didn't communicate it properly, and so the bit fell apart. But so Wisconsin will start down one player. Their pivot's in the box for this one. That's going to be Tijuana Slammer for Wisconsin. Roxy Balboa for Illowa. Roxy out front with lead.
Tijuana Slammer still working on the wall of Illowa. So it looks like there's some. Oh, there's a cut track penalty. It's been assessed to. Oh, it's going to be to Tijuana Slammer.
Power jam for Illowa.
Power.
Power jam. Oh, a nice big apex jump. You choose.
The biggest little hop.
Roxy Balboa for another 4 points on the power jam. Oh, comes up against a tripod of Wisconsin skaters. We'll have to reset. Couple of penalties being assessed. 1 blocker each from each team. And Tijuana Slammer back on the track for Wisconsin. Hits the pack hard. We've got a little bit of a pile up as Roxy Balboa makes use of that to get through pretty easily for 4 points.
Big jam so far for Illowa. Wisconsin yet to be on the board for this jam. Nice hit to the outside by, oh, I lost the number. Dizzy Dame. No.
Sorry. And the jam will come to an end. Great big 20-point jam for Illowa. Keeping Wisconsin scoreless, so that's going to bring their lead 160 to 131, a 29-point lead.
Ooh.
Did I do my math right?
I believe you did, Ham. I'm
Wow.
very impressed.
Look at me go.
Woo! It's clearly been a few hours since you were last hit.
Yes. And I took a nap.
Down to the action on the track. Jam 16, Dauntless, jammer of record for Illowa. And who do we have for Team Wisconsin, Ham?
That's going to be phenomenal, and also with lead for Team Wisconsin. Well, quick star stash there by Dauntless, but able to get through. Phenomenal, making it through for some points. Brushes off a final. Hit's going to pick up 4 points for Wisconsin.
Rabbit just really eager to follow that jammer. Thankfully didn't engage.
So it could be an additional 2 points there at the very end for Team Wisconsin. So it should be a 6-4, I think. Jam. I don't see it on the board yet, but I'm pretty sure it's 6-4.
Wait for it. No, it looks like that's where we're going to leave that. All right, we got him.
Yeah, yep. No, my brain is only
Jam 17 underway. Tina jamming for Wisconsin. It's going to be tricky. Pixie, though, taking lead for Illowa, flying around the track. Tiantina does break through, will now begin her trap all the way around the track.
Yeah, that's going to be another quick call off. It's like 2-1 on the jam there in favor of Illowa. Timeout being called by Wisconsin. All right, we're going to shout out Wisconsin United Roller Derby, or WORD, an all-gender league here in Madison who are actively recruiting. Visit their booth at the tournament or check them out on Facebook to connect and attend a future practice. Keep an eye out for them at a roller derby tournament this July. That's Wisconsin United Roller Derby. WORD.
WORD. Actually, one of my favorite yearly scrimmages is the WORD to Your Mama scrimmage. Mama Juke, a awesome skater with WORD. But let's talk about what's being
right in front of us
now.
Tijuana Slammer jamming for Wisconsin, Kristalica for Illowa. Tijuana Slammer getting recycled around the outside. We'll have to reset as Kristalica pushes through the final few blockers and grabs lead for Illowa.
Only a few jams ago, this was a 5-point game. Now 28 points back to the being the differential here.
So that's going to be Tijuana Slammer in the penalty box for 30 seconds. So a power jam opportunity for Illowa.
Jam.
Jinx, 8 minutes left in the second half of this game. 170 for Illowa, 138 Wisconsin. Illowa with a power start opportunity. That's going to be the dance moves of Roxy Balboa, pardon me, off the line. And that's going to be the lead call for Illowa.
Slammer returning to the track for Team Wisconsin. Illowa lines up to catch. Ooh! Nice catch. Slammer slams to the ground. Gonna remove the star.
That's Brady Cake leading the run back for Illowa there. Holding on to Tijuana Slammer. Roxy Balboa through, but gets knocked to the inside. Also being recycled back by Lollipopia. Slow moving packs here in turn one as both jammers trying to fight their way through. Some top-notch blocking work. Although Wisconsin will lose one blocker to the box as Roxy Balboa makes it through for another 4. Yep.
Yeah, that was V with a directional penalty for Team Wisconsin. Tijuana Slammer still working against these defenders for Illowa. Pack really digging into the turn 1-2 apex. Oh, big hit in the pack. Taking down the pivot for Team Wisconsin.
Roxy Balboa through. It's going to be a 12-point jam now.
Lollipopia takes the star for Team Wisconsin. now eligible to score points, will force the call off. 3 points on that pass for Illowa brings their total on the jam to 15. Team Wisconsin with 0 brings our score to Team Wisconsin 138, Illowa 185. We've got just shy of 6 minutes remaining in this game.
Yeah, Illowa continuing to make some momentum again here, opening up a little bit of a lead, a little bit more of a lead as we head into the back half of the game here. Back quarter of the game? I don't know, whatever. Math. That's going to be Dauntless for Illowa, Wisconsin, with Blue Phoenix wearing the star.
Believe that's a multiplayer block being a high block. Thank you, Ham. Being assessed to Valraven for Illowa.
Blue fighting the way through and does get lead for Wisconsin. Dauntless still stuck just around the pivot line. Looking for some daylight.
Will remove the star. They're going to jam going to be called. Have a single point up for Wisconsin. No points up. Illowa brings our score to Wisconsin 140 as one more point gets added to their totals. And Illowa 185.
A 45-point differential.
Yeah.
I'm really testing my math skills today. This is a good challenge
I'm
for
very
me.
proud of you. You should feel proud of yourself. And so we have seen jams that have hit 20 points plus for each of these teams.
We have.
So not an insurmountable hill to climb for Team Wisconsin, but Illowa's definitely not going to make it easy. Tricky Pixie.
Oh, we love an apex jump. Apex jump for 4 points is even better for Illowa, bringing him 189 to Team Wisconsin's 140. I mean, Illowa just solidly grinding it out. Jam after jam, just being consistent.
Not taking any unnecessary risks.
I think all of roller derby is an unnecessary risk, but I still play it.
It's contextual, I guess, you know.
All right, Kristalica with a star for Illowa. That's Tina for Wisconsin.
Tina at the front of the pack does take lead 23 seconds into this jam. Kristalica still in the pack. Woo! Big hit on the inside.
Another quick 4 points for Tina.
So that was another illegal contact penalty on Kristalica that's made this a power jam for Tina and Team Wisconsin. 4 points on that pass, coming in for more, but Kristalica back on the track, completing the initial pass.
Tina getting the signal from the bench to call it off before any points can be scored for Illowa. See if she picks up any additional ones at the end there. Otherwise, it was an 8-point jam. 2 points at the end, so a 10-point jam for Wisconsin brings them to 150. To Illowa's 189. 2 minutes left. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. Blue Phoenix going to be on the jammer line for Team Wisconsin. Looks like Roxy Balboa jamming for Illowa. Penalty called in the pack. Who will lead? Looks like a blocking with the head on a Team Wisconsin skater. Another penalty is called. And lead is assessed to Roxy Balboa. Team Illowa now in control of this jam. Could well be the final jam of this contest. Blue Phoenix, though, out of the pack, looking to score some points for their team.
Apex jump and a call off. So And a quick timeout by Team Wisconsin. Not surprised. Going to open up some time for at least one more jam in the game, and that timeout will also give me a second. I've been informed that I should holler at current officiating crew on the track that you should stay there after this game for a photo. So current officiating crew for this game, please stay on the track for a photo right after this game when you are looking fresh-faced and sweaty.
Yeah.
The officiating crew for the following game should then also come right out for a photo as soon as they are done. So if you are officiating the next game after this, please come to the track and be ready for a photo right away after this crew takes their picture. And then for the two key teams that will be coming out for the next game, as soon as the benches are cleared, you are welcome to come out to the track to get to your benches and get ready. I guess we're trying to move things along here between games, so everybody look alive.
So let me ask you something, Ham.
What's that?
What are you doing on Thursday, July 17th? You're going to the Dane County Fair, right?
Yes.
Well, MRD will be hosting its annual Fun Times Expo bout at that fair. This year, it's the 608 Showdown, when East meets West, Beast Side versus Best Side. Action gets underway at 6 p.m. Thursday, July 17th at the Alliant Energy Center Expo Hall. Be there or be elsewhere.
I always love the Dane County Fair Expo bout. It's always a good time. It's very fun, very lighthearted. Mixer teams and a fair. There's a fair happening. It's a good time.
Get yourself some funnel cake.
Funnel cake and roller derby. What's not to like? July 17, right back here, but just across the way at the Expo Halls.
We are now in an official timeout.
All the timeouts.
All timeouts are official timeouts. If they're called by officials. Clock is stopped at 55 seconds remaining to play. For those of you who may not be intimately familiar with the rules of roller derby, we will be respecting the jam timer over the period clock. So once that 55 seconds expires, the play will continue until the jam either ends on time or is called by the lead jammer.
That's right. Thanks, Rich.
My pleasure, Ham. Thanks for listening.
Also my pleasure. So a power start for Illowa for what might be the last jam of the game. They are sending Dauntless to the track. Dauntless able to find the outside line, wide open to get lead. Wisconsin with just one block on the track. I only just noticed that. Working hard.
Yeah, dizzy Dame, perhaps a little dizzy because there's so many other skaters around.
Wisconsin now with 3 back on the track. Then get a little bit more pressure. And Illowa on that pass crosses the 200-point mark, up at 205. Oh, and a nice spin move around the outside by Dauntless.
Blue Phoenix find daylight on the inside, now eligible to score points.
There it is. And there's the call off. That will be the game. Nice big 16-point jam for Illowa to end the game. Congrats to this awesome new team, the mashup team, Illowa, Illinois and Iowa, I'm assuming. On their win 213 to Team Wisconsin's hard-fought 150. Please do feel free to come out to trackside to slap hands with both teams. Congratulate them on a game well played.
So we will be getting things underway as quickly as possible. Try to start the next game as close to on time as durbally possible.
That is how tournaments go sometimes. So as a reminder, officials in this game, stay on the track. You are taking a photo right away. Officials in the next game, hang out because you are also going to come and take a photo. And we want to see all your beautiful faces. All right, Rich, it's been a pleasure.
Oh, thank you, Ham. Always the best of times. Good luck in your game later.
Thank you so much.
And thank you all for joining us. We hope you have enjoyed this game and continue to enjoy Udder Chaos 25. here in the Central Time Zone at the fabulous arena here at the Alliant Energy Center. I am Rich Mahogany. I am joined by the one and only Mr. Ragers.
It is a beautiful day for a derby bout. We got the Madison Dairland Dolls against the Northstar Roller Derby Supernovas. This is our second to last game of the Udder Chaos 2025.
Yeah. The day and yay, in fact, the event.
Yeah.
So really quick here, we're going to run down the rosters for these teams. For Madison Roller Derby's Dairland Dolls skating out in the white and blue. We are going to have number 03, One Hit Wanda, number 101, Quilla DeVille, number 120, Battle Frog, number 150, Amperslam, number 17, Dilemma, number 18, Just the Hip, number 234, The Manipulator, number 26, Germs, number 262, Nat Splat, number 270, Cyanide, number 273, Crystal Ice, number 314, Smack and Cheese, number 32, Dalek, number 36, Lamarche Madness, number 5388, Dark Horse, number 7734, Hellwoods, number 80, Thrill Show, number 800, Bada Boombox, number 808, Hawaii KO, and number 847, Hello Sailor.
Incredible. And for Northstar, we've got number 011, Baller, number 120, Face Smelter, number 1300, Katarina Hit, number 15, Daryl B. Blood, number 16, Blue Barracuda, number 17, Red Hot Toddy, number 20, Slim Sadie, number 24, Lumberjill, number 314, Rude Barb, number 44, Jim Rat, number 58, Saltine, number 622, Kilroy, number 666, Sailor Doom, number 7, Guillotina, number 833, Buzzkill, number 906, Sassberry, and number 911, Weird Val Shankovich. Everybody give it up for Northstar Roller Derby.
And we'd like to shout out our skating and non-skating officials as my mic decides the power of Derby is too strong. I need to take a momentary nap. Officials, Clea Smack Jones, Mimi First, No Ship Sherlock, What You Talking About Willis, Dungeon Smasher, A Gru, Sonic the Hedgehog, Valkyrie, Exposure Scarapy, Oxford Coma, Twofer Flinchin, Illinois, Davis Feckham, Eddie Lizard, Lurbrid, Havoc, Mechanics, Mistress of Evil, and Dark Matter.
We could not do what we do without the officials also doing what they do.
Yeah. We appreciate you, and it's you know it's true because of all the rhymes.
That's true. We do.
Wahoo. So we got a few shout-outs here we'd like to share with you as we wait for the final bits of officialness to be sorted before the whistles can blow and the skates can go woo-woo to the left. If you would like to share a shout-out, if you are here in venue, you can go over to the merchandise table, donate $1 minimum, and we will read your message here on the microphone. If you are on the stream, there should be a link in the chat to be able to do the same. Shout-out here, Lucy, plus all your friends at Fox Cities Roller Derby. We love you, Thunder and Dizzy. Looking great out there.
5 seconds to Derby.
And we are underway for jam number 1. The Dairland Dolls are going to send up Dark Horse. Supernovas sending out Katarina Hit. And Dark Horse takes the first lead jam of this contest.
It's a very active pack already.
Katarina Hit quickly removing that star, trying to become as anonymous as possible. She tries to make her way through on the initial pass here.
Dark Horse picking up 4 points. 3 points, excuse me. Thank you, Eddie Lizard. Looks like Katarina Hit, Baller, recipient of the star, is through on the initial pass.
Baller, now the jammer of record for the Supernovas. Still working, as you said, on that initial. Dark Horse with 3 points right there, only picking up 3 on that initial pass. To a skater being passed out of bounds. You don't get a point for that one.
Like
Supernovas defense really locking down here in turn 2. Dark Horse not making an easy go of it for this second scoring pass.
Looks like
Battle Frog in there. Oh, apologies.
Yep, baller gets recycled. Very strong defense from Green right now. And Madison's jammer is through, picking up 4 points.
Dairland Dolls holding firm around Baller. Baller will break through. That is going to complete the first scoring pass for the Supernovas.
Baller gets 4 points there.
Dairland Dolls opting to allow the jam timer to expire. Pick up a grand total of 10 points on that jam. 4 points for the Supernovas. Brings our score to, shockingly, 10-4. As will happen
good buddy.
when you've just started the game.
Incredible. 10-4, good buddy. Alrighty, we've got number 90. That is, sorry, 906, Sasbury, jamming for the Supernovas. And I believe number 36, LaMarche Madness, jamming for Dairland Dolls.
LaMarche Madness tearing apart the wall at the back, does get through, claiming lead jam for the Dairland Dolls. Penalty is whistled in the pack. Looks like the Dairland Dolls are going to lose their pivot, Quilla DeVille, to the box as a forearm penalty. Sasbury, jammer of record for the Supernovas, has completed the initial pass, is now eligible to will do so handily. Only 2 blockers on the track for the Dairland Dolls.
Very impressive footwork right now from the Supernovas. That's another 4 points for Sasbury. It's another, I believe, another 4 for Sasbury, and I believe that's another 4 as well from Eddie Lizard. Or Eddie Lizard saying another 4 points for Madison. All right, and with that jam, it is 16-12. 16 for Dairland Dolls, 12 for the Supernovas, bringing our overall total to 26-16. We've got number 17 for Madison, number 17 Dilemma, jamming for Madison, and number 60, number 20 Slim Sadie, jamming for the Supernovas. And looks like Dilemma gets sent to the box, meaning we are on a power jam right now for the Supernovas.
That's right,
a power jam.
Yeah, that forearm penalty sending Dilemma to the box. So Slim Sadie now with a power jam opportunity. DD's defense holding firm in term 1. Oh, but Sadie is through. Does end up picking up lead for her troubles. Dairland Dolls trying to insert their blockers into the wall of the Supernovas. Do manage to catch Slim Sadie.
Strong wall right now from Madison.
Dilemma flying out of the penalty box, collides with the wall in the turn 1-2 apex. Supernovas nice and ready, though.
Dilemma makes it around the inside. And Supernovas calls it off.
Nice jam there. 4-0 jam in favor of the Supernovas. We'll bring our score to Supernovas 20, Dairland Dolls 26. So 6 points separating these teams with 24 minutes remaining to play in the first half.
It's a pretty close game so far. We've got number 666, Sailor Doom for the Supernovas. And number 32, Dalek for Madison. They are neck and neck right now. These two jammers jockeying for position.
Oh, Sailor Doom opting to try for the hit, but does not connect. Our blockers are off to the races. Nobody wants to be a point.
Oh, we have a whip. Dalek does a whip it.
A beautiful short whip taken off of one-hit Wanda by Dalek. Oh, Sailor Doom taken down to the inside. Forearm penalty going to be assessed to Quilla DeVille.
We're playing old school derby right now.
Yeah.
I haven't seen somebody whip it in a long time.
Beautiful utility there. Oh, we are going to lose one-hit Wanda to the box. It's a positional blocking penalty on one-hit Wanda, sending her to the penalty box.
And Dalek picking up 4 points. And we got another 4 points for Sailor Doom. And that's the jam.
As the dust settles, 15 points put up on the board by the Dairland Dolls, 4 for the Supernovas.
I feel like since Derby got rid of the jammer point, you don't see jammers jockeying for position like that nearly as often.
Yeah.
But it's always exciting to watch when it happens.
Oh, absolutely. You love the fast and nimble jams, which we are quite likely to see again in this jam between Dark Horse and Katarina Hit. Dark Horse up at the front of the pack, does get through. Katarina Hit still working through at the back of the pack. Would have an opportunity here to block Dark Horse. And looks like Dark Horse was... Okay, never mind. From this angle, it looked like Dark Horse would just be like, no, I'm going to be a blocker now, too. Like, no, Dark Horse.
That's not how Derby works.
Nay.
Boo. All right, very strong defense right now from both teams. It's like Dark Horse struggling to get through. Oh, Dark Horse makes it through. Tells the pack, you're not the one for me. Picking up 4 points. And I think we have a star pass, if I'm not mistaken, to 622 Kilroy for the Supernovas.
You are correct, Mr. Ragers. Kilroy dons the star, activating her jammer powers.
What?
Will force the call off, picks up 1 point for her troubles. Dairland Dolls called the jam after picking up 8 points. Like to take a moment to give a quick shout out to our amazing sponsor, Ian's Pizza. Ian's Pizza has 2 downtown locations, 100 State Street next to the Capitol and 319 North Francis near the Kohl's Center. Both locations are open late, and Ian's Pizza has a 3rd Madison location at the historic Garber Feed Mill on Madison's east side. For more information, visit ianspizza.com.
We got some pretty high-speed derby going on right now again. Lamarche Madness and Sasbury, both of them pushing to get around that apex.
Sasbury just barely creeping up on Lamarche here.
Oh, and looks like Lamarche Madness gets sent back. Lost a little bit of control around the curve. And Sasbury makes it through, picking up 4. And Lamarche Madness gets through and calls it. I think that's another 4 for 4 for Madison as well.
Got another shout out to read for you here. Congratulations, Team Illowa, on your first ever bout. So exciting, so much fun to see their game against Team Wisconsin just before this one. Thank you for sharing the love. As the whistle blows for jam number 7, we see Slim Sadie jamming for the Supernovas in the green, up against Dilemma for the Dairland Dolls in the white.
Dilemma currently pushing to get through that tripod. The pack is getting quite spread out. Dilemma gets through, picking up lead for Madison Roller Derby.
Supernovas will lose a blocker to the box.
The pack consolidates.
Battle Frog doing the run back on Slim Sadie, back behind the jammer line. Penalty whistle blows in the pack. We're going to lose the pivot to the box for the Supernovas.
Slim Sadie is through on the initial pass. Still running into some strong defense from the Supernovas, but manages to make it through, picking up 4 points.
Dilemma just taking a nice little dip onto the inside there. Will get through for 4 points.
It's another 4. Madison currently at 69 points to the Supernovas 29.
Nice.
And looks like that's another 4 for Madison. And the jammer for Supernovas makes it out of the pack, picking up 4 points. Number 20, Slim Sadie. Another 4 for Madison.
Dairland Dolls clearly very happy to just keep this jam rolling. 24 to 4 points thus far, and Dilemma working on the 28.
Dilemma was doing a little hop there earlier. Some good toe stop work. Running into... Oh, that's 4 points, and that's the jam. Very strong blocking from number... who was that with the Supernovas? I think that was Baller. I believe that was their pivot, Baller.
Yeah.
That was...
was indeed.
It's not often you see an individual blocker, like, able to hold the jammer back.
Got another shout out here that we will read after this jam.
Sounds good.
Sailor Doom up at the front, but picks up a track cut penalty.
And Dalek, lead jammer. So currently that means that we are on a power jam right now for Madison.
Power.
Dalek pushing through, picking up 4 points.
Dairland Dolls doing a good job of keeping the Supernovas wall from being able to form up.
Dalek picking up another 4 points.
Penalty box is empty. Both teams are back up at full strength as Sailor Doom collides with the pack. Doom going to be recycled on the outside by Hello Sailor. Nice recycle happening here by Kilroy on Dalek.
And looks like Sailor Doom we did a star stash. And that's the jam. Dalek calls it. 93 to 34, Madison. Oh, we have a timeout. Looks like Supernovas are calling a team timeout.
Got some more shout-outs to read for you. Jab to Hawaii KO. Thanks, KO, for getting me into Derby and for being so enthusiastic now that I'm here. You're a kick-ass player even in the midst of school hell. Much luck.
Big congrats to KO. Let's also do a shout-out. It says, Lucy and Fox Cities Roller Derby. Thank you to our favorite officials who are effing out there today. We love you. Thanks to our officials. They're doing good work.
KO just out here prowling the jammer line. Keeping the energy up, the blood moving. They are raring to go.
It's hard
Energized
work.
from a successful thesis defense.
Big congrats, Dr. KO. KO approaches the pack, slams into it. Looks like we've got Katarina hit jamming for the Supernovas. And KO makes it through. Picking up lead. Or no, KO goes to the box on track cut.
So there was a track cut penalty assessed to Battle Frog, and yes, as well a track cut to Hawaii KO. So power jam now for the Supernovas. Katarina hit in an opportunity to snatch the lead here. And lo and behold, lead goes to the Supernovas. Strong position here as they are also in a 4-3 pack advantage. Dairland Dolls momentarily able to resist the offense. Katarina hit will find daylight on the outside. Dairland Dolls skaters back on the track. KO completes the initial pass for the Dairland Dolls.
Takes the star off, puts it back on. And Katarina hit calls off the jam. It's not willing to risk KO racking up a whole bunch of points.
Very well timed call off there by the
Agreed.
Supernovas. Great bench communication. Shout out to the pipes on that bench, coach.
Agreed.
42 points is the score for the Supernovas. 93 for the Dairland Dolls. 51 points separate these two teams if my announcer math can be trusted.
I do, but yep, your math is correct.
Huzzah! Looking down to the jammer line here in Jam 10, Dark Horse jammer of record for the Dairland Dolls up against Sasbury for the Supernovas.
And yep, that's both. And looks like Dark Horse is lead jammer.
In comes one hit Wanda for some of that offense on the Supernovas wall at the front of the pack. A track cut penalty assessed to Dark Horse will lose her the lead, giving Sasbury and the Supernovas a power jam and making this a 2-minute jam. I believe this will be one of the first 2-minute jams that we've had that where the Dairland Dolls weren't just running it for 2 minutes, because why not? Forearm penalty going to be assessed to Sasbury. So a bit of a jammer do-si-do happening here in the penalty box. Dark Horse, as soon as Sasbury sits, this will release Dark Horse from the penalty box, and Sasbury only needs to sit for the amount of time that Dark Horse served.
And Dark Horse through the pack, almost through the pack, running into some very strong resistance right now from number 58, Saltine. Strong defense right now from Northstar.
Sasbury fights her way through on the outside. 4 roller derby points for the Supernovas. Dark Horse through for 3 of her own.
And
Again,
looks like Northstar's jammer goes to the box, number 906, Sasbury, meaning we are on a power jam right now for Madison. Rich, did we happen to see what that penalty was? It was on Sasbury. Okay, that was an illegal contact penalty. And I believe that Sasbury is still in the box right now, meaning that we are on a power start for Madison.
You are correct, Mr. Ragers. It's going to be La March Madness going into this power start. But first, an official timeout. I'll save this. Got a shout out here. It says, congrats to Dilemma and Knockin' Boots. As lights in the community, may you help each other shine for decades to come. Another shout out here says, we love you, Nene, Carol, and Amy. You would like your own shout out. Goes not only to the wonderful folks here in the arena, but the wonderful folks online watching it on Madison Roller Derby's YouTube channel. You can head to the merchandise table if you are here in venue. Otherwise, scroll on up through that chat, find the link. Who knows, maybe you'll get lucky and John Lane will share it again live right now as we speak. He's probably already done it because that's what John do. That's what John do.
Our production crew always puts on quite a show for Udder Chaos. It is very cool to be able to watch those from anywhere in the world.
Yeah. Oh, the magic of the internet. Thank you, Al Gore.
It's a series of
the
tubes
internet.
full of cats.
We are 1 minute and 30 seconds into this official timeout. Clock is stopped at 10 minutes, 45 seconds remaining to play in the first half of this game. Supernovas with 50 points. Dairland Dolls 54 points ahead with 104. We do have one more game coming up after this one, friends. It's going to be the Herd taking on, taking on my brain. Take on brain, goodbye brain. It's going to be the Herd versus Chicago style. Thanks, Brain. You're welcome, Brain. Stick around for that one. And, of course, after that, we do have an after party this evening. We are going to be down at Delta Beer Lab once all the action is done to celebrate a delightful little mini tournament here. Question for everybody out in the audience here. By round of applause, who has been here for every single game so far today? Yeah!
We got one, maybe two people.
Y'all are nuts, and I love you. Thank you to everybody who's joining us today. Whether
we've got number 36 jamming for the Dairland Dolls. And currently no jammer for Supernovas. Still in timeout.
All right, so what the officials were timing out here for were to take a look at the last hit that we saw from the green jammer in the last jam, number 906 Sasberry. On review, the officials have found that the contact was found to be what we call an egregious block, a little too strong, not safe or encouraged. So as a result, Sasberry has been expelled from this game. The Supernovas will be seating a replacement in the box to start. So a power jam for La March Madness and Dairland Dolls as we get into Jam 11 here of the first half.
Did we see, was it a back block? That makes sense.
So yeah, back block then will quickly send La March Madness to the penalty box, releasing Slim Sadie. Slim Sadie serving that for Sasberry.
The real Slim Sadie stands up. And looks like Slim Sadie running into this resistance in the pack. And looks like Slim Sadie makes it through, picking up lead right now for Northstar.
Supernova defense recongealing at the back of the pack as La March Madness returns to the track.
La March Madness makes it through on the initial pass. And Sadie calls off a jam. Currently we've got number 666, Sailor Doom, jamming for the Supernovas.
And number 17, Dilemma, jamming for the Dairland Dolls, for whom I have a shout-out. Dilemma, you got this, queen. Skate hard, skate fast, and have so much fun. Love you.
From an anonymous shout-outer, by the looks of it.
Yeah.
Could be
you don't
anyone.
have to sign these. Dilemma recycled back into turn 4 and up at the front, taking lead for the Supernovas. It's Doom!
Sailor Doom. Oh, we got a jammer down, jammer back up. Jammer gets recycled. Looks like Dilemma's through the pack. Not lead jammer, but is through on the initial pass. And Doom calls it very emphatically. Picking up 4 points for the Supernovas before Dilemma has a chance to make contact. And we've got number 1300, Katarina Hit, for the Supernovas. And we've got 32. Dalek, jamming for the Dairland Dolls.
Quick lead jam assessed to Katarina Hit. A little bit of a micro pack happening out there as a single blocker sit in the box for both of these teams.
And Katarina Hit makes it through, picks up 4 points, and then immediately calls it.
Another 4-0 jam in favor of the Supernovas brings their score up to 62. Dairland Dolls at 104. 7 minutes, 30 seconds remain to play in the first half. Lining up for jam number 14, we've got Hawaii KO wearing the star for the Dairland Dolls in white up against Slim Sadie for the Supernovas in green.
KO trying their best to get through the pack. Manages to, no. He's trying to squeak around the outside. And they do so, picking up lead jammer for Madison. KO gets low around the apex. Oh, we got, we got a pile up. Does not stop by KO. They make it through, picking up 4 points for Madison. We have a star pass for Northstar that has just been completed. That is number 622. Kilroy is the new jammer. KO goes down, gets back up.
Supernovas with a bit of a Gumby wall here. Not only are they green, but they just like move and shift their shape to fit any situation. Hawaii KO facing the brunt of this right now.
It's a very strong tripod. KO tries to go around the back, takes a big hit, goes down, is trying to recover. And KO tries to get around the back, manages to do so. Picking up 4 for Madison.
Hello Sailor delivering Kilroy to the outside. Will recycle her back into the entrance of turn 3.
KO squeaks around the outside, picking up another 4. Kilroy goes down. It's a very dynamic pack right now. Kilroy picking up another 4 for the Supernovas. Sorry, not another 4, just the first 4.
Right as the jam ends, Dairland Dolls will lose one hit wand to the box on a forearm penalty. As the dust settles, 4 points up for the Supernovas, 16 big points for the Dairland Dolls. We'll see a official review being called for by the Dairland Dolls. That's going to freeze the clock at 5 minutes and 1 second remaining to play in this half. The score currently stands Dairland Dolls 120, Supernovas 66. We'll see if that changes after this review.
Who's to say? The officials, that's who.
Another shout out here from the crowd. You go, Dark Horse, and hey, Sailor, your superfan, Carol. While we're talking about shout-outs here, I'd like to give another shout-out to folks that are having milestones here in this game. Cleo Smack-Ya Jones, this is game 200 in WFTDA. Woo! And, of course, she officiates a bunch of other cool stuff like USARS, so it's like, Not even just 200 in this rule set. For this achievement, she earns a wow and an encouraging nod. If we could all just please give Cleo Smackett Jones an encouraging nod on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you all very much. And thank you, Cleo Smackett Jones, for all of your commitment to roller derby. You're mad, and we love you for it. So our officials still talking about what they saw in that last jam as it relates to the official review that Madison is looking for. It looks like a decision has been reached, so we will bring you all the sweet deets, spill the proverbial tea, once the news is brought to us. So I'm not seeing any new folks in the penalty box, and the Dairland Dolls have not retained their official review. That is as much as I can tell you now. We'll see if we can bring you more information on that review later. But first, Jam 15. Going to be Dark Horse jamming for the Dairland Dolls up against Sailor Doom. Dark Horse through for lead for the Dairland Dolls. Very quick star pass happening here for the Supernovas over to Jim Rat.
This is Jim Rat's first time with the star so far this game.
Oh, nice little hop over the apex by Jim Rat. Now right on the heels of Dark Horse as both jammers come into turn 1.
Oh, Jim Rat squeaking through the inside. Picking up.
Two apex jumps in a row in the same apex. I'd take that.
It's pretty impressive.
I'd buy that for $1. I'd also buy a shout out for $1, which you can do at the merchandise table or via the link online if you're watching the stream. 8-8 jam for these teams, so differential remains the same, but score shifts to Supernovas 74, Dairland Dolls 128. Just shy of 4 minutes remain to play in this half. Katarina hit jammer of record for the Supernovas. LaMarche Madness jamming for the Dairland Dolls. Almost out, but taken to the outside. Recycled all the way back to the jammer line. Well done there by Saltine for the Supernovas. Gonna give Katarina Hit the opportunity to get through, takes lead, jam.
And very strong defense right now from Northstar. And from Madison as well now. Pack fairly spread out. And looks like we've got a star stash. LaMarche Madness takes it off, puts it back on. And Green calls off the jam.
Nice hit there by One Hit Wanda, stymieing the forward momentum of the Supernovas jammer.
Currently 128 to 78. Madison in the lead by 50 points. But we shall see.
Dilemma, our jammer of record for the Dairland Dolls, rolling out in the white and blue accents up against Slim Sadie for the Supernovas in the green and black.
And Dilemma makes it through, picking up lead for the Dolls. And looks like somebody's going to the box. Looks like that's a blocker for Madison. And that was the manipulator in the box. Dilemma picking up another 4 points.
Thrill Show running Slim Sadie all the way to the back. I see, ooh, a forearm penalty assessed to Dilemma. This is going to give the Supernovas a power jam. Slim Sadie almost through, but is caught up by Quill and Thrill Show.
It's another 4 for Slim Sadie, bringing us to 4 and 4 this jam. The pack is awaiting Slim Sadie's arrival. Slim Sadie gets recycled.
Dairland Dolls do a great job of resisting that offense in from the Supernovas. Dilemma now back on the track for the Dairland Dolls, forcing that offense to switch back to defense.
Northstar working hard to take the tripod, break it up, move it somewhere else.
It was a lead jammerless jam. Jam will go the full 2 minutes. Dilemma up at the front of the pack, working on one more scoring pass.
Strong hit from Kilroy, I think. And we're on a timeout. I think this might be an official review.
Yes, this is going to be an official review being called for by the Supernovas. Freezes the clock at 12 seconds remaining in this first half. Score currently stands at Supernovas 82, Dairland Dolls 136. So as you may or may not know, in roller derby you can use an official review. You can use one per half, where you go into the officials to say there was something about that last jam. I can't say what it is. No, that's not true. I can say exactly what it is. I think this is what was wrong, and this call should be changed or added, and you can do that once per half. And so what's a common tactic is, since you can't take your official reviews with you to the second half, you only get one per half. Folks will often use that official timeout if they don't have something to review, or official review, if they don't have stoppage. Clearly, though, our bench staff here for the Supernovas have something in mind. So I'm looking forward to hearing what they're looking for.
I am wondering if there was a moment towards the end when the green jammer went down and then the white jammer did some footwork. And I'm wondering if there was something about that would precipitate a call. But it's hard to say.
Well,
we'll find
all
out.
we can do is speculate which we shall.
Yes. Could be.
What we like to do, gonna shout out the mutual aid fund here.
Yes.
Let's talk about something a little bit more serious for a moment. Madison Roller Derby's interleague and travel teams, the Herd and the Dairland Dolls, consist of 35 to 40 skaters and 2 to 5 coaches who travel nationally to compete for rankings, proudly representing Wisconsin. The Mutual Aid Fund provides financial assistance to skaters and coaches facing financial barriers, helping cover essential costs like gear, uniforms, travel, and coaching expenses to ensure every team member can participate in and compete. The funds cover individual skater support, coach support, and team needs. You can either visit the booth in venue, or if you are on the stream, you can go to madisonrollerderby.org/mutualaid. That is madisonrollerderby.org/MOO-TUAL-AID for more info.
And we've got number 666, Sailor Doom. Oh, looks like that official review, I guess, is over. I'm assuming the Supernovas have lost the review. I'm assuming that no call was made.
Yeah. Seems so. It seems to at least turned out in their favor, and in that we now have the lead jammer, Sailor Doom, for the Supernovas. Dalek working on the initial pass for the Dairland Dolls. Of course, as I say, that does complete it.
And Supernovas call off the jam, bringing us to the end of this half.
with 4, a single skater on the Supernovas with 3. Those are the highest penalty garnerers of the first half. We'll welcome back, Mr. Ragers. Do you have any knowledge bombs to drop on us?
The only one is that the only player in the whole game so far who... Okay. One of the only players, the only player on Dairland Dolls who has not given up lead, so who's gotten lead every time, is number 5388, Dark Horse.
Oh, Dark Horse. So now I will let you know. I'll let you in on a little secret here, Raiders. Way back when at the at Skate Wars in Lansing, Michigan, I was calling a game where Dark Horse was skating, and I gave a very similar statistic, saying, "Oh, Dark Horse has gotten lead jam 100% of the time." She proceeded to lose lead jam the next time, and then I had to pay her the cheese tax.
Oh no. You gotta pay the cheese tax.
You gotta. So just so you know, you may have signed yourself up for that.
I have jinxed it.
However, back to the action on the track. We are in jam number 1 of the second half. Katarina Hit is the jammer of record for the Supernovas. March Madness claiming lead jam for the Dairland Dolls.
And looks like we have a star pass to number 44, Jim Rat, once again.
Jim Rat taking that star to great effect earlier in the first half. See what you can put up here. Oh!
We
big
have a
hit there
big
by
fall.
Battle Frog.
And Jim Rat gets right back up.
Forearm penalty going to be assessed to number 24 for the Supernovas Lumberjill.
And number 36 calls off the jam. That is 10 points for the Dairland Dolls, 4 for the Supernovas. And we've got number 666, Sailor Doom, right now, going up against number 32, Dalek. Oh, and looks like Sailor Doom goes down. No, that was the pivot went down. Sorry. And Dalek goes to the box.
Yeah, going to be a forearm penalty on Dalek.
We are on a power jam right now with Sailor Doom for the Supernovas.
So I don't know if that comes over at all. There is a cheering section for the Supernovas over there that whenever Doom is out are just going Doom. If it sounds like folks are booing, that is not at all what's happening.
They're yelling
cheering.
Doom. There are signs out in the crowd that have do and then many O's and then It's a quite impressive showing of support.
Well, Dalek picking up a track cut penalty. Second penalty of this jam. So Sailor Doom once again in a power jam situation. With lead, is still looking to complete the first scoring pass.
And that's 4 points for the Supernovas, none for the Dolls.
Supernovas opting to call the jam will ice Dalek in the box, as well as Hello Sailor as a blocker.
I believe that means that we are on a power start.
We are indeed, Ragers, out there for the Supernovas in the green. None other than Slim Sadie. Sadie being recycled to the jammer line behind Battle Frog.
Strong defense right now from Madison. And Dalek out of the box in contact with the pack. The pack has anticipated this, giving Dalek a hard time as Northstar's Jammer breaks through, picking up lead. The real Slim Sadie. Dalek still struggling with the pack.
Forearm penalty going to be assessed to Slim Sadie for the Supernovas. So Power Jam now onto the other skate. Dairland Dolls having passed the star over to the pivot Battle Frog.
I believe that means that because we have no lead jammer right now, because we've had a star pass and also a jammer in the box, we are going to run this jam for the full 2 minutes. We have 50 more seconds.
Oh, big hit coming in from number 58, Saltine.
And number 20 almost manages to squeak through on some fancy footwork, but gets recycled.
Saltine picking up a forearm penalty for her troubles. Defense really locking down here in turn 4. Bodies hitting the floor. Slim Sadie looking for daylight around the outside.
And looks like Battle Frog is through. Picking up 4 points. Is this the first time Battle Frog's jammed so far this game?
It is indeed.
And Battle Frog got 4 points out of it.
Yeah. Winning the jam 4-3. Supernovas bring their score to a nice even 100. Dairland Dolls at 155. Boy, oh boy, Ragers, that math is so easy an announcer can do it. That's 55 points separating these two teams.
Both teams are now past the century mark. It's a nice high-scoring game. Number 1300, Katarina hit for the Novas. And looks like Dilemma, number 17, for Madison. Dilemma gets sent back. The very active pack right now. And it looks like Katarina hit, goes through, picks up lead. The pack compresses. It's getting quite large.
This will be 2 leads in a row for the Supernovas. Trend we haven't seen since a few jams into the first half.
And number 18 serving as a bridge between 2 chunks of the pack. Strong tripods right now from Madison. Now it's a dipod. One of those blockers gets sent to the box.
There's a multiplayer penalty assessed to Hello Sailor for the Dairland Dolls.
Dilemma trying to make it through. Doing her best. She is in a real pickle. Number 1300, Katarina hit, makes it through. Picking up 4 Primo Roller Derby pointos for the Supernovas.
Katarina hit, weaving to the outside around Hell Woods. Picks up 4 more roller derby points. Nice jam so far for the Supernovas, picking up 8 points so far. Katarina looking to make it 12. Dips to the outside, withstands the initial hit from Hello Sailor. Sailor runs up to re-engage. Katarina hit, holds on tight though. 12 points so far for the Supernovas.
And we currently have number 101, Quilla DeVille, in the box, or was in the box.
That is all 4 points just at the last moment as the jam clock ticked off. Supernovas up at 116, punching back here a bit. Dairland Dolls 0. So we now see Dark Horse taking to the jammer line.
I hope I haven't jinxed this. We'll see.
We will all wait with bated breath. Sailor Doom jamming for the Supernovas in the green.
And Dark Horse gets through, picking up lead. I do not owe her cheese at this time. And looks like Oh, Sailor Doom getting jostled. Dark Horse picks up 4 points.
Quill in that green wall trying to open things up for Dark Horse. But again, the Supernovas wall just doing such a great job of breaking off and reforming, running up ahead of that jammer.
Strong defense. Ooh, big fall. But I think everybody gets up, keeps on moving.
Dark Horse using Quill as a bit of a battering ram to get through the pack. Will call things off. Jim Rat once again donning the star. Will force the call off from the Dairland. 8 points picked up by the Dolls. And Supernovas with 0.
That is a
shout out here from Jab to Hawaii KO. Thanks, KO, for getting me into Derby and for being so enthusiastic. Now that I'm here, we already did this one. It got back into the pile. But double the thank you, double the.
Congrats again. And we've got Hawaii KO through the pack, picking up lead jammer for the Dairland Dolls, booking it around the corner. And KO trying to squeeze through an opening in the pack. And they do! KO picks up lead jammer status. No, picks up 4 points. Excuse me, they were already lead for Madison.
Oh, track cut penalty assessed to Slim Stady. So this is now a power jam for the Dairland Dolls.
Will the real Slim Sadie please sit down? Say the officials.
I would be immediately kicked off of this team for when it's time for Sadie to go, rather than saying like green 2-0 stand.
Yep. And looks like that's 4 points for Madison. Hawaii KO bringing in 8 points that jam. 171 to 116. So we are currently at 55-point difference.
I'm impressed with that math. Even though I quoted the same differential just a few jams ago,
it was easier.
Those are some crazy looking numbers.
I like math. It's fun.
So power start here for La March Madness. Slim Sadie returning to the track for the Supernovas. La March Madness still being held up at the front.
It's quite a large pack right now. Very clearly right at the limit.
La March through, up at the front, does claim lead. Slim Sadie with some good track awareness, immediately removing that hat.
That's 4 points for La March Madness.
Pack settling into the first straightaway. Slim Sadie looking for that opportunity to pass, but the Dairland Dolls wall doing a great job sectioning them off from their pivot, Jim Rat.
And that's another 4 for the Dolls. And we've got a star pass to Jim Rat. And looks like La March Madness calls it. Currently 183 to 116. We got a team timeout on behalf of the Supernovas.
Madison Roller Derby is partnering with G-Safe, an organization that supports LGBTQ plus youth throughout Wisconsin as they grow into thriving, healthy adults. G-Safe creates just schools for LGBTQ plus youth in Wisconsin by developing the leadership of LGBTQ plus youth, supporting gender and sexuality alliances, training educators, advancing educational justice, and deepening racial, gender, trans, and social justice. If you would like to support G-Safe in their mission to create safer schools for youth in Wisconsin, you can donate and speak to G-Safe volunteers about their work here at the tournament. You can also find them on social media at G-Safe on Instagram, at GSafeWI on Facebook, or on their website, gsafewi.org. Lining up for jam number 8 of the second half, we'll see Katarina Hitt returning to the line for the Supernovas up against Dalek for the Dairland Dolls. Dalek up at the front takes a quick lead jam for the Dairland Dolls. Katarina Hitt working through up to the front of the pack, trying to get by One Hit Wanda and Quill. Their battle waltz is strong.
And Katarina Hitt makes it through, but is not the lead. Dalek picking up 4.
Jammers neck and neck as they approach the pack in the second straightaway. Whistles blowing. Ooh, track cut penalty assessed to Dalek. This is going to be a power jam now for Katarina Hitt.
Power jam.
Breaking through for 4 roller derby points.
Our current score is 187 to 120. That is a very manageable difference.
Supernovas playing a little bit of passive offense there as they just kind of let their wall sink through the Dairland Dolls wall.
Looks like that may have had a penalty call that just happened, but I couldn't tell what it was. And Dalek out of the box, in contact with the pack, blasts through. Number 58 tries to do a parting shot. Saltine does not manage to slow her down, though. Dalek picking up 4. We got another 4 for Northstar as well. Dalek asking everyone to cheer as she goes around again.
Katarina Hitt going to be recycled back into the first straightaway. Supernova's defense now locking down on Dalek, but oh, Dalek picks up a forearm right as that jam ends.
It's I liked the Bane move where you ask people to cheer, but it's
like, come on.
Caught up with her.
Are you not entertained? As the dust settles, a very close jam. 11 points for the Supernovas, 12 for the Dairland Dolls. Score stands Supernovas 127, Dairland Dolls 195. 14 minutes remain to play, and we've got a power start where the Supernovas are fielding Sailor Doom.
Everybody's yelling Doom.
Battle Frog picking up a forearm penalty, heading to the box for the Dairland Dolls.
Sailor Doom almost knocked out. I thought they were going to have to go back, but it turns out the person that did the hit, that was a forearm penalty, I believe. So
yeah.
Sailor Doom stays in, keeps going.
Indeed, forearm, the penalty du jam, if you will. 3 forearms picked up by the Dairland Dolls in this jam so far.
And that's 4 points again for Doom. Sailor Doom and the fantastic 4 points.
Penalty box seeing a lot of action here in Jam 9 of the second half. Dalek back on the track, up at the front. 2 blockers to beat. Make that 3.
The officials are trying to get the pack consolidated. Sailor Doom trying to make it through the tripod. A big hit from number 911, Weird Val Shankovich. And looks like Dalek is through. And that is the jam. That was a very active jam.
A very hard-fought 4 points there for the Dairland Dolls. Supernovas picking up 6 points.
How many penalties did we get that jam?
Oh, God, that's a great question. At least 4.
Is that our most penalty laden jam this game?
I believe it may have been. My eyes and brain can't quite work that spreadsheet fast enough, though.
I mean, that makes sense.
I will trust whatever you think.
The vibe is yes, but I don't have the numbers in front of me.
No math, just vibes.
And looks like we've got number 44, Jim Rat, picking up lead for Northstar.
If I'm not mistaken, this is going to be Jim Rat's first time starting as the jammer in this game.
Jim Rat's been the pivot a few times, but I think this is her first time leading.
Definitely the recipient of the star in jams past, but Jim with the lead. Dilemma still working on an initial.
Currently 3 points right now. Well, 3 and then another 4 for Jim Rat.
Yeah, so I apologies. I missed an early forearm penalty on Dilemma here.
Oh, yeah, we were on a power jam. Jim Rat was on a power jam.
Yes.
I did not even catch that. Yes.
Derby happens so quick sometimes.
There's so much happening, but Dilemma is now out of the box and on the track and through the pack, picking up the initial pass for Madison. And we've got number 5388. That is Dark Horse jamming for the Dairland Dolls. And we've got Katarina Hit jamming for the Supernovas.
Penalty box does look to be empty, so we've got 80 wheels ablaze at flat track.
And looks like Dark Horse comes up through the pack, picking up lead.
All right, Dark Horse maintaining that 100% lead jammer stat. So Ragers, why do you think they just don't have Dark Horse jam every jam? If she gets lead every time, right? It's just science.
Well, because then she would get tired.
No, I don't believe it. Dark Horse does not tire.
Dark Horse picked up another 4.
I'm sorry, Nene. I would never put that evil on you.
Dark Horse picks up another 4. And I believe, yep, Katarina Hit still struggling with the pack on that initial pass. Katarina Hit goes down, gets up. Dark Horse gets another 4. Dark Horse gets another 4.
Katarina Hit just really locked up here in turn 2. We do see a star pass completed. Slim Sadie now has the star in hand.
4 more for Dark Horse. This is a 24-point jam. This is, I think, one of our biggest ones so far this game.
And Dark Horse still has time and appetite for more.
Dark Horse makes it through number 15. Daryl B. Blood trying to slow Dark Horse down, but they cannot do it. And Dark Horse calls it. That is 28 points, that jam. That is a high-scoring jam. And someone's called a timeout. Team timeout. I believe Northstar's called the timeout. We'll see what happens.
All right, so we are going to add 3 points up to the Supernovas total rather. So that brings their score up to 145. Dairland Dolls, after that 28-point jam, sitting at 227. Supernovas using their final team timeout. They do still have an official review in the way of clock stoppages.
About 8 minutes left of play.
Yep, clock stopped at 8 minutes and 5 seconds as the time on this team timeout ticks away. We will see none other than Sailor Doom going to the line for the Supernovas. Dairland Dolls opting to send out Hawaii KO.
Point difference right now is, I believe, 82 points. So it's going to be a little harder to make up, but Supernovas are scrappy. We'll see what happens.
Sailor Doom quickly recycling to the back of the pack, but equally as quick up to the front. One blocker to beat. She's through. Sailor Doom taking lead.
Sailor Doom is lead.
Hawaii KO still working on the initial pass. Tucked right into that tripod for the Supernovas. Similarly, though, Sailor Doom's forward momentum has been stymied.
Some big hits going on right now. Madison's defense strong. Oh! Number 666. Sailor Doom goes down. Picking up 4 points. I think the blocker that did that got sent to the box.
Yeah, there's an out-of-play block on one-hit Wanda, allowing Sailor Doom to get right back up and into the action. The skater that hit you out goes out of bounds as well, or gets a penalty for their action. You don't have to recycle back behind them.
Doom picks up 4. I am always very impressed by these skaters' ability to fall and get right back up again, even if they fall on parts where they don't have padding.
Track cut penalty assessed to Hawaii KO. Power Jam Supernovas. Jam will be called before KO even has a chance to sit in the box. So it will be a full 30-second power start as we get into Jam 13 for the Supernovas.
Power start. We are number 20, Slim Sadie, jamming for the Supernovas.
Guess who's back? Back again. Sadie's back. Tell a friend. Sadie looking for daylight, locked up in turn 1. Supernova defense trying to weave or kind of spread themselves around throughout the Dairland doll wall. Going to see a run back here on Sadie, though.
And KO out of the box, in contact with the pack, pushing as hard as they can. Gets through. Picking up lead for the Dairland Dolls.
Very nice penalty kill there by the Dairland Dolls, holding off the jammer for Supernovas for a full minute.
YKO goes down, bounces right back.
They are made of rubber. The Supernovas have their Gumby wall, and, well, the Dairland Dolls have their Gumby jammer.
And put them together, and everybody just bounces off of each other all over the place.
1 point jam, that one. Dairland Dolls bringing their score up to 228. Supernovas at 157. We are just under 4 minutes remaining to play in this game, friends. Gonna get probably 3 jams.
Or 2 full jams.
So many possibilities. Let's wait and find out what happens.
I think there are only 4 possibilities.
Star pass over to Katarina Hitman. Oh, looks like a not legally completed one. So Star goes back over to Slim Sadie. March Madness still in control of this jam as the lead jammer. One Hit Wanda coming to try to open up some room for March Madness. But again, just these walls for the Supernovas doing so great of just being able to lose a piece. Somebody slots in, and then the missing piece comes running back up. Beautiful hustle and coordination.
March Madness trying very hard to make it through. Gets sent back, recycled, calls off the jam. Seems like that was a hard wall to break through. And that's 8 and 2. Dolls get 8. Supernovas get 2.
So we line up for what will likely be the penultimate jam of this contest. We see Dark Horse returning to the jammer line for the Dairland Dolls in the white, up against Sailor Doom for the Supernovas in the green.
And looks like Dark Horse is through, picking up lead. And Sailor Doom also through, takes off the star, puts it back on. Dark Horse makes it through, picking up 4 for the Dolls.
Dark Horse has run, I believe, three jams for the full 2 minutes. And this one will go for the full 2 minutes, but by no will, particularly, of Dark Horse. Dark Horse just picking up a forearm penalty and will lose lead jammer status.
Meaning this last jam, I believe, is a power jam for Northstar.
Yes, indeed. Sailor Doom, the only jammer on the track right now. Period and jam clock very tight. We'll only get one more jam if someone uses a clock stoppage. And that's all I'll say about that. Dark Horse back on the track. Doom still locked up on the pivot line.
Doom's fan club dooming away. And Dark Horse makes it through, running into some resistance, but Red Hot Toddy lets her through. And Dark Horse makes it through. And looks like somebody calls a timeout with 7 seconds left on the clock. Trying to squeeze one more jam out of this lineup. It's the official timeout. Someone's using their official review.
Yeah, we had the Dairland Dolls freezing the clock there. They want one more jam. Locking the clock down at 7 seconds remaining to play. Penalty box appears to be empty. Yes, indeed. I believe that is going to be all 10 skaters on the track.
How many skaters on the track?
10 skaters on the track.
That's 10 skaters.
Yep. So we are indeed seeing the Dairland, the Supernovas now, using their official timeout as a team timeout. So they are ensuring we get one last jam here, friends.
We've got, I believe that is Dilemma for Madison. And Katarina hit for the Supernovas. And Dilemma makes it through, picks up lead for Madison. And Katarina hit, also through on the initial pass. Northstar's defense quite strong right now. And looks like Katarina hit is through, picking up 4, not lead. Dilemma still struggling to do that first scoring pass. And Dilemma calls it, meaning our unofficial score right now is 4-4 from that jam, 251 to 167 in favor of the Dairland Dolls, but we will see what happens.
What an incredible game, and Raiders, a bit of a rankings upset here. Coming into this event, Northstar Supernovas were ranked 26th. Madison's Dairland Dolls ranked 47th.
Oh wow!
So not necessarily the favorite from a ranking standpoint to come out on top here, but convincing victory here. Great game played by both teams.
I agree. This has been a great game. We've got one more after this. We will see you all then. I've been Mr. Ragers. And he has been Rich Mahogany.
Hello, everybody. We are just about ready to get underway of the final game of Udder Chaos 2025. We're going to see Madison Roller Derbies, the Herd, taking on Chicago Styles A-Team. Who's ready for this matchup? We are immediately... We will talk about rosters after this jam, but for now, I'm Rich Mahogany. I am joined by Caligari, and we've got Amperslam taking lead jam for the out for Chicago Style. Waiting for eyes on that jammer. It's Squid Pro Quo. Squid Pro Quo through, putting on the star, now eligible to score points.
Amperslam is lead for Madison Roller Derby.
Forearm penalty going to be called back.
Number 1-8, just the hip in the penalty box.
Going to be a track cut penalty assessed to Squid. Oh, nope, being called back to the track. Quick little bit of confusion to kick off game number 6. But hey, that's why we call it Udder Chaos, right? Amperslam is through 4 points. Low block going to be assessed to Smack and Cheese.
The Herd's 101 Quilla DeVille being called on a direction penalty, headed to the box.
Right, going to be a 4-2 pack advantage in favor of Chicago Style right now. Amperslam still in control of this jam.
Both jammers coming around. There we go.
Amperslam opting to call off the jam. There are going to be 3 blockers for the Herd starting in the box. So
Pack
erupt.
advantage to Chicago Style.
Very quick lead being picked up by Chicago Style. Yep, that is number 1. That is Chi-Town Choker.
Dilemma right behind. And called by Chicago. Picking up 4 points.
Very quick jam here for jam number 2. Score now stands Chicago Style 8. The Herd 12. 4 points separate these teams. Now that we're kind of finding our groove here, we will go through the rosters of these teams right after this jam. Little bit of officiating kerfuffles. Everything's fine now. Everything's fine. How are you?
I'm great. We have Seam Ripper as the jammer on record for Madison. And then 425 Doom Honey takes lead for Chicago.
Doom Honey through the inside picks up 4 points.
And Doom Honey calls it for Chicago with another 4 points.
All right, going to give you a quick rundown of Madison Roller Derbies. The Herd's roster skating out in the blue and white. Number 101, Quilla DeVille. Number 141, Hammer Abbey. Number 150, Amperslam. Number 17, Dilemma. Number 18, Just the Hip. Number 238, Radio Smacktive. Number 262, Nat Splat. Number 270, Slyanide. Number 29, Damn It Janet. Number 314, Smack and Cheese. Number 43, Seam Ripper. Number 777, Black Magic. Number 800, Butta Boombox. Number 81, Gouda Rins. And number 888, Bubba Lushish.
And Black Magic is lead jammer for Madison.
Going to be number 19, Tokyo Drift, jamming for Chicago style. Black Magic through the pack picks up 4 points for their team. Tokyo Drift through to pick up the first 4 points for Chicago style in this jam. Pack really digging into I'm sorry, y'all. My mic just is not having this right now.
We have a tie jam, 8-8 both teams.
All right, we are lined up for jam number 5 here in the first half. Amperslam, jammer of record for the herd. Going up against Squid Pro Quo for Chicago style.
Both jammers fighting through the pack. Strong defense we're seeing from both teams.
Run back happening here on Amperslam. Compliments of Tender.
And Amperslam is out with lead jammer.
Hot on her heels is going to be Squid Pro Quo. Dairland Dolls trying to play a little preemptive offense to try to jive up Chicago. Playing well weathered. Amperslam does get through for 4 points. Penalty box is emptying out here, so both teams are back at full strength. Wall holding firm for Chicago up at the front. Nice run back here on Amperslam by the pivot for Chicago style.
Both teams sending some offense to help their jammers get out.
Oh, down to the floor goes Gouda Riddance. Jam is going to be called. Sound like a high block assessed, an out-of-play block. Thank you very much. But who we have skating for Chicago style?
For Chicago, we have 0-0 Squid Pro Crow, 1 Chi-Town Choker, number 100 Foxanne, number 13 Speeds Kate, number 16 Beat 'em Tender Hooligan, 19 Tokyo Drift, 1919 Ashmtote, I can't say that. 224 Crash Nova, 425 Doom Honey, 515 Kitty Magic, 54 Penergy, 67 Rebel Fury, 773 Suji Sharknado, 923 Chrissy Crossbones, and 999 Alita. We have Jam 6 underway with Dilemma in the lead.
Oh, Dilemma looking for daylight. This microphone is the bane of my existence. You just have to step up your game so you can. Dilemma is through 4 points, looking for 4 more. 2 blockers in the box, as well as Chi-Town Choker for Chicago style. Chi-Town on the back block penalty.
And Dilemma through with another 4 points. Chi-Town Choker back in the pack.
Great job fighting through by Choker. Will now put the star back on. A beautiful little apex jump attempt collided with Cyanide there.
Chicago sneaking in 1 point for that pass.
Looks like we're going to have a timeout being called for, I believe, by Chicago Style. Gives us an opportunity to shout out our officials for this game. Eggs Benedect, Mortricia, Aaron Burr, Aces, Loki, Mishu in the middle, Sam Antics, Red, Scary Fisher, Stompador, Dungeon Master, Class Warfarin, the Goram Reaver, Autocorrect, Panic at the Lolo, Bronzy Locks, Dr. Brew, Eddie Lizard, and
Fury.
I'd like to remind everyone that the merchandise table is still open. There are still some concessions here behind the scoreboard. So great opportunity to come and check out some of the amazing merch for all of our teams that have participated here in Udder Chaos 2025. It is also going to be some of your last opportunities to go and buy a shout-out. That's right, a shout-out for $1 donation. You can have your words read on a microphone that presumably will work. Maybe not this one, but I will keep saying your shout-out until my microphone until the microphone registers it. There we go. Perfect. All right. Well, back underway in jam number 6.
We have 425 Doom Honey. And 4-3 Seam Ripper for the Herd in the lead.
Do see a Dairland, the Herd blocker heading to the box. A forearm penalty on Smack and Cheese.
Back block on Madison Jammer. Seam Ripper head into the box.
That's right. We are going to have a power jam for Chicago Style. Currently, oh my God. This microphone is my friend.
Another Madison blocker headed to the box. Number 1-8, just the hip.
Doom Honey with the star in hand does get through. With that, they are eligible to score points.
All right, Seam Ripper back in the pack.
Nice job resisting the offense there by Seam Ripper. Does come through, picks up the first 4 points of this jam. Pack really locking in here on the second straightaway. Bodies just churning as the jammers try to break through. Some very solid tripods coming out of both of these teams.
Ooh, big hit on Doom Honey. Both jammers getting some points. 4 points for each.
The Herd's starting to pull out a little bit of a lead here. Got 14 points separating these teams. Chicago Style with 28. The Herd at 42.
Chicago Style Tokyo Drift on the jam line up against 777 Black Magic for Madison.
Black Magic with the frenetic feet style. They've got some of the fastest feet that I've seen in the league recently. Magic does get through to take lead, but is recycled all the way back to the jammer line.
Ooh, and out again.
Able to re-get through that pack without too much trouble.
Fast feet.
Nat Splat looking for a run back on Tokyo Drift.
And Tokyo Drift out of the pack. Jam called by 777 Black Magic. 2 points, Madison.
All right, we are lining up here for Jam number 9 of the first half. Amper Slam on the line for the herd up against Squid Pro Quo Chicago style.
Ooh, Amper Slam dances up that inside line to take lead. Star Pass Black to pivot 1-6. Beat him tender Hooligan. Hooligan coming up to the pack here.
Hot on the heels of Amper Slam. Amper Slam slamming into the defense.
4 points for Amper Slam. 3 points. No earned pass on that one.
Amper Slam going to keep this one rolling, content with the little bit of a lead they've got. And the strongly diminished pack strength for the Chicago style team. Currently a 4-3 pack advantage.
Amper Slam through the pack, nearly untouched. 4 points. Ooh, nice jump over that inside apex for 1-6 Hooligan. 4 points Chicago.
Amper Slam through as well. Will pick up 4 more roller derby for the herd.
Amper Slam calls it after jumping up that line and getting 4 points.
Wow, Callie, a big jam there in jam number 9. Both teams picking up over 10 points. 12 points for Chicago style, 15 for the herd. Brings the score to Chicago style 45, the herd 63. Just shy of 14 minutes remaining to play in the first half. Chi-Town Choker, jammer of record for Chicago. Dilemma jamming for the herd, and it's Chi-Town Choker taking lead for Chicago style. Great opportunity here for Chicago style to make up this 21-point score gap that exists between these two teams.
Ooh, 4 points for Chicago.
Dilemma out of the pack, now eligible to score points for the herd. Herd defense kind of split up in the pack. So unsurprisingly, quick call off there. See a grand total of 7 on the jam for Chicago style. And it's going to be 1 point for the herd.
Lining up on the jam line, we have 4-2-5 for Chicago, Doom Honey. And Dilemma in the box for Madison. Power Jam Chicago. Oh. Some nice defense by Madison.
Great maneuver there by Magic. It's microphone. Microphone. Kitty Magic with a great hit preventing the run back on their jammer a few moments ago.
Doom Honey out of the pack with lead.
Wow, roughly 36 seconds to take lead. Yeah.
And Dilemma out of the box. Going up against Chicago's hard defense there at the front.
Ooh, big hit knocking it down Doom Honey to the inside. They will get back up. Looking for daylight on the outside, but a haymaker coming in from number 18, just the hip. Given a little bit more than the hip, it was more of a shoulder hit.
Yes. And Doom Honey calls it with 3 points.
Nice call off there. A strong jam for Chicago Style, going to make this an even 10-point jam.
68 Madison, 58 Chicago.
Got about 11 minutes remaining to play in this second half.
Tokyo Drift taking the jam line for Chicago up against 4-3 Seam Ripper for Madison.
Seam Ripper looking for daylight on the outside, is sucked back into the in.
And Tokyo Drift gets out of the pack with lead.
Seam Ripper still working on the initial, stuck behind a tripod of Chicago Style. I tell you, that is one kind of slice that I am not hungry for if I'm a jammer. I guess not a herd jammer. If you're a Chicago jammer, then I love seeing that kind of slice.
Seam Ripper through for 4 points. Oh, sorry. Tokyo Drift out for 4. Seam Ripper fighting hard against the Chicago defense.
Bringing in a little bit of hip offense. But again, wow, the Chicago defense is just liquid and then solid.
Yeah. Oh, Seam Ripper out. Oh, we got a penalty. Track cut? That was a track cut called on 4-3 Seam Ripper for Madison. Heading to the box. Oh, it looks like it's going to be a full minute penalty. I believe a failure to exit.
Jam will be called. Big jam for Chicago Style, picking up 12 roller derby points. You know what that means? It's a lead change.
Power Jam start now for Chicago's number 1, Chi-Town Choker.
As we were saying, Cal, this is going to be about a 1-minute Power Jam here. Unless, of course, Chi-Town Choker ends up picking up a penalty of their own.
Then we see a jammer swap. We have Chi-Town Choker here with a Power Jam. Whoop, run back by Madison. Ooh, and jumping over that apex for 4 points.
Such grace, such poise. Making it look easy. Gonna go for that inside line again. Chi-Town Choker picking up another 4 points. Very strong set of jams here for Chicago Style, taking perfect advantage of this long Power Jam. Seam Ripper only now returning to the track for the herd.
We have a tight pack, both jammers looking to make some space.
Oh! Seam Ripper almost free, taken to the outside by Kitty Magic, or was that Penergy? That was Penergy. Sorry, Ben. y'all move so fast, it's hard to see your numbers. More bodies hitting the ground on the outside. Choker still in control of this jam, but getting stuck behind a cheese wedge.
Ooh, Madison digging in with that defense, and Choker is out of the pack with another 4 points.
Looks like we are going to have... Oh, nope, never mind. That's lying to me. Oh, it is an official review. Hey, it's not. So Chicago Style calling for an official review. Gives us a moment here while we wait for the information to thank one of the amazing sponsors here.
All right, we have Ian's Pizza. Ian's Pizza is a proud sponsor of Madison Roller Derby. Ian's Pizza has 2 downtown locations, 100 State Street next to the Capitol and 319 North Francis near the Cole Center. Both locations are open late. Ian's Pizza has a 3rd Madison location at the historic Garver Feed Mill on Madison's east side as well. For more information, visit ianspizza.com.
Oh, now I really want pizza. We've already been talking about pizza and slices thanks to Chicago Style. But now I really want some Ian's Pizza.
It's definitely one of my stops when I'm back in town.
Oh, yeah. How could it not be? What's your favorite slice from Ian's?
Oh, it's got to be mac and cheese.
Oh, okay, yeah. Good call. Good call.
Yeah.
It tastes like home.
Yes, it's definitely comfort food.
Looks like we will see Black Magic taking on Squid Pro Quo for this next jam, assuming nothing changes from the official review that is currently underway.
We have the officials discussing what they saw here in the middle.
So we've been talking a lot about different milestones that we've observed throughout this event this weekend, and one milestone that, well, one of our officials is knocking on, but it's 1 week out. Our very own Goram Reaver is 1 week away from their 20-year anniversary in roller derby.
Amazing.
Yeah, after showing up to one of the first championships. After showing up for one of the first championships for Madison Roller Derby, Reaver was like, I want me some of that, and signed up for the program in the following weeks. And, well, the rest, as they say, is history. Looks like our officials have reached a conclusion for this official review, delivering the information to the teams, and we will bring the tea to you once it is.
We have our head ref here chatting with the teams about the results. We might know in a second. They were looking for a track cut on the white jammer, but the no call stands.
All right, so no change in game state after that review. Black Magic jamming for the herd in white up against Squid Pro Quo for the Chicago Style skaters in black. And it's Black Magic taking lead jam for the herd. Squid Pro Quo with a quick removal of that star. Is it just a stash or will it pass? Stay tuned to find out.
And Black Magic out for their first 4 points.
Magic being knocked to the outside will recycle back to the jammer line. It's behind number 67, Rebel Fury.
We have a star pass for Black. Going to number 773, Susie Sharknado.
Susie crashing into the back of the pack. In comes the offense. Nice timing, able to not only open up that wall a bit, but catch Black Magic. But, all right, Magic going to be knocked to the outside. We'll call off the jam.
2 points for Chicago and 3 points for Madison.
As the dust settles, Chicago style still in the lead with 82 points, 84 points. I tried to wait long enough. 84 points for Chicago style, 79 for the Herd as we get into Jam 15. Damn it, Janet, your jammer of record for the Herd up against Doom Honey for Chicago style. Doom Honey up at the front of the pack, but is going to be recycled back into the first straightaway. In the meantime,
Damn it, Janet takes the lead. We have blocker 101 heading to the penalty box.
DJ round the track, looking for more points, colliding with the tripod up at the front of Chicago style.
Doom Honey jumping over that apex for 4 points.
Chicago style really liking that turn 1-2 apex this game.
Yes.
And I'm liking it too. We roller derby fans are eating well today.
Damn it, Janet going up against Chicago's defense here at the top of the pack.
Hammer Abby up at the front playing some passive offense, now breaking out to bridge.
Quill out of the box, giving some offense to Damn It, Janet. And Damn It, Janet being recycled all the way back into turn 3. Oh, and a track cut for Damn It, Janet.
Yeah, coming in a little too fast around the blocker that has run her back. So power jam now for Chicago style. Doom Honey still with the star on their head.
Fighting for every one of those points. Oh, and the jam is called. Ooh.
Yeah, big tumble on the outside. Felt that one from over here.
That was a hard-fought jam by both teams.
5 points separate these teams, 88 to 83. Just about 2 minutes remaining to play.
Tokyo Drift for Chicago jamming. And we have Damn It, Janet as the Madison jammer. Out of the box and coming into the pack. And Tokyo Drift takes lead.
Oh, as Damn It, Janet approaching the pack, the call off comes. Is there? Yes, there are no points put up by the Herd. Well held there by Chicago style, picking up 3 points.
Chicago's 999, Alita on the jam line, and Amper Slam for Madison. Amper Slam out with lead.
Very quick lead picked up here for the Herd. Alita, jammer of record for Chicago style.
No earned pass, and Alita is also out of the pack. Amber Slam through for 4 points. Alita getting run back. Oh, playing it safe and making sure there's no track cut.
Wise decision. Track cuts have been the bane of a few of these skaters in this game. Seen 4 track cuts best so far.
I believe that was an out-of-play block on 5-1-5. Kitty Magic heading to the box. And Amber Slam through for another 4 points.
Just the hit being sent to the penalty box on a forearm penalty. Big collision in the back here, right outside turn 1. Amperslam trying to get around Penergy. So we are going to call that jam off. 3 points picked up that pass for the Herd. Brings their score up to keeps cutting out. It's been a long day for all of us. This microphone.
Skaters taking the track. We have number 1, Chi-Town Choker for Chicago, and number 150 for Madison. Pack staying tight, and we have Chi-Town Choker out with lead. Madison's 1-8, just the hip, returns from the box. Ooh, Ampersand being run back by Chicago's Foxanne.
And then falling behind. I refreshed it twice. I will get back to talking with you now.
Chicago's pivot, Rebel Fury, goes to the box.
Ampersand breaking through, not lead jam, but now eligible to score points. Chi-Town Choker through for 4.
Chi-Town Choker calling it before Ampersand is able to score any points. 4 points total for Chicago.
Oh, Callie, we've got a 1-point game on our hands here. 101 to 102. The Herd barely holding on to the lead. We will see a 4-3 pack advantage in favor of the Herd as we line up for jam number 2 of the second half. Pivot in the box for Chicago as we see
Squid Pro Crow for Chicago and Black Magic for the Herd. Black Magic out with lead.
penalty box emptying out for Chicago style. Both teams are back to full strength.
Squid Pro Crow out, but not lead. And Black Magic through the pack with 4 points.
Chicago style looking to close up that score gap. Black Magic says, not if I have anything to say about it.
Squid Pro Crow following short behind with 4 points as well. And Black Magic out again for another 4. Seeing some offense played by Chicago's 5-4 Penergy there.
Oh, Magic up at the front. Ooh. Just a few to beat. One more. Nice little hop and spin there by Magic, keeping it in bounds. Gravity apparently particularly strong here in turn 3.
And a back block being called there on Radio Smacktive right at the end of the jam. Pack advantage Chicago.
Total of 8 points for Chicago, 12 for the Herd on that last jam.
Tokyo Drift for Chicago and Dilemma in for Madison Jammer. Tokyo Drift taking a quick lead jam.
Yeah, only about 8 seconds passing before lead was assessed there. Dilemma through the pack, now eligible to score points. Tokyo Drift going to keep the track awareness on. Calls off the jam. No points picked up by the Herd. 4 points picked up by Chicago style. Once again, returning this to a 1-point game.
Such a quick jam. Radio Smacktive not getting out of the box quite yet. 999 Alita for Chicago style on the jam line, going up against Amperslam 150.
Both jammers testing the inside line. Alita be getting a run back for it.
Cyanide with that run back and into a tripod. Alita fighting through that. Ooh, great defense by Madison and some amazing defense by Chicago up front. Ooh, and Amperslam rolling off of 1-6 to get lead jam.
Oh, Alita knocked to the outside of turn 2, forced to recycle back into turn 1.
Nat Splat, our captain for Madison, running back Alita. Oh, Alita fighting that tripod. And getting out. Not lead. Amber Slam coming around with 4 points.
Both jammers looking to hit the pack at roughly the same time here in the second straightaway. Bodies hitting the ground. A penalty is called.
We have a back block on Chicago's jammer, 999 Alita, heading to the penalty box.
Right as the jam is called. 4 points go on the board for the Herd, bringing their total up to 18 over Chicago Style, or 118 over Chicago Style's 113. As we were saying, Cal, a power start now for the Herd. They're going to send Dilemma up to the line. Alita starting from the box for Chicago Style. Quick lead here being taken by Dilemma. Chicago Style's defense a little broken up here on the pack. Not all together as Dilemma is crashing back into the pack. Are able to reform their core tripod up at the front, though.
We see Madison trying to control the pack there. Holding a Chicago blocker back near the back of the pack. And Alita returns to the pack with a big hit on Madison's blocker. 101 Quill. Ooh, and a track cut on Alita heading to the penalty box.
Back to the box goes Alita, and Jam will... Thank you very much to our medical staff, without whom we will literally would not be able to do this. Roller derby, of course, a full contact, very frenetic sport. We do everything we can to keep ourselves safe, but sometimes accidents do happen, and for this we appreciate the medics. Of course, we always hope whenever we invite medics to a game, they have nothing to do but sit and enjoy some awesome roller derby. But when they are called to action, boy, do we extra appreciate them.
Yes, thank you. And with Alita still in the penalty box, we have Black Magic lining up for a power jam start.
Magic running back and forth on the back line, finding daylight on the inside.
Black Magic does have lead and is out of the pack there.
Very nice tactical roll to keep things in bounds there. Or rather to come back in if you're the opposing blocker went out of bounds, which one of the two.
Black Magic was assisted there by 808 Bubba Luscious with some lovely offense. Ooh, Sly at the top of the pack trying to get a last hit on Alita, but Alita does get out.
Black Magic going to call off the jam. Have a bit of conference between our officials to verify how many points are going to be awarded there. We can be certain that Chicago Style is picking up 0. Herd picks up 2 on that pass, so a grand total of 6 for the jam brings their score up to 128.
Just like the roller derby skaters, we have some officials working together as an amazing crew to support each other out here with accurate points.
Hell yeah. So we are back underway here in jam number 6 of the second half. Quickly, jam going to Squid Pro Quo. Seam Ripper Jammer of record for the herd does break out. Now eligible to score points. And lo and behold, we are going to see the age-old strategy of points and call coming out of Chicago style.
No points for Madison on that one. Almost got it. Points are scored through the first 4 whistles, so that was a real close one. Good hustle by Madison. And we have 1-9 lining up for Chicago style, Tokyo Drift, along with Amperslam 150 for Madison.
Penalty box is empty, so we've got 80 wheels ablazing on that flat track. Pack starting off with a tight scrum here, just kind of cuddling it out on the jammer line. It's been a long day for everyone.
Amperslam out with lead. Tokyo Drift getting a track cut there on their initial trip.
So this will be a power jam for the herd. Chicago style with some fierce defense here will run Amperslam back to the jammer line. Some preemptive offense here being played by Sly and I, trying to open up the wall on the inside. Chicago style coming back together like a good melty cheese.
A little hop over the apex, and Amperslam calls it for 4 points.
Want to remind everybody that once the action is done here, we may be done here in the arena. However, the roller derby adventure does not have to end there. Come and join us at Delta Beer Lab for the Udder Chaos 2025 official after party. Love to see you there to help, celebrate a half-pint tournament well done.
Ooh, Delta Beer Lab, yes. And Dilemma is out with lead. Tokyo Drift out of the penalty box and in the pack. Fighting through with a tough tripod up front.
Quill at the back,
And they
trying to
are
open
out.
things up for Dilemma. Dilemma using Quill as a bit of a battering ram here. But Chicago Styles crust is too thick. They cannot get through.
We have Madison's 314 Smack and Cheese in the box for a forearm on that last trip.
We are lined up and ready to go here in jam number 10 of the second half. 4-3 pack advantage in favor of Chicago style. Chi-Town Choker, jammer of record for Chicago in the black. And that is number 43 Seam Ripper for the herd in the white. Multiplayer block going to be assessed to a Chicago style blocker. This is 923 Chrissy Crossbones.
And Chi-Town Choker out with lead. Seam Ripper out of the pack.
Seam Ripper just driving the blocker, trying to hold her back all the way to the inside. Very strong jammer that.
4 points for Chicago before Seam Ripper is able to get up there and get anything. Quick call off.
Herd starting to stabilize here, about 15 points ahead. Still a very narrow margin here, and with 17 minutes remaining to play, it's definitely going to be a close one.
We have Dammit Janet and Squid Pro Crow as our jammers. Pack getting spread out. Ooh, Dammit Janet out with lead.
Squid Pro Quo, hat in hand, finds daylight on the inside, now eligible to score points for Chicago style. Both teams looking to be at full strength.
And Dammit Janet is out with 4 points. Squid Pro Quo getting run back by just the hip.
A lot of bodies on that inside line. An inside line that, damn it, Janet tends to favor. A lot of firm defense there. Do have the pivot for the herd in the mix there, Quilla DeVille. But again, we just see such great resistance of the offense by Chicago Style.
All right, we have the pack, Chicago pack bridging out here. And damn it, Janet continuing to push hard against this tripod at the front. And Squid Pro Quo getting run back by just the hip. Pushing against that Madison tripod. Oh, and another little run back.
Oh, damn it, Janet.
Oh.
Finally breaking free.
Hard fought 4 points there. Ooh.
Squid Pro Quo looking to find the daylight, but the door is closed on the outside.
That skate just getting caught on the tape. Playing it safe and going back. Ooh, and they get 3 points for that. Good job. And 1 point for Madison.
Brings the score to Chicago Style 122. The herd 142. Ooh, I can do that math. 20 points separating these teams. Just shy of 15 minutes remain to play in this contest. Amperslam will be the jammer of record for the herd, going up against Tokyo Drift for Chicago Style.
Some fancy footwork there by both teams on that inside line. Madison looking to play some offense, but Tokyo Drift takes lead with Amperslam not far behind.
A lot of jockeying for position in the pack as the jammers approach turn 1. We'll see a pretty quick call off here. 1 point picked up by Chicago Style, 0 for the herd. Lining up for Jam 13, we'll see a 4-3 pack advantage in favor of the herd. We'll see.
Chi-Town Choker for Chicago up against Dilemma for Madison. Ooh, stretched out pack. Dilemma at the front, and Dilemma gets lead. Chi-Town Choker fighting through that inside line. Still stuck as Dilemma gets into the pack. And Chi-Town Choker is out.
Smack and Cheese trying to stick to that jammer. Chi-Town Choker, though, able to get through. Pack in a bit of disarray as the jammers come through for relatively smooth scoring passes.
A quick points and call by Madison, and Madison picks up 1 point.
Keeping a 20-point differential between these two teams as we line up for jam number 14. Just about 12 minutes, 30 seconds remain to play.
Black Magic for Madison and Squid Pro Quo for Chicago taking the jam line.
Love watching both of these jammers, so I'm extra excited to go head-to-head in this jam.
Ooh, Black Magic dancing up the inside line to come with lead. Squid Pro Quo fighting a strong tripod by Madison at the front, and Black Magic runs up the outside line straight away for 4 points.
Star pass over to Beat 'em Tender Hooligan. Crash Nova come crashing into that pack to knock Magic to the outside.
Quick hustle by Chicago got them 1 point. And 2 points for Madison. On the jam line for Chicago, we have Tokyo Drift and Seam Ripper for Madison.
Seam Ripper up at the front of the pack. Trying to tear through that seam, getting some help from just the hip.
Pack getting stretched out as Chicago bridges. Tripod at the front. Hammer Abbey looking to have a run back on Tokyo Drift.
Defense holding firm up at the front of the track on Seam Ripper. Just the hip, again, trying to break open that wall, but whew, the Chicago wall is very strong up there. Foxanne speeds Kate, Rebel Fury, and Susie Sharknado.
Almost a minute into this jam, and we don't have lead yet. Both of these jammers fighting through this pack, doing their best. These strong defense we're seeing from both teams.
The Herd will lose their pivot to the box. So slightly diminished pack strength, but pack really not moving much faster. Oh, another folk going to be heading to the box.
Backblock call on Chicago's pivot.
It's
Susie Sharknado.
It's a pivot party in the penalty box.
And Tokyo Drift gets lead.
Destruction penalty going to be called on a Chicago skater. I believe that was number 100, Foxanne. Tokyo Drift through at the front of the pack.
And Seam Ripper right behind.
Drift opting to call off the jam, denying any points for the Herd, keeping 4 for themselves. Score now stands Chicago style 132, the Herd 153. 8 minutes and 45 seconds remain to play in this contest.
Taking the jam line, we have Chi-Town Choker for Chicago style and Amper Slam for the Herd.
Ampersland running up to the front of the pack, but it's going to be Chi-Town Choker taking the lead for Chicago. Whoa! That was like a good 2-foot slide there by Chi-Town.
I believe we have. Oh, they're checking on some points here.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Love to
Can
see it.
confirm 0 for Choker. I'd like to, I think it'd be fun one day to do kind of a Mystery Science Theater 3000 style call where we just kind of talk over what we assume the officials are saying to each other. We are going to have a quick official timeout here, still sussing out some of the details of score for the last jam.
Making sure we get those points correct. I love to see these officials working as such a tight-knit crew supporting each other. Squid Pro Quo taking the jam line for Chicago style. And Dilemma for the Herd.
Oh, it looks like an official review going to be called for by the Herd. So keeps the clock frozen at 7 minutes and 43 seconds remaining to play. So we do have another shout-out here that's been brought up to the table. This one reads, "Let's go Chicago style. Pizza Derby W's all day." From Kyle High Club. Shout out to everybody hanging out in the stands here today. Appreciate you staying all the way to this very last game, to the bitter end. Appreciate everybody who's been tuning in on the stream. Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for supporting Madison Roller Derby and all of the amazing teams that have come out to compete here at Udder Chaos 2025. We do it for the fans, and you fill our hearts.
All right, we have the officials deliberating on this OR.
Can't you use your connections to the herd captain here to like get the inside scoop on what's happening? Come on, like.
I know.
Oh. Impromptu wave. Oh, here we go. Here it comes. Oh, it's going through the benches. Oh, yeah.